Extreme Gaming is one of the top names in the Chinese Dota scene, and their current roster is primarily built from players from ESL One Kuala Lumpur winning team Azure Ray. With a core of AR players, XM, XXS, and JinQ, the addition of DY and Ame has made Extreme Gaming the strongest team in China, and one of the only ones that can compete at a top international level. As the roster is fairly new, they have only attended 3 EPT events this season. Both the carryover points from the previous Azure Ray players, they had a bit of a head start in the season. The first EPT event for Extreme Gaming was Dream League Season 22, where they took down Team Spirit and ended with a solid 3rd place, falling to BB Team. ESL One Birmingham went quite a bit worse, however. After a fairly weak group stage, they lost to G2IG in their first playoff match and went out at 8th place. The most recent EPT event went a bit better, but still really not good enough considering what Extreme Gaming are capable of. 4th place at Dream League Season 23. With previous Riyadh Masters winners Ame and JinQ on the team, Extreme Gaming are a team that shouldn't be underestimated, with potential to take down any team in the world. Will we see our first 2-time Riyadh Masters winners this year? BB Team have become a mainstay of Eastern European Dota, and for good reason. The core roster of Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo have played together for almost 2 years. With the addition of Miro early this year, they've been performing better than ever. The main roadblock and rivals of BB Team this year is Team Falcons, who've stopped BB Team from taking first place at any event this year. At the first EPT event of the year, Dream League Season 22, they were knocked down to the lower bracket in playoffs by Team Falcons, who they went on to lose to in the grand finals. For the next EPT event and the first EPT LAN of the season, ESL One Birmingham, BB Team managed to claw all the way to the grand finals through the upper bracket, ultimately getting knocked out by Team Falcons once again. The most recent and last EPT event before the Riyadh Masters was here, Dream League Season 23. BB Team started the playoffs from the lower bracket, but managed to fight through the entire bracket until they reached the lower bracket finals against Team Falcons. It was the end of the road for BB Team at 3rd place. However, losing only to the strongest team in the world and achieving top 3 in every EPT event this year are some very respectable results, and it has secured BB Team the 2nd place in the EPT leaderboard. These guys are not to be underestimated. They have proven many times over that they are capable of beating any team in the world, and on a good day, they might even be able to finally get past their biggest obstacle, Team Falcons. Maybe Riyadh Masters will be the time to finally do it.
I'm here with Save from VB Team at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about his history as a Dota Pro player and everything that has led up to this moment in time. But how have the last couple of years for you felt on BB Team?
I mean, it was quite challenging, but overall, I think I like everything that we went through. I mean, we went through a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
Last year, it was a really hard season. This season, our results are better, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I kind of like in the way where we go. So we just should keep improving.
Yeah. What was the challenging bit about last year? Was it the results, and did that lead to maybe a lack of motivation, or was there more that wasn't always shown in officials and in interviews?
I mean, we just built this team last year. And then we go to the Lima Major, we lose, top 16. Then we go to the Berlin Major with the stand-in, and we lose top 16. Then we go to the Belly Major. Finally, we swapped the roles. We had Pure and Nightfall, so swapped the roles. We made it to the top 6, and then we got banned from the tournament, basically. So yeah, it was not really a nice experience.
Yeah, a lot of different things, a lot of hurdles that you have to overcome there. But that formation that you talked about, there are a lot of expectations, at least from the outside, that was placed on what was deemed as a super roster, especially in Eastern Europe. Was that sentiment still really true in the team as well? And maybe why those results hurt more than coming top 16 would to most competitive players?
I mean, obviously, when we built this team, we were hoping for the best results, that we can build a really strong team. What we're trying to do right now, and I think we're in the right way to do it. But yeah, I mean, in the last season, it was really hard to go in the major and make to the top 16. It's not the results that our players can accept. So yeah.
I mean, you guys are doing better now, so maybe you'll be a bit more open to it, but what exactly caused some of that? Was it a breakdown of communication, a difference in play style, and that's why making the swap of roles between Nightfall and Pure helped?
I mean, it was still in complex. I think we just built this team. We played really bad first months, so yeah, we just needed a little bit of time, and then we started playing better. Yeah. Just some unlucky stuff happened, I guess.
The very last thing that I want to ask, especially within BB team, is there anything looking back in hindsight that you maybe would have done differently? And that goes for changing roles earlier with some of the players or bringing in new players a bit earlier than you did?
I mean, maybe I would do differently our whole communication in the team like 1.5 years ago when we just built this team between some kind of players.
That's it? Just the communication? I mean, communication is pretty key.
Communication, like outside and inside the game between some players in the past, maybe, especially like maybe Pure and Nightfall, maybe it could save the team if we just would build our team differently. But now it doesn't matter.
That's true. Now it doesn't matter when you're placing pretty consistently in the top 3. It's all the changes have worked for the best for you. But Save, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in this tournament.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Another beautiful day of Dota here at the Riyadh Masters, the Esports World Cup. Day 6, would you believe it? We've had the play-ins, we've had a day of main group stage, and Waga, we're into day 2 of the main groups now with some more beautiful Dota 2 for us.
Yeah, so we are, and we're advancing here. There's, of course, a group stage with a lot of games to go still. We're on the early days here, and we'll see what the teams can bring, really. We have seen, some perhaps a little bit of surprises here. Gaming Gladiators earlier dropping a series, but they came back, won their second series. And also, Falcons looking a little bit lower than we expected. But yeah, we can take a look at the tournament format once again here.
See where we've come from, where we're going. Of course, we had those play-ins, the EPT standings, of course, as well, sending some teams straight into that main group stage. Qualification teams from Group A and Group B, and a nice little 4th, 5th place. Kind of tiebreaker to get people moving on forward. Now we're in that, the middle of the graphic right here, Group A and Group B, the main group stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. No second chance for them. It's serious time now. We've got to get those victories in as often as possible. And of course, then you get seeded into the upper and lower bracket for the playoffs of the main event. And you're right, there's a lot of Dota to be played. We've already had 3-4 days of play-ins, 4 days of group stage, and they're all fighting for that $5 million prize pool there you see on your screen, spread across all of the placements.
Yeah, a huge payment here. It's a big payday for any of the teams that will claim that $1.5 million at the top. And like we've said many times, there's tons of money as well distributed all the way down. All in the top 10 are earning 100,000 or more, all the way down to the top 12 even. So it's quite a bit here. The teams are really having to perform, the games of their life to seize the opportunity here that is this tournament.
Yeah, and we've already had to say goodbye to a couple of those teams already, right? VP, G2IG, losing out Nouns, Azure Ray as well. And we can take a look at all the teams that are still in and attending. Obviously, moving into the main group stage, now we've got the play-in teams who have advanced into this spot, but there's also those kind of pre-invited EPT teams as well. And we'll see one of them in our first series today. Actually, 2 of them, of course. BB Team and Extreme. Both of those invited teams going to be fighting against each other.
Yeah, we'll see who comes out on top on that. BetBoom looking good so far. They only played one series, but they were against Beast Coast, and they had a fantastic series going up against Beast Coast there. GPK was absolutely dominating both the games, one on Puck and one on Wind Ranger, having a really, really good time. So we'll see if they can carry some of the momentum we keep talking about every now and then, how, you know, when you start winning, it's easy to keep it going sometimes.
Yeah, you get into that kind of rhythm, you know, the groove, and it kind of shifts the onus away from you, right? You have that momentum, and suddenly it's the opponent that have to, you know, outdraft you or outmaneuver you because you are so comfortable in the spot you're in. The standings here as well, we can take a look at how the groups have emerged from day one. Heroic up at the top, a team that you were looking at the end of play-ins as being one of the hot teams to contend here.
Heroic are just looking phenomenal. Very fun to watch. They still have a long way to go, of course, and they did take a 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators, which is a big achievement for them, I would say, to start off the groups. Then they had a draw right after that against LGD, but they are definitely in a good position right now to, you know, go all the way here. We'll see how they advance forward. They've just been looking very promising with the confidence they play with. That's what I'm looking towards for them as a team, is that they don't really hesitate much. They just go in and play aggressive Dota, and that can take a lot of teams by storm.
Yeah, we love these buzzwords as casters, right? You know, identity, drive, decision-making, all this stuff. But it absolutely is one of those things that if you have identity and confidence in your identity, and you know what you're going to be picking for your signature player, signature heroes for players, what you're going to be drafting as a comp as well. There's plenty you can do to kind of keep that identity as a rock, your solid foundation. And we can take a look at some highlights from the previous day as well here.
Through BKB TB out though, and it's leaving Skeeter entirely alone as he gets tossed up in the air. Snaking has to tether away to the side. What about the help for Skeeter? Balrine comes back in off his TP away, gets a toss forward, not quite good enough. Skeeter with his BKB has killed the gyrocopter. Look at the tree, got him. The tree finishes him off, and the flat cannon shots will demolish the rest. Falcons kited out beautifully. Skeeter will now clean up the rest of Gaming Gladiators. No problem.
Looking over towards Lal, trying to
burning him
close
down.
the gap. It's around the tier 2 though, it's kind of difficult to dive, but he's going to try and go for it. He's going to go straight away over towards the next success, and they've got the first try to go home to Mira. They take him down, and they're diving in for more. Lal tries to hold his ground, but they'll straight over Lamar. He's able to pick up the double kill.
This game. It's a lot of misses.
They're not going to get it. The extra success, the supernova goes off. Lal gets burned down by the submarine.
The supports?
They might get ripped to Radahn as well. Dive forward.
They've got him.
They have the vessels in. Radahn's going to fall. Snaking. And Crit, they'll do it. Crit's the last one standing. Okay.
They're playing for the objectives for now.
Some of the jump, they're going to see if they can try and burst through the Sven. There's going to be a toss back safety. Collapse never getting on top of the three of them. Bursting away, they're able to take Skeeter down. Collapse looks over towards Snaking. Gets the grab as well. On towards Amar. They're taking out the Chen. They're taking out the Brood. They're taking out the...
Some incredibly close team fights there. Just watching, you know, the battling between teams like Falcons and Liquid and Spirit. It's just incredible to watch. But I love the moment where Nyx just comes in with Dagon. He's like, oh yeah, the fight's over. Zap, one more kill. One
little Dagon. Dagon on Nyx is so scary. You can always turn around the fight a lot with it, the healing that he gets as well. My favorite was probably the Phoenix and Enchantress moment there of running down the enemy core saying, we're the supports, but you guys need to run from us. That's always nice to see two supports get to shine.
Oh, they did a tremendous amount of damage. Yeah, we've seen Phoenix and Enchantress both scale pretty heavily and going into that kind of mid to late game. I mean, we've had some pretty damn nice fights, you know, through play-ins, through group stage. Absolutely incredible stuff. And of course, the players are always reacting to their own plays. We can see a couple of their reactions here. Absolutely love the kind of banter with the crowd, with the other teams as well, watching the reactions there of players. And honestly, it's such a like a human moment, right, where you notice a player who has kind of failed or been killed or has witnessed their opponent outplay them, and they're kind of just like, yeah, you got me, smile on their face, like, I'm good at this game, you're good at this game, you outplayed me, holy shit, that was cool.
I think my favorite is the eye rub of despair. Like, I can't believe that happened. But yeah, fun to see the players. Let's have a look at the schedule and see who's going to play and win as well here for today.
Yeah, 3 2-game series today across all the streams. Here on the B stream, we've got that Extreme against BB Team matchup, Falcons against Aurora, and
Liquid Tundra, that's a big one for sure. I think that will be an exciting one to stay up for and watch. If anyone is already tuned in here, make sure you don't miss that. But we're starting out with the Extreme Gaming Bet Boom, and I think that's already a very hype one. Extreme Gaming have been hyped up as like the team from China, so they carry a lot of responsibility. Of course, they're not the only ones, but they are the ones that carry the biggest burden, I feel, to perform well here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of star-studded rosters from China, but this is the one that's, again, kind of LGD style, meant to perform. These are the ones that are meant to be taking titles. We'll see if they can do that here in the group stage. Yeah, BB Team currently up at the top with a 2-0 victory over Beast Coast, and Extreme, they did go toe-to-toe, 1-1 against Liquid, which is, still a very solid result. You kind of expect that going into day one of the group stage, but this is where things, have to pick up. You've got to start rallying, getting some big victories here, as, like you mentioned, right, our match of the day, it's going to be that later one. Tundra against Liquid, the European matchup, and a very close matchup as well.
I think so, for sure. Liquid, always a team that's interesting to watch due to the fact that they have so much prep work going in for everything. Of course, they have a big organization behind them doing a lot of support for this team as well, which is also very star-studded. They have a ton of experience between the players. And Tundra, they need no introduction as well. So it should just be an amazing matchup. Everyone is anticipating this one.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure about the new Tundra roster, kind of swapping things around, Pure leaving the Eastern European team, coming in with Thompson and Whiteon, but it's looked pretty damn good, right? Getting some serious results, making these kind of lower bracket runs and looking pretty hot no matter what tournament they're in. It's a team that is, I don't know, kind of dark horsey, but also not at the same time, because they have people like Pure, Thompson, Ramses, of course, who is a multi-major winner, with the kind of newer blood of 9 class as well, who has been a tremendous addition as a new, kind of fledgling player almost.
9 class has been like the pos 4 player to look out for in Europe for the recent year, I want to say. He has been really on the rise, been very creative, and also leading the way with a lot of different innovations. So not only
TB,
that, but
position 5 TB.
Yeah, the TB, he doesn't fear breaking the mold of the current meta, but also he has really good read on the game. So I'm excited to see what they can deliver here on this LAN event, as they're, like you said, a little bit younger team, but with experienced players.
And coming up, our first series of the day, and it's going to be Extreme against BB Team, so we can start to focus in on that a little bit as well. Like you said, these two teams, best in the region. Extreme Gaming, probably yes. BB Team, definitely up there with Team Spirit, and you probably argue, Team Spirit, TI winners have been the kind of title champions of the region, but BB Team, maybe you'd argue, have the better players in individual slots and individual roles, but haven't necessarily gelled together as well, given their results.
They've taken time dominating each other, right? It's been going back and forth between these two, fighting for the region, who's the strongest. But BetBoom, definitely a respectable team. And we can see, have a look at the players of Extreme Gaming. All the X's.
Yeah, XM, XXS, Xinkyu.
Extreme.
Good stuff. Extreme. Yeah, I need a few more in there as well.
Yeah, just need a name change for Ame, but I think someone with as legendary of a name as Ame, I don't think that's happening. This man is very often carrying the hopes and dreams of the Chinese region, and idolized by a lot of players outside of China as well, of course.
Yeah, it's not as though DY can rename to XY. We've had some XYs and KYXYs and stuff in the past, and you got to try and keep yourself give yourself a fresh name. Yeah, definitely up there, and definitely expecting great things from Extreme Gaming here in this series. I mean, are we expecting a 1-1?
I would lean towards a 1-1 for this matchup. But if anything, I think maybe BetBoom taking a 2-0 here. That's how I'm feeling going into this. But it's hard to say. It's not like these teams have a ton of recent results to analyze. Both of them haven't played that many games recently, and there's not an abundance of research to be done, honestly. So going into this, there's a lot of, let's say, uncertainties for both the players and for us. I assume the players have more of an understanding as, of course, the scrim results and playing against each other more.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about those past results, what is this? In 2024, they have played a fair few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series. So Extreme Gaming have only won 1 of those 5. BB Team have won 3, and there was a 1-1 draw in one of those kind of BO2s, 2-game series in there as well. So I think you're right. Just looking at the stats, BB Team have had historically the upper hand against Extreme Gaming so far. But on a new patch, new drafts, new ideas, you never quite know what is going to happen. And again, going to come down to that practice, that scrimming that you're talking about, and kind of a bit of momentum maybe coming out of day one.
Was Save holding his key, his token from the tournament here?
I wasn't watching.
Yeah, he was holding it. I think he was holding his key, saying like, "You want it? Come get it." Because if you knock out a team, you can pick players and have them inscribed. The entire system explained before. It's just a funny little thing. First player I see actually holding it.
That'd be pretty cool, yeah. Yeah, come and take it. Come and take my little key, because you can have it all crumpled and crushed up, put into your trophy as one of the fallen victims and opponents that you destroy on your way to the championship. Then if you do take the trophy out in the end here at the Riyadh Masters. Honestly, a pretty cool little addition there, just that added little bit of spice, a bit of flame and fire. As of course, you can go and get your predictions in at stcplay.gg and compete with the leaderboard, compete with the friends, just get those predictions in to try and figure out who's going to come out on top in the groups or just in these individual matches as well.
Yeah. What about you? You asked me how I feel about this. Do you have any favorite going into this? Do you feel like one of them has a reason to take the upper hand here?
I'm really on the fence about this, because I covered a lot of Eastern European, DPC qualifiers, but both of us did, right? So BB Team definitely has a place in my heart in terms of watching them perform and seeing them succeed. But I don't know, Extreme Gaming has Ame on it.
It does, yeah. They do have Ame.
Do I need another argument, Waga?
Ame is he's one hell of a carry player. I'll say that for sure. And the players are getting themselves ready here. We're going to hop into the draft immediately. So we'll see the players huddle up a little bit here and get their draft going together with their coaches, of course.
Yeah, I think there's the potential here for game one for BB Team to kind of bring the fire and play fast, maybe catch Extreme off guard a little bit. But then I imagine BB Team winning maybe a faster game one, and then game two going the distance, and Extreme kind of winning out in a longer one.
You know what I'm looking forward to here? I have some gem that I want to see here that we haven't gotten to see. Since the teams don't have tons of recent competitive games, I've done a little bit of research on the players directly in their ranked, see what they're playing, because that's always hinting at what they're interested in playing. And GPK has been spamming mid Rubik, quite a few games of mid Rubik in the last week. And he's been having good results. Phylactery Rush gets it minute 9 pretty consistently, sometimes 8. And it looks pretty strong, even to the point that in their recent match, they actually played against the mid Rubik as well in the game that they played here in Riyadh so far. So that was maybe a block pick.
Okay, interesting. And this isn't like a counter matchup, right? This is them picking Rubik on his own merits. It's not just we want a Rubik here against an Enigma, for example. No,
he's just standardly playing it. It is fairly strong mids. They buffed Rubik mids quite a bit. It got a big increase in its damage with the spell amp thing. So now it's very playable and a serious option for them to consider. Of course, it would be more incentivized if there's also big spells to steal, but he just does pretty well on mid lane overall from what I've experienced myself.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, keep our eyes out open for it. Pretty standard here so far, though. Beastmaster, Monkey Weaver, Phoenix, Broodmother, Tiny Enigma coming out in that first set of bans. Shadow Fiend and Dragon Knight, the first picks here. Dragon Knight.
DK is an interesting opener.
Yeah.
This is not really comfortable situation to be in as well, going up against the SF pick to follow. You don't really want to lane against an SF as a DK mid. So I'm thinking, is this going to be a flexed Dragon Knight that could be playing on any role, to be honest, on post 1, 2, 3? Because lately we have seen some people experiment with the red facet for carry. So it is possible that BetBoom are interested in doing that.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, right? Go for that. Kind of farming Dragon Knight. Oh, I can't remember who it was. One of the players during the play-ins was asked, you know, why did you go for DK safe lane? What was going on there? Why would you not pick Sven? It's just a worse Sven, right? And he was like, yeah, it is just a worse Sven, but Sven was banned, you know? Kind of one of those situations. So, yeah, kind of curious here at the start of the draft, first picking it, just grabbing it so quickly, and kind of getting handled by the SF if he is in that mid lane, does shift him into one of the side lanes for sure, it feels like.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like any of their core players have really been spamming Dragon Knights, so this is maybe something they have done more in their scrims. Miero did play it recently, so could be that they're gonna run it on the off lane as just a solid off laner. Tanky, beefy, pushes towers pretty well, combos with a lot of different heroes. I like that they ban out the Hoodwink here. That's a classic combo, Hoodwink and DK.
Yeah. I was thinking, it's Toronto, Tokyo, right? So there's also a chance it's like position 5 DK. Bring back the support Dragon Knight again. My good old days of just run and stun.
Yeah, that's a
don't say it.
Funny thing, but I don't think we're gonna get it.
Don't entertain my nonsense.
There was a time when I think it was stronger. Now I think it's a little bit weaker with some of the changes. I don't believe in it all that much.
Yeah. It was actually something that China did a couple of years, well, I guess like 3 years back now, thinking about it, was safe lane DK with Ancient Apparition was a really strong combo. DK with Mirana when Mirana was popular, you know, it's kind of all the combo heroes that were popular with the Dragon Knight no longer here.
This is looking obvious to me now, though, with the Batrider pick. I feel like this is going to be offlane DK with the Batrider +4 and Extreme Gaming. Also feeling like they could very likely throw that SF towards the safe lane together with the Ogre Magi if you want to, and get a nice lane matchup there.
And Ogre Magi was a hero that you kind of pointed out is a kind of sleeper pick in terms of minus armor strats, right?
Yeah, he works well in auras in general. He works well with SF and his fast right clicks. So this, of course, could be still just Kayasha and Blink and BKB on the SF, but it does buff up his right click tremendously to get that Bloodlust. And we'll see. Maybe they pair up some more stuff like a Slardar here to counter out the DK's armor and pair into that SF right clicks as well.
I'm just thinking about some of these other really popular heroes that haven't currently been banned yet. Snapfire, oh my god, they do go for the Mirana that I mentioned. But quickly, the Snapfire is still out there, Pango's still out there, and we did lose the Beastmaster, the Weaver, and stuff like that. There's also Spirit Breaker, who has been a very popular hero alongside Darkseer, which the entire combo is still there. Yeah,
true. They could go with that. Yeah, the Extreme Gaming haven't really revealed what they want to put towards their offlane, so I like what you're mentioning in there. The Darkseer and Spirit Breaker here looks like a pretty nice 1-2 to grab up. You also get, you know, Bloodlust over on the Spirit Breaker if you go for it. Always fun. They're gonna go a different route. They do pick up the Rubik themselves over here and take the Brewmaster as well. So Brew is just a great control hero to protect and be annoying against the Batrider. And you can lift up the Dragon Knight and ignore him, kill his teammates in a team fight. So I like the Brewmaster pick, but I would have liked to see the Darkseer more. I'm gonna be honest. I think that would have been maybe a little bit stronger against the Mirana and the Batrider to really chase them.
Build up big auras, back into Requiem would have been cool. But yeah, still pretty handy here to have these. I mean, I don't want to call them saving spells, but they're kind of chaotic teamfight spells where you can keep the Shadow Fiend safe through your aggression. You know, the lift, the steals out of Rubik, the Brewmaster Primal Split, the big one, just to make a bit of noise, get the Shadow Fiend into position to get his damage out. It can be very handy. And as BB team, they're going to come out with a Lifestealer now. So yeah, Dragon Knight probably off lane, Batrider 4, Mirana 5, Lifestealer in that pos 1. But Extreme are the ones with the last pick, so they can flex the Shadow Fiend until the very end.
They really can. It's a threat as well. So BetMoon very unlikely to flex the DK towards the mid lane. They could still pick something else, but what are you going to pick for the offlane when you don't see the enemy carry for sure here? The SF could be there, but it doesn't have to be. So tough spot here for BetBoom how to round out the draft. Interesting to see them go for the Lifestealer. It's pretty commonly used against the Brewmaster. But he has fallen out of favor a little bit over some other carries, I feel, lately.
Yeah, he's not been super popular.
Also,
again, like, why him and not Sven, you know?
Yeah, the Brewmaster also counters any idea to go for something like a CK here for a bit of burst, because the damage he does with a Dispel is still so strong into the Phantasm.
A couple of bans to come out from Extreme. What's Laurel been up to? I know he played Snapfire mid a little bit, but is that a hero they could be grabbing here for themselves?
Not quite sure.
And what's a good mid for Laurel? So he plays some funny little things here and there. His DP can come out, his Void Spirit, Wind Ranger mid. I get rid of the Pango, which I mentioned early on has still been a very popular hero. Kind of left in the pool for quite a bit.
Is Laurel playing with him? I thought it was GPK playing with him. Or is it swap?
Oh my god, it's GPK. My brain just lagged super hard there.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I just wondered if he was like a stand-in for the event.
My brain was like Toronto, Tokyo in my head, and then I was like Team Spirit. My god, yeah, that's my bad. That's a bad screw up.
Nah,
no, it is GPK. So maybe like a GPK Storm or something like that.
It's first game of the day, Gareth. It's fine. We're waking up here. We're waking up.
I was dreaming of Laurel, watching those highlights back earlier on of his Snapfire. Like, yeah, let's get it.
Dude, Laurel is exciting to watch lately. He's a strong player. Extreme Gaming gonna ban out the Pango and the Storm here, so taking out some of the vehicles here for the Lifestealer. Of course, you already have the potential for a Blink DK and Batrider Blink perhaps as well, so even if you ban out some of these heroes, Lifestealer still might have someone else to hop into. But I agree that those are the type of heroes that BetBoom are probably thinking about. We still don't have a ban on Ember. It's been doing really well, but you really want to play Ember into the SF? They're going to go and pick their offlaners. They say Doom will deal with the Brewmaster. We can pop the Doom ulti on him and prevent him from doing anything in a team fight. And then the fight should be straightforward from there. This does lock the Dragon Knight towards that mid lane, though.
Yeah. I guess, is that lane playable against SF? Because I feel like in my head, Dragon Knight, Ember Spirit really suffer against Razors.
He's better than Ember, I think. Ember can, of course, outplay with a slide of fist, but it's very, very tricky to do it and very risky. Whereas Dragon Knight, he has a bit more sustainability. He has that HP regen, go double bracer, kick in your regen from the passive, and you can be pretty fine, I suppose. But it all comes down to how they play the lane. Good body blocks on the SF and a few races, you might really struggle here. And this is a first pick Dragon Knight, so we'll see how it gets punished. Ame, though, he's delivering, dude. I can trust Ame. I've been crying for Sven for so long, saying that it's a good hero, and Ame is going to pick it up. Wrath of God coming in, that big damage facet.
Yeah, it's like, you picked Lifestealer. Would you not rather have a Sven? And Ame is like, I would. I would rather have a Sven.
I'll be Sven for you in this game, and that's going to give them a nice bit of mobility, some protection, layer of protection against the right clicks coming in from the Dragon Knight and the Lifestealer as well with that Warcry.
Like, Sven and Shadow Fiend can be a little bit greedy and do need a bit of, you know, kind of jungle time, a bit of stacking, a bit of farming. But it feels like Extreme here, just like off the back of Primal Split and these heroes that just pop ulti and go in. They can play kind of fast around God's Strength and the Primal Split.
They really can. They also have very nice synergies in their spells. I feel you can initiate with the Rubik Telekinesis, follow up with a stun from the Ogre or the Sven, and then the second one can follow up after that. So they have hard stuff to survive. And their teamfight spells are very big, right? SF ulti, Brewmaster ulti, and whatever you might be able to get your hands on Rubik, he usually contributes quite a lot in teamfights too.
Yeah, I'm just excited for the 5v5 mid, minute 3 here. BB team are going to be bringing Bat and Mirana. Doom's going to roam in as well. Try and protect GPK. And of course, you see a Shadow Fiend first picked up. You know he's going mid, and you know that you just want to kill him off as many times as possible in lane stage. Going with, like, Dragon Tail stun into arrow, bit of damage here, bit of damage there.
It's nice to pick him off, and they do have the heroes to roam, but we don't see a lot of players roam towards mid beyond a little bit of rune control until minute 6. So we'll see if they make the the effort to actually try and shut him down, or if they just say, okay, whatever, SF, you'll get a good start, we just play for side lanes. Because any moment you leave the side lane as well, the question is, how well is your offlaner gonna do? How well is your carry gonna do if they don't have the support?
Right, trying to find that balance is a very delicate tightrope act the players have got to try and walk across. Well, here we go. Game 1, 2-game series. BB team up against Extreme. Not Team Spirit. No lol.
Maybe a hybrid.
Oh man, I mean, it took me a while, but when Toronto Tokyo left Team Spirit to get used to that, and now I don't know, I've been affected again. It's come back. It got a bit warm in Germany. We got to like 30 degrees, 70% humidity, and my brain has just absolutely melted.
Yeah, it's the weather. Blame the weather for the brain not working. That's what I always do.
That's the easiest way about things.
Smoke
Stay
out
hydrated.
From, Extreme putting wards a little bit on the side focus here, not getting high ground vision on the mid. Actually got covered the top rune though, and of course they put the classic cliff ward on the bottom part of the map.
I
This
love the
cliff
clan
is so
tags.
hard. You always want to check D wards for it, but you basically have to smoke over there immediately and find out if the opponent placed something.
Yeah, it's kind of nicer when you have, you know, ET or some kind of vision giver up on high ground to scout out without having to waste a bit more time. We'll see what they get done though. I like all the little clan tags out of BB team though. You know, GPK with a classic "What can you do?" Then members only for Miero. It's the members only club. There's an arrow there is going to secure the bounty rune for save to grab, and DY and Arme going to get the other two on the opposing side. So balance in all things in the 2-for-2.
And every single Doom we see him pick up the Devil's Bargain, but I feel like so many games we've seen Doom, the games end before I can see any real value from taking it. So maybe this game will be the game where we see big plays on that Devil's Bargain. Otherwise, I've seen like Magic Stick being sold and maybe one Bracer being sold. That's about it. I haven't really seen that much.
Right, for the first time in a long time, eyes on the mid lane. You know, GPK on his Dragon Knight, they knew the Shadow Fiend was coming. They've got to have an idea of how this lane's going to go.
Oh, he's in trouble already. Is he gonna die here? He's taking on a lot of races.
It's taking a tremendous amount of damage.
Big bully at least.
Does survive. He got 7 stick charges, tangos to play around with, but yeah, he's kind of been booted out of the lane now. So easy freedom here for XM to gather up these last hits and denies.
Yeah, XM doing a great job manipulating the lane for now, and Dragon Knight barely able to touch any creeps so far. Does get the 3 last hits that he had access to though.
Well, Marana dead down at bottom though. Brewmaster runs in under tower, claims the kill, but Lifestealer will trade back. Nightfall finds XXS.
And gets that big 5 HP for killing a hero. The Corpse Eater kicking in for Lifestealer.
Oh, feels good.
Yeah, the nerf was so big. It's like, oh, yeah, instead of 2 HP per creep, you just get 1, and then if you kill a hero, I guess you get a little bit extra.
Yeah. Incentivize hero kills. Makes Dota faster and funner.
He's still gonna just farm Gareth.
Yeah, that's true. Just hit the creeps. Pretty classic lane bottom from Extreme as well. Rubik and the Brew. Quite a lot of damage output once they kind of get to level 3 is when they offer a lot of threat. But Miron has obviously already felt the pain in his bottom lane. And on the opposing side, you know, Lifestealer Mirana feels like one of those old lanes, Spectre Warlock. You know, you've got a carry that's farming, and then you've got a hero that's kind of
damage. Doom.
Oh, Doom. Yeah, being walloped here by the Sven and the Ogre. They're both, you know, full HP and still very healthy to play forward as well.
Yeah, now they can play pretty confidently here for the CS, as Doom lost so much HP. So they're just power denying, power CSing together here, making sure Sven gets a good time in lane.
But yeah, this Lifestealer Mirana lane is kind of passive, right?
It is. Yeah, this lane doesn't really exert too much pressure, but yeah, they did react and get a counter kill there at least to the tower dive, so that's going to put the lifesteal towards his face boots.
And another go on that Doom. Just very quickly snapping into action again. Yeah, hard time for BB team here as the speed in which Extreme are playing. Kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, that early harass that they did set up this kill. He couldn't regenerate fully, and then he just goes down. He actually had 10 magic stick charges, but the chainstone killed him. Or he just thought that he wouldn't be able to live with the 10 at the end.
GPK's doing well.
He's doing pretty well, yeah. Dragon Knights. He's surviving the laning stage pretty decently, and now he has boots. I think that's very important that he gets boots so he doesn't get run down by the races.
This is without any help from his supports or anything. 14-2, 17-0 on SF. Like, is this GPK doing well, or is there more that XM could have done in this mid lane to have more last hits or a kill?
I think he's just understanding the matchup really well in GPK. He's not playing too aggressively and also not too timidly. It's such a tightrope balance to lane against SF when you're a melee hero, but he's done a good job of staying relevant, and SF has spent a little bit on Mangoes, so even though he's ahead in CS, the net worth is quite even.
Save up at top. Having to run away from the Ogre and the Sven. Am I going to courier snipe here? No, I'm going to go for the D-ward on the small camp. And try and keep that blocked for now, it seems. And down the bottom, this aggression just keeps going on. Rubik now contesting Bounty Rune. Mirana leaps into him. And Xinqiu's going to just trade back and hit Toronto Tokyo out this lane. He's got a leap and 8-1 charges. Does pop them, leaps away. And not enough damage from Xinqiu.
Lot of bullying though. Mirana salves up and has to run backwards here. Gonna go an arrow a creep, but this leaves Lifesteal completely alone. He is gonna be fine down here. It's not a lane that really pressures him that badly. And Lifesteal is a carry you could sometimes leave to his own device. And Mirana just gonna arrow some big creeps in the jungle. Make her way back to bottom.
Yeah, always one of the best things about this Mirana, right? Is you go jungle, you get some experience, and you're off the map. You're hiding, and then you're suddenly a threat to the Shadow Fiend. XM has to be much more wary of his surroundings. Currently, though, Toronto Tokyo under dire vision here, so completely spotted by Extreme.
Yeah, that ward is living a full life. It's gonna time out now. CS-wise, all of Dire doing pretty well, but all of Radiant also staying close. They're going on Sven top now, actually.
Playing very aggressively here into Arme. Miero has been blocked up by DY, though. Looks like the Ogre's just trying to sacrifice himself to keep the Sven alive. And job well done.
Sven gets rid of the sticky napalm charges, can now go back under a tower. But Batrider not leaving. Look at him, just running after him, saying, okay, you're back, but you have no HP yet.
Yeah, I mean, Arme was 3 stick charges, kind of stuck here now with this Infernal Blade. A lot of damage with the Batrider getting over the top of him, and Miero comes out of that with a double kill.
Oh, that's huge for him. Pushes him close towards his mana boots. Already has it. He can buy the recipe as well. And then straight towards that Midas that Doom loves to rush.
Is that a save on the camera? Everyone's camera is save, apparently.
Yeah. Save is now Toronto. Yeah. He's XM.
It's GPK.
Yeah. They put the name there. Yeah. Well...
No, bring back save. It's the save. It's like, when people have a cat cam on their stream. That was a little save cam.
Well,
he's gone for now.
Is it a sign that he's gonna start roaming? Him being everywhere on the cams? His Batrider might open up.
He's everywhere and nowhere.
For now, it looks like he's mostly bullying the Sven, trying to stop his farm a little bit.
And we saw that moment, right, where Toronto Tokyo moved mid. Wasn't under vision. He's been off map for quite some time now, and XM's Shadow Fiend is tucked in behind his tier 1, kind of afraid of what's around the corner, because GPK, he's stepping up, threatening. Even with just a level 1 Dragon Tail, they've got Dragon Form, Breathe Fire, and Mirana's movement. And XM realizing he's just jungling now.
He's going to stack up the big camp here as well while pulling this, and he's prepping to farm it with Breathe Fire, so he's being very efficient on the Dragonite to maximize his farm. As I say that, misses 1 CS to the jungle creeps. They always steal from you when you do this.
Bastards.
Yeah.
I think that was Nightfall also trying to contest Wisdom Rune as well, but Xinqiu gets there just a step ahead.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, though, avoiding the honest laning against SF. You know that matchup doesn't go well for Dragonites, so just doing whatever he can to speed up his own farm. It's actually crazy to me that he's 100 gold behind an SF at minute 7. I never expected it to go this way, but impressive from him.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you see this Dragonite pick, you kind of just go, huh? And then the SF comes out and you're like, oh?
Yeah, they snap picked the SF because they saw the Dragonite. They're like, he can't lane against me, but from what we've seen so far, without any real lane interaction from the support, he definitely did fine.
Like, this is, in a lane where you're meant to lose, coming out even is winning. right? It's one of those situations where GPK has won his lane, but we might have spoken a little
Doom
too
is
soon here. The Doom has come in to turn back and protect the Dragon Knight, throws another Shadow Fiend. Mirana leaps forward, trying to catch up to XM. Struggling to output enough damage, but they will leap onto tower here to try and finish him off. Raindrops keep him alive as they kill
Still
DY.
alive?
Jinq being chased down now as the Shadow Fiend is alive on about 50 health, but they'll lose the Rubik. Shadow Fiend coming back in, thinking about re-entering the fight, but XM not offering enough.
Both supports dead, kind of hard for him to go in there, but he is going to stick around and clear this push at least. Spam some raises out. He's playing cautious because 4 heroes were around, so doesn't want to overstep.
So is this, as a mid player who wants to learn, this is a replay to go back and watch, right? If you want to play DK and you're being crushed by Shadow Fiend, GPK has now shown, what you meant to do, right?
Definitely. His, like I said, towing the line. It's a tightrope balance how aggressively you can play, and if you play just slightly too cautiously, you might fall behind and not be able to lane at all. But no, he played this. It's a masterclass of playing in a bad position. So, not to say that XM played bad in any way as well. He did try to exert pressure. He got up to the 5 stacks on the races. He brought the DK really low, but it was just hard for him to keep diving deeper.
Yeah, now DK farming jungle gets his blink dagger.
It does make me question: could you have made a rotation with like Rubik coming mid and just securing that kill on the DK?
Right.
Oh, they're standing around the corner here from each other.
Yeah, loads of vision placed, orb sentry, watcher taken. And they do come in mid now. They've got primal split. They've got Rubik ready to fight. And DK does have his blink dagger now, though, so we'll see what kind of resistance the BB team try to put up. Right now, it's just the Mirana falling flat on her face. And
Exactly, a combo mentioned during the draft. Telekinesis into stun from Ogre. Nice chain stunning, and then, of course, SF bringing the damage. This tower is forfeit, at least. Meanwhile, the Lifestealer is really farming fast on bottom.
Still not the fastest hero, though, in terms of itemization, though. This Radiance will take a little bit of time. And this is the moment now, 10 to 20 minutes, the speed at which XG can play, as we mentioned at the end of the draft, with the potential for, the potential for Arme to join is there if they fight in their stacks, but he's primarily going to be farming. But when you have the Shadow Fiend Brewmaster core duo, they can get out on the map and find pickoffs on pretty much anyone who's not a Mirana, as we see Toronto Tokyo just leap away.
He's a tricky one to kill. Not the easiest targets. One of the benefits of a support Mirana. Pretty elusive. There goes the blink.
I start on the SF.
Oh, arrow is cooldown, though. Maybe a bit miscommunication there. 2 seconds cooldown as he blinked in.
DY was still bodyguarding very nicely as well, right? The Ogre just puts his big belly in front of the Shadow Fiend. Make sure that if there was an arrow, it's not going to hit him. While down the bottom, they doom up the Brew. Lifestealer. Hey, getting involved here now. Onto XXS. Backup is arriving, though, with Rubik and Ogre coming in. The Doom will kill him off, though. Miero finds the Brute. Infested now as well as the rest of BB team are arriving. Trying to make this jump in, and it looks like the Ogre is the first point of contact, but a Requiem will push 3 of them back. Infest jump out, but yeah, diving a tier 1 tower here is a little awkward when your Blink's on cooldown, arrows on cooldown. That's going to be it.
Still nice aggression coming out from Betboom. They see that, okay, we took down the Brewmaster. Now is a good time for a big team fight. And they try to make the most out of that DK ulti. Now, gonna have to back out here. Blinking away from that Ignite. This is a very silent game for the Sven, though. Meanwhile, he's just farming away. And this is a hero that scales really, really well with being given this time to jungle up. He has the Mask Madness working towards his Echo Saber.
I mean, he's probably one of the strongest, 20-minute timing heroes in the game, isn't he?
Yeah, he can become really monstrous. Pop out, especially when he has that first initiation item. He needs either Aghanim's Blink or Shadowblade, whichever. One of those 3 is basically a necessity for him. And all pretty viable.
Oh, Extreme. Take out that bottom tower. Opens up the bottom jungle for them now, so more space for XM to farm through. As it looks like, yeah, you mentioned Yasha first into that Kaya Yasha. Blink dagger for the Shadow Fiend. Needs a bit of time to get there.
Yeah. Worrisome for Extreme Gaming is also this Radiance on the Lifestealers getting closer and closer as we move forward here. Lifestealer is at 2.5k gold and already has, of course, the Talisman, so he's not too far away.
Smoke from BB team as well. Really wanting to get some usage out of this Blink on the Dragon Knight. investing into aggression. Want to try and get something done as Nightfall gets out of the grasp of the Brewmaster up top. They scan into the enemy Ancients, and the Sven, a prime target to go on. Chain stunning him here with Save, having that lasso for the last moment. Catching out Arme, and the final bits of damage out the Flame Break. That stolen Infest. It looked like it might cause them issues, but they kill Arme. Yeah, not enough from the Rubik there. Now a Moonlight Shadow to slip away under the cover of invisibility. Jinkyu has stolen it, though. He's also got his buddies all invised up. GPK gonna TP out. No stuns on him. Was he? Oh, he's tucked behind that little tree, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in a beautiful position. TP out. Gets tipped here by Save as well for getting out. Some beautiful execution here. Get in, kill the enemy carry, and get away scot-free here. Nice attempted save by Jinkyu, but just not enough HP to heal up that Sven. Maybe if they insta-TP'd more people, they could have punished there, but it was a little bit slow reaction from the rest.
Sven and Shadow Fiend still top of the net worth, but yeah, these item timings you're talking about with Radiance on Lifestealer, the Doom getting pretty massive with his Hand of Midas as well.
It's pretty telling, though, that Executus is not going for a Radiance in this game on his Brewmaster. He went for the Spirit Vessel and now going for a Pipe next. So very different from what we saw with a Radiance and Manta yesterday on the Brewmaster. And this is telling me that he wants to be aggressive. He wants to fight and he wants to be active early on. So this timing that we talked about, the 20-minute timing for the Sven, I think they're going to try and hit that one as hard as possible.
Yeah. Absolutely bulldoze it. Yeah, I mean, how often... So I think this is one of my big bugbears a little while back. I didn't like every Brewmaster going Radiance because I don't want to say quite often, but maybe like 20-30% of the time we'd have these situations where there was that lack of synchronization between the Brew and the other cores. Like, Brew's waiting for Radiance, so he doesn't want to fight, he wants to farm, and everyone else is like, I'm ready with my BKB or my Blink, let's go. And Brew's like, no, I need, please sir, 2 more minutes of calm farming time for my Radiance, thank you. Yeah, I like this a lot, just making sure that when the Sven is ready, the Brew is ready, right? You are kind of, you're bowing down to your king, rather than pretending to be a false prince.
Yep. Wow, this Observer Ward, it gets to live down bottom here, as we saw them attempt to catch Extreme Gaming. They backed out immediately, definitely revealing that there was some form of vision, but they couldn't find where it was. He put a new sentry a little bit lower, but you can see him running around on Toronto Tokyo, just looking for it. Like, where is this goddamn ward? He's checking every cliff, every place, but couldn't find this one.
Oh, lasso.
The Infest gank.
On the Sven again. I mean, Extreme have heroes in the vicinity. Arme trying to turn a fight, but he's burnt alive. They've got the Requiem to kill the GPK Dragon Knight, though. At least trading out here, but that's Requiem and Primal Split used. Nightfall invis under Moonlight Shadow, but he's dusted, actually. Expiring now, but so does the Moonlight. The lift back drag into the raises out of the Shadow Fiend, but Nightfall has the rage up, kills off DY, turns, and lifesteals a fair amount. Back off XXS. Miero and Toronto Tokyo bullying the Shadow Fiend, who's doomed up now, and XXS, he's trying to fight into Radiance, but he's just missing every hit. The Vessel's on the Lifestealer, they've killed Toronto Tokyo, but Miero's found XM, and this Lifestealer is dying, but not quite finished off.
And they got the SF as well. Big kill there. A big turnaround for BetBoom. What looked like they were going to get punished pretty hard. They end up actually coming out ahead here, getting the kill on the SF. Ulti spent, of course, as well. This is a really good fight for them. Brewmaster ulti is down now as well. Sure, you used your Doom, but I think you're more fight ready on the side of BetBoom than Extreme Gaming are now.
Yeah, and the Dragon Knight can now just being a sacrifice, right? He is the position 3 in this game. GPK is the Blink Initiator, the Doom and the Lifestealer are the farming cores.
Yeah. And this is looking like GPK is going to hit a really nice timing with his Black King bar as well. He's only 200 gold away on the Dragon Knight. Once he gets that, he can be a more reliable initiation because we saw the punishment come in from Extreme Gaming. If they're nearby, you do need the BKB to survive. That's of course how the Lifestealer got away. Just press Rage, have it built in.
Yeah, just a Rage and run. Honestly, still kind of impressive that Arme is top of the net worth after these consecutive deaths. Still up there, still farming, but another aggressive move from BB Team. The Brewmaster all stunned up. They're trying to turn back and maybe kill Miero here with a multicast and big damage out of XM. The chase is now on. Try and find GPK. Move on the Dragon Knight with Arme arriving, but the BKB's up. Dragon Knight shiny golden and trying to run back, but that Lifestealer just disappears. The Sven with a 10k net worth. Arme joins the first fight 18 minutes in and says, nah, this time I get to go on you.
Oh my, the Sven finally gets the big connection that he wants. And big impact, by the way, why the Rubik in that fight, just spamming the Purge. He stole Purge from Doom. I don't think I've ever seen a Rubik have Purge. This is like the first time I've seen this spell, because otherwise it's a neutral spell. But since Doom took it from a neutral, Rubik took it from the Doom, and now he has a 3-second cooldown dispel that he can spam. Very good against the Batrider in this game, and, you know, get rid of the Infernal Blade. There's a lot of things you can do with this.
That's pretty cool, yeah. I'm just even slowing people down to chase them.
Yeah, he is going to opt for the Starstorm here, though, so now he has tons of damage instead.
That's always much nicer. Damage is king. And seeing this back, big hit from XM there with a raise. And GPK with that fresh BKB thinking, hey, maybe I can just slip away, get away from the stuns and control.
Lifesteal messed up in this fight, though.
Look at it, yeah.
Look at this. He just walks in, and he did not expect to get just stunned by Ogre and die. A simple Ogre stun. Outplayed, outskilled, as Ogre would say.
Oh, baby.
The ulti?
Oh, baby. XM sets it up with the invis.
Mid difference right there. That's what you want to see if you are Extreme. Looking at your mid, just getting a solo kill on the back of that Invis rune. Of course, no Shadow Blade, so he wasn't worried that there was going to be an invisible ulti like that, but that's why rune control is so important.
Riding the hi-hat as well there, XM. A good old school taunt. One of the first ones in the game.
Yeah. 8 for 11 on the runes. Bounty runes, of course. Pretty even. No huge difference there. A little bit of advantage for Extreme. As they're taking this Roche, gonna give themselves an even bigger advantage.
And what time is it?
1956. They're gonna get it right before it moves.
Looking cute. And he does get caught out. Nightfall gonna go for the Nightfall. Rage and TP home and save just atop that cliff. Gets away. So a kill on
That looked
GQ.
like he was on the low ground even, but he actually was enough on the high ground. They didn't have vision on him. Sven couldn't stun him up.
Well, yeah, pretty much 20 minutes on the dot now. Extreme starting to hit their stride with Aegis, with Sven ready.
Yep, and they're going to take the immediate Tormentor here. Always nice to see the efficiency from these teams. Just happen to be in the area, so make sure to take it. With this pipe in hand on the Brewmaster, with Sven having the Sanjin Yasha, Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, I think they can punch it right now. And what a nice shard to get. The Rubik shard, always amazing.
Oh, super handy. And you get gone on by a Dragon Tail or a Doom, and you just get lifted straight out of there. And BB Team going to get themselves the Tormentor. And GPK with his shard. Nice little bonus for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Does
good
everybody
farming
have
tool.
theirs?
I suppose they bought it on... They didn't buy it on the Batrider, so they bought it on the Mirana then? Yeah, he bought it actually early. Interesting. I've been thinking about this shard on Mirana, that it's underrated nowadays. A lot of people have hated on it, but it's gotten buffed so many times. So many times. It's actually in a good spot now. Of course, it makes it easy to land the Starstorm on everyone. And it's a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, myself included, honestly, kind of hate on it because we don't know what it does.
It does a lot now. Like, the shard is kind of insane. It gives you 1 extra charge, which is already good. It gives you the ability to jump in any direction when you jump, which is neat. Skill cap. 170 damage AoE every time you jump in a massive AoE. It slows the enemy for 30%, and it allows you to hit them with a secondary Starstorm. I mean, it's so many things.
That's a lot of reading to be doing.
It is too much reading, yeah. I agree.
Okay, it gives you 1 more leap charge.
I
Good,
liked
that's
it
good.
better.
That's good enough. 1
Attack
leap
speed
charge.
and crits. Simple monkey brain likes it.
Yeah. Give me damage. Give me stats I understand.
Oh,
Wrap around coming in from Extreme, though. Toronto, Tokyo, GPK, they found the Dragon Knight, the big target to go for here. And BB Team trying to drag the Shadow Fiend away from the battle, but he's still got this Requiem wound up and thrown out. Nightfall is on the Shadow Fiend, munching away to kill off XM. GPK and XM traded 1 for 1 in the mid lane as the Doom is cycloned up and brought down to meet his makers. Arme and XXS, Rod of Atos and Vessel, but there's a Doom there on the Brewmaster now, and another turnaround from BB Team. Nightfall, he's hungry for this, chasing the Brew all the way back while Arme trying to stick on the target, but really struggling to find his man. Forcing
Yes.
Nightfall away now at least, but I mean, Sven has Aegis here, so he's got a lot of freedom to run at people. It's just a matter
They're
of doing
running
the
away.
damage and controlling them is the struggle for Extreme.
Okay, found a target that can't run away. The tower. It has to stay. Dragon Knight up in 10 seconds. So this is just a quick push here before the DK is respawning. But they're going to be able to take the tower, it looks like. That Bloodlust is doing work for Sven. And yeah, unfortunate start there to the fight for Extreme. Little bit of a miscommunication. Didn't chain stun the Dragon Knight. They lifted him, could have stunned him, but they held it a little bit too long. He got the BKB out. Sven just bullying here.
Miss. Flame break.
Hame
Okay.
just playing with insane level confidence here.
I mean, that's very much a statement of, this is my map. These are my ancients. This is not your place to farm, Nightfall.
I love what I'm seeing. A lot of carry players would not make this decision here because they don't have their teammates nearby, they don't have enough stuff, the SF is super far away, but he recognizes there's no Doom ready right now. Doom is on cooldown, and DK doesn't have ulti yet, so why would he be scared?
God, look at that difference. Pretty damn close. I mean, Lifestealer ahead in lane creeps, but neutrals-wise, Sven, of course, farming all those ancients and stacks, doubling up on the Lifestealer in that regard.
That's what Cleave can do for you.
Yeah, sure can. All right, now, what is it, like 4,000 ahead?
This Sven, with this Facet, scales insanely hard. Like, harder than he usually does. So every level he gets is really big for him. He gets bonus 0.7 damage per strength. So as we head late game here, I think he's going to take over the game more and more.
Especially with such a nice supporting cast. You know, Shadow Fiend is supporting cast in the fact that BB Team want to Doom and catch the Shadow Fiend, so Sven is kind of left alone to his own devices.
Rubik being sneaky, playing under his own vision here. We have Xingqiu going in, looking for some different spell to steal perhaps instead of the Purge, which, again, a really good spell, but there's so many good things to have. The DK stun, Doom, Lasso, all these are prime targets. Even Mirana Arrow or Starstorm are both amazing.
Yeah, just unfortunate for BB Team to not have their Moonlight Shadow now for a minute and a half. Extreme Gaming, green lights across the board. Ready to strike. Aegis has expired though. But
They didn't need it last fight though. Nobody was able to go on the Sven. They committed resources on the SF, and they can't kill both SF and Sven, I feel, on the side of BB Team.
It feels like going on the SF is kind of a bait, but you have to, right?
You do need to go on him. Ideally, you go on him before he gets the ulti out. If you can, then that's great. He does have a Lincoln's now, though. An interesting item to pick up here, but it's, of course, a fantastic game for Lincoln's. Looking at DK, Doom, and Batrider, this is like prompting him to buy a Lincoln's. We might even see more Lincoln Spheres picked up. Not impossible that we see Brewmaster go back for one at some point.
Yeah, Lincoln's and a Lotus. You know, Ogre can go for some as well. Toronto Tokyo out there farming on the map. Needs to give a bit of room to Nightfall, though.
BB Team now. Looks like they're grouping for it. So I need to shove this creep wave, and then they want to head out with the Doom and try and look for a target.
They'll need that smoke and Moonlight Shadow, though. Ward
killing
coverage
this
here for
slowly,
Extreme is
though.
real nice.
This feels painful. When you want to smoke up and you have 5 players sitting around, if you kill the creep wave that slowly, it feels like it becomes more and more obvious that you're going for the smoke. And already look at Extreme Gaming. They're grouping up.
Yeah, hold a high ground. Smoke yourselves.
Putting Ogre towards the front. He's ready to smoke break. They're in position.
Oh, BB
Rubik,
Team.
though, has to be careful.
They step forward to clear the wave. And now the smoke from Extreme as Save is infested up. May has Lincoln's on him. They go with the jump lasso. The Rubik's caught out. And the damage from the Sven cleaving into 3 of them. Xingqiu's dead. Miero's traded out. But Mirana's on the run. And GPK's left stranded. Tries to TP out with his BKB going. But the... Oh, hang on. He's invis. How's he got out of that one?
Oh, no. I think he Wait, was he not under sentry vision there still? Wow, that sentry, the sentry looked like it should have been covering him. Dire have a sentry nearby, but I guess he was right outside it.
Was it placed late? I don't know.
No, it was placed earlier. Crazy. He must have been on the very edge of that one.
Well, good Moonlight Shadow. Good BKB TP.
Yeah, that's absurd. I actually think he had the presence of mind to run just outside of it as well, because he had vision of that sentry with his own sentry.
Clever. Very clever from GPK, right? Salvaging a fight that was just outright lost. Like when Sven hit them there, it looked like he was going to get a triple kill immediately, you know?
Imagine if he had a Daedalus there. That could have backfired so hard. You got to be real cautious about how much you stack up in these fights, because Sven, he just sees a lot of targets, and that's fine by him. He hits one, all of them start dying. He did some quick damage in that fight. And that was with a pretty good jump for BB Team. Getting the jump over on the Rubik there, stopping him immediately from having any impact. Even so, the fight was very questionable for them.
It's very clumped up as well. Just thinking about that fight where they put Lincolns on the Sven, so Sven's not a target for the lasso. True. Rubik kind of shows himself, but there were three heroes dogpiled on top of each other. Like I think it was Ogre, Rubik, and Sven. So kind of difficult for Save to like hunt for the Shadow Fiend or get a lasso on a bigger target. Yeah, okay, get Shinkyu and his Rubik, but
the call has been made, by the way. More Lincolns are coming in. Rubik is already queuing up a Lincoln Sphere, so they have recognized that, yeah, we could spam Lincoln Spheres here. It's even good against if Lifesteer goes for an Aghanim Scepter to counter Sven. We can just have Lincolns on him again. So this is quite likely we're going to see one more or maybe two more. They're posturing now for the Roche.
The one item to counter them all. Now a gem to take even more map control. Daytime about to swing in here, so Extreme Gaming come down to that bottom right corner. And you were talking about clearing waves and setting up for a move. You know, Sven just one hits it, while BB Team are kind of Lifestealer has to hit each creep 2 or 3 times. Doom doesn't have any, you know, D-push or flash farm capabilities.
Yeah. They're in position now to take Tormentor immediately if it respawns, but it's a lower priority here as mid tower is already being threatened. BB Team wanting to get some advantage on the map. They did lose 2 tier 2 towers of themselves, of course, so getting one would be nice. They are revealing that they popped the DK ulti, so there is going to be a timing window where he doesn't have the ulti ready.
Are they going to chip away at high ground a little bit here?
But this is risky. They could get caught, and DK does not want to take a fight right now.
Nope. I thought maybe GPK hits the tower once, but he says no, not even one hit on the tower, just in case.
They forced them back, and now the Brewmaster might get jumped.
That's pretty big. Does spot Nightfall here with a gem, though. And he's going to go for a Rage TP. His classic move.
Rage stolen by Rubik. Can have a little bit of protection for himself. A lot of things are BKB piercing on the side of BB Team, though. If he gets jumped by a lasso, it doesn't really save him.
So it's felt like the flow of this game, and I guess the way we've been talking about it as well, has been very Extreme favored. You know, the driving force, the Sven, moving forward, playing aggressively, but it's dead even in net worth. It's dead even in kills. BB Team have, you know, held onto their base. We're going into late game now, right? Does the Sven, like you were saying earlier, have that tremendous upper hand, or are we going into the situation again where it's team fight initiation, how you enter battles?
I think if you go ultra late game, I favor BB Team, but there will be a massive power spike before that ultra late game comes around, where I think Extreme, they're just looking so strong right now. Trying to fight into this. Mirana is under vision.
Yeah, especially if they get the second Aegis, which Arme is just pummeling down the Roshan. They do jump in onto Shinkyu, though. Trying to blow up this Rubik, but he's leapt away. Greaves are popped. He's survived. Aegis grabbed up by Arme as he just cleaves into Miero, and a stun on this DK as well. They catch up the GPK. The power spike you were talking about already emerging, very apparent there. That Extreme Gaming are the ones in the driving seat, and BB Team, they're just along for the ride.
Yeah, is that a Dragon Knight or a Paper Knight? He just disappeared when Sven started going on him there. Of course, has the MKB in hand now, so he has a little bit of extra magic damage on top of it, and his attack speed is so fast. Big play from Shinkyu there, surviving when he got jumped. I think maybe they could have bursted him, but they tried to doom the Brewmaster and get some clutch kill. But all these efforts on shutting down Rubik and Brewmaster, suddenly the Sven is just unchecked in these fights.
Yeah, now you lose two lanes?
At least, yeah. I don't see how you hold this. You don't have Doom, you don't have DK ulti. Even if you do buyback, you're still gonna die here.
Yeah, not even Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib is going to be able to save your base and heal you back up.
Call a doctor. Call the doctor.
The doctor. They need him desperately. Second lane is gone. Lines are all drawn. No rush here for Extreme Gaming to go, you know, tier 4s or anything. And of course, the tier 2 top is still standing. So they've got to come back and maintain the lanes. Hold out in the ancient spot as well to stop BB Team from making any rash, aggressive moves.
BB quickly moving out and trying to take over their own triangle again, saying we need access to this, need these resources. Brewmaster does go on the vision.
And they've got Moonlight Shadow with the infested bat looking for the backlines. The Rubik again, the point of contact that they're trying to blow up, but Xingqiu is so tanky. Leaps away again with a glimmer. The Greaves are up and Nightfall's turned on. GPK surrounded by Arme and DY gets to the high ground with a BKB TP. Successfully back to Fountain.
Oh,
but
Lifesteal.
Lifesteal is being dragged back with a Void Panda into the waiting arms of Arme, and Toronto Tokyo just calls it.
Yes, it's over. They know they can't really fight here without their carry, and good game gets called.
God, I was completely wrong with the way this series was going to go. I thought the BB team would come out playing a little bit faster, and maybe game 2 would have that longer drawn out game. Extreme Gaming though just show up, play their hearts out, super crisp, very nicely done, and the timing hit right. We talked about it. You've looked for it. You wanted the Sven to be played more and more, and Arme here. A really good showcase of why you've been saying that.
Yeah, I mean, this was a fantastic game for it. It does a really good job of shutting down the Lifestealer in these team fights. Lifestealer just had to run away. I don't know how much damage he was able to do in this game, even on Lifestealer. I feel like he was mostly just running. Even with his Radiance, he only did total 15,000, whereas the Sven did 33,000, just destroying this game completely.
Yeah, I mean, we felt the classic move of Nightfall, just going for the Rage TP several times, right? He's trying to split push, trying to cut waves, and be an active force on the map in some regard if you can't team fight properly. And they did get some very good pickoffs on Arme, right? When he was farming Ancients, when he's getting into this pivotal, critical mass moment, BB did strike to get some solo kills on him, but I just never felt like it was enough.
Yeah. I think smart itemization as well from Extreme Gaming. They, opted to go for more active items, not going for the Radiance on the Brewmaster. I think is a good sign that they understand how their draft is supposed to function. He could go for the farming build. He had the option to, but in this game, he wanted to just enable his team, be that team fight presence, and he doesn't want to take farm away from his 2 greedy cores. He has a Sven and a Shadow Fiend. So their itemization is just playing into each other and good synergy between their draft.
So I'm doing some quick maths here. Arme was like 1,500 damage away from doing the same amount of damage as all 3 cores of BB team combined.
Yeah,
it was like Arme did 33k and Doom, Lifestealer, DK did 35k combined, right? That's insanity.
It is actually. He did. I think a lot of it comes down to that Sven, once he popped the ulti, just forced everybody else to run away. How many teamfights did we see of Lifestealer, DK, or Doom just absolutely running for their lives in these fights? They didn't have something BKB piercing to hold them in place because they used Lasso for something else a lot of the time.
Yeah, BB team playing, Ding Dong Dash. They go in, they ring the doorbell, the Sven turns up at the doorstep, and you're like, nope, I am getting the hell out of here. Well, there we go. Game 1 to Extreme Gaming looking very clean in this series against BB team. We'll take a break and come back with game number 2.
into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. It is Dota time as we get into our second game of the first series of the day. BB team against Extreme. And game one was very clean from Extreme.
It really was. I feel like they did everything that they needed to. They understood their power spikes. They played good laning stage, recovered well on Sven despite multiple shutdowns on him. Overall, they just seemed like a team that was playing in unison. And meanwhile, BetBoom, you and I were talking about a little bit, going back and looking at what went wrong there in the previous game. We did talk about the Lincolns during the game, but I think we understated how much it devastated them. The Batrider and the Mirana just didn't have a way to trigger it. And due to that, they struggled so badly to go on the Sven in these fights.
Yeah, it's like you look at Extreme Gaming's draft and you think, okay, they tick all these boxes where they have minus armor, magical damage, physical damage, stuns, team fight, farming. Everything is like in place, looks nice, super cool draft. And BB team, you kind of go through that same process as well, understanding the DK is that flex. They probably wanted GPK to send it mid. He knows how to lane against SF. That DK lane went well for them. The Batrider is that kind of, additional flex as well, where it's like, if this is DK off lane, Bat's going with him. Moran is like an additional stun to go in with that Dragon Knight. They've got all these elements and tools, but it's just that final oversight of, hey, we don't have a way to deal with a single item that's bought in this game. Shadowfiend buys Lincolns. We can't jump him. Then he's hiding in the fog and he puts it on the Sven. We can't jump Sven. And we end up in these team fights where 2 or 3 times in a row towards the tail end of that game, they're jumping Rubik, who has Leap, Stolen, and Greaves in inventory and is unkillable.
I think a lot of it was just understanding of the map as well. Extreme Gaming had a very good read of where BetBoom were playing a lot of the time, especially towards the end there in one of the decisive fights on the mid lane. SF was sitting far, far back. They put the Ogre and the Rubik more in front. Even Brewmaster sitting a little bit defensively because he didn't have a way to survive the Doom at that point. He didn't have his Aeon disc yet as well. But yeah, their positioning overall was also really, really crisp. So we'll see what BetBoom can do to deal with this. I do think they fell a little bit into the trap of too many single turret disables and not enough AoE control, which they got out controlled by all these things, the SF ulti fearing people, and then a ton of stuns and disables from the rest of the team as well coming in from Extreme.
Yeah, I'm usually a pretty strong advocate of you can make anything work in Dota. We're talking about older drafts of Kuroki and interviews of him saying you don't necessarily need a single stun in your draft. Sure, stuns can make the games easier, but you can outplay and you can maneuver on the map and fulfill your own goals without necessarily having this checkbox. As a caster, I love checkboxes, right? Like tower push, flash farming, wave D push, stuff like that. If they got all of these little boxes checked, that's a good draft for me. But there are ways to play around it. But in this case, I don't think I can advocate for a draft that fails to get off the starting line because of a single item that's bought by a Shadowfiend.
Yeah, the Lincolns was pretty devastating, and I feel generally in drafts it's pretty nice to have this checkbox of thinking, oh, do we cover everything? But you can also sometimes double down on something and say, you know what, we're just gonna hit late game super hard, and okay, we have a little bit weak team fight, but late game we're monsters or whatever. If you understand the concession you're making. And Extreme Gaming, they abused what BetBoom didn't have in the previous draft. They didn't have good AoE control, and they said, okay, then we're gonna find a way to punish you. As we head into a draft here, we see the teams kind of rushing through the bans.
Yeah, and timings as well, super key, right? You talked about that Brewmaster in the game going for Vessel, Pipe after the Bracers rather than Radiance. Fully aware that when the Sven is ready, literally minute 20, the Sven had finished farming, they'd got Aegis, Brewmaster had the auras, Shadowfiend was ready to go as well. Everything just coalesced very nicely for Extreme in terms of their draft and their movements.
It really did. And we see Extreme Gaming are going to open up with the SF here going in this game. So BetBoom, I don't think you picked DK into it this time,
no?
Right? He did prove that he can lane well against the SF, and that was impressive on its own accord by GPK, but I don't think it's sufficient to say that, oh, I can survive the laning stage. You still need to be able to do a lot after the laning stage is over.
Is this a hero you can lane against SF then?
If you can lane DK against it, you can lane TA against it. I'm going to say it that way. TA is definitely a lot easier against SF, but it's still not really a favored matchup. She's okay, though, in playing unfavorable matchups a lot of the times. You can also flex this towards the safe lane. GPK loves playing this, though, so quite likely it's going to go towards mid. but could very well be carry as well.
Is TA? She's like a potential to be a recovery hero as well, right? Like if the lane doesn't go spectacularly well, you can still farm back into ancients and catch up, right?
Yeah, she's known as one of the best heroes to abandon lane on mid lane. If she gets to level 5 in decent shape, then she can jungle super fast. One of the faster jungle heroes. And the problem is, if you have a bad lane, then you lose your tempo setter. You can recover jungle, but that means that you're spending time doing that, while the opponents are going to start looking for ways to abuse your side lanes. So it's all a balancing act of, you know, our mid is starting to do better, but now our side lanes are getting punished for it. So there's a lot to read into there. I still think I prefer TA's safe lane in this patch over putting her mid against an SF, but I'm a, you know, old school TA player.
Yes.
I love mid TA. I find it to be more exciting, and I like to see what you can do with that hero in the 1v1.
Well, you got your protractor out, you measured all the angles of the mid lane, you know all the side blade, you know, refraction instances, where it's going to bounce.
Of course, of course. Yeah, I mean,
True scientist.
It takes time. I just wish that she could do more. The reason she doesn't stand that well against SF mid, by the way, is largely because of her side blades not doing full damage anymore. So if she side blades onto the SF, the damage is just 80%. You're not doing that much. The damage reduction onto the side blades really hurt her. If you put a point into it, sure, it's only 85%, 15% damage reduction, but that really adds up quickly. You do some auto attacks and suddenly it's like you've done, you know, 2 or 3 less hits.
Yeah, and then, you know, you're trying to chip away at the Shadow Fiend and you do a couple of hits, you know, 3 side blade hits, he's triple raised you and hit you 5 times, you know.
Yeah, the matchup is definitely SF favored in current patch, but quite likely we will see GPK take it and go towards mid. Otherwise, this is a solid lane too. Ogre and TA, they go hand in hand on that safe lane. You have Ogre buffing up the TA, also has great lockdown. He comes with both a stun and a slow, and later on can pump up the TA's movement speed and attack speed. He's basically the dream partner for TA.
Well, it seems like Extreme have found their recipe for success here. Shadowfiend and Sven, their opener as the 2 cores.
Yeah.
I mean, Sven has seen a little bit of play as a pos 5, but it feels like this is just like a match made in heaven. Good spread of physical and magical damage. It does remove the flex, though.
It takes away a little bit of flex, but it's also very early to be picking a Sven also into TA. TA does well against Sven overall. She's one of the few heroes in the game who can stand against Sven for a while before he gets enough auto attacks out, of course. But Refraction is super good against him when he pops his ulti. And also minus armor is quite useful. So I'm not completely sold on the drafting order here by Extreme, but if this is a flex pick Sven, then I can understand it more. Sven support is pretty good at helping people survive against the TA. So if they suddenly throw a curveball towards the end here, then it will all make sense to me.
Well, the Shinkyu Rubik's going to come out to play again. I love that Rubik is just always that hero that position 4s gravitate towards, right? FY, Jirax, Jinkyu, whoever it's going to be, this Rubik's going to be on the table and he's going to be stealing your spells and making you hate life.
I love it because it's one of the staple heroes for support, and it's one of the biggest skill expression heroes in Dota, I feel.
Oh, I like that phrase.
Yeah, there's a massive skill ceiling, and there's so many ways you can approach fights as Rubik. He's probably one of the most complex heroes in terms of available decisions. I still think there are heroes that are perhaps harder to play, but Rubik certainly has so many avenues in team fights due to his spell steal, being able to change the way you play a lot.
Did you start hearing skill expression from poker as well?
No, I can't remember. I think it was in Dota actually for me.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Is
the
it
first time I heard it was
common term in poker?
Oh, I don't know, but the first time I heard it was quite recently, within the last, I don't know, 6-9 months or so. And I was watching a poker stream and they were talking about it because, you know, poker is very kind of mathematical, you know, module heavy. And you need some way to kind of stand out as a player, right? You want to play around a little bit. And yeah, having skill expression to, you know, play your opponents, play your hand And it's definitely a cool way to look at it.
Okay, this makes sense now. So they pick up the TB here, late pick up TB for Extreme. So like I said earlier, this Sven, I don't like it as a carry here. It, you know, makes more sense if they're flexing it and then picking up a carry later on. They see the Slardar coming in. Now you're against a Slardar and a TA, two heroes who want to give you minus armor and try and kill you with physical damage only. Boom, you slam down the TB and say, I have some of the highest armor you could ask for from a carry. What are you gonna do? You need magic damage, you need some good AoE damage to control a TB, otherwise it can pop off.
Yeah, both heroes that really can struggle against like a Skadi Terrorblade as well. This Slardar and Templar Assassin. That's a really nice TB pick. Plus you've got Warcry from Sven to protect you even further. Rubik can go for that Guardian Greaves. Yep. That is a really nice
offsetting it with the minus armor from the SF as well, so the enemy are actually the ones who are going to suffer the minus armor here. They do have a good hero against TB in Grimstroke though. So BB team, they still have something nice there. The bind is also going to work pretty well to hold people in place for Slardar if he runs in with an Inkswell. There are good synergies within BB team. I just think the TB is a very nasty problem for them to try and deal with here. They need a mid laner who can do a lot of damage, put the TA towards carry, and pick someone who has tons of magic damage here.
Right, I was going to ask you about the flex, but it's not really there anymore, is it? Like, you don't want to put Slardar mid against the Shadow Fiend. Templar Assassin, like you say, kind of just wants to go safe lane with the Ogre. So yeah, last pick.
There's still some flex from Extreme. There's the potential that they're just crazy and run the TB support still and put Sven as carry, but I don't see why you would do it into a Slardar. So I'm really sold on this being a TB carry and Sven support at this point for them. And are they not going to bet out the Zeus? Because I feel that hero could be problematic for them. Lanes really well against the SF and also super good against the TB. Could bring a ton of magic damage into the Sven as well. For me, this is an obvious last ban Zeus here.
Yeah, it definitely fits very nicely. And then pick-wise, what are we looking for, like a Beastmaster or something for Extreme?
Beastmaster would work pretty well for them. He doesn't lane very well against the TA though. I don't love the lane. Perhaps there's something bigger for them to consider. The Underlord ban was good, I think, from BB team. The AoE control would be big. They're banning out the Ursa, so they're really sold on this being the mid TA still hard locked.
I've not seen him in a while. Yeah, 14% of draft, 4-4 currently. Not a popular hero by any means, but getting to the tail end of the draft, needing an offlane hero with quite a... Oh, Beastmaster was first banned by BB team anyway. He's already long gone.
Forgot it as we're kind of deep into the draft here.
Yeah.
But the Centaur is interesting to see here. I think he can provide safety as well with the movement speed. Can really help here. Warcry and Centaur ulti. This team is going to be pretty quick at repositioning, which is very useful for TB. One of the main problems with TB is that he's so slow. It can be tricky to run people down, and you usually get kited a bit.
You pop meta, enemy runs away, and you feel so sad. Oh, back to jungle I go, I guess.
But now it's a meta Warcry, meta Stampede even, and you just run them down.
That's fearsome. 40 seconds.
Discussions here. You can see the anticipation here on Xinqiu's face. Just what's it gonna be? What are you guys doing here?
What am I gonna steal this game? Are you gonna pick Zeus so I get some fun bits of lightning to throw back at you?
Please, some fun mid spells, you know. But no, maybe they're right. Maybe there's gonna be a TA mid no matter what. I feel like they need to swap the TA to safe lane here, but especially with the Centaur being picked up, TA does well against Centaur. Big Mind's armor can trade into him decently.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, what else is it going to be? Okay. I was thinking like Phantom Lancer for Nightfall. You know, is he going to grab one of these crazy Agi-Illusion heroes? And he said, oh, well, CK's better. CK is the better Phantom Lancer in this patch.
That is very true. We don't see a whole lot of peel at all. And CK does stand his ground really well. It does add more minus armor again into their draft. And CK Grimstroke is a classic combo. Super strong lane that is quite easy to feed. If you play a little bit too far up, you just gonna find yourself dying at that level 2 power spike. Level 2, we need to keep an eye on them because they will look for those kills.
They'll put the Grim with the Slaughter though, right? Save and Miero together?
Yeah, I suppose they might want to lane it like that for this lane.
But then it does mean it's going to be Ogre, CK, double melee. I mean, they're both pretty tanky. What, playing into Centaur Rubik?
It feels
that seems okay still.
Yeah, feels bad not pairing up the Grimstroke and CK when they're so potent, but the Slaughter might need the help of the Grimstroke to be able to keep the TB in check here.
The classic Sven TB lane.
He's got the new TA set on the TA. Cosmetics coming in here. Cosmetic checks. You also see a Sven with his double swords. He's got the mirroring gem.
Yeah, we'll see them once we jump into the game. Everyone's wearing some very nice, fancy, shiny clothes. Definitely looking forward to this one, though. You know, Arme, Terrorblade, Centaur, we don't see too much. The support Sven. We'll see if it gets some success here in the hands of DY.
You know what I want? I want the Centaur Aghanims to ever be played. It feels so sad that that item is still not used. Maybe if we get a late game here, we could see it. They did change it now, so you're completely invulnerable in it, not just untargetable, which seems like a big buff.
Can you cast spells while you're in there? What's the deal?
Yeah, you can do stuff, I think.
Okay.
You can use spells, you can auto-attack, you just can't move around.
Right.
So
you can Requiem then? We can,
you could.
we can you cart him
Yeah,
out,
I mean,
Requiem
one
out.
of the combos is to pop a CM ulti and get pulled around with a Centaur cart, right? It's a meme combo. It's not really strong, but no, you can you can cast spells.
I remember the Lesh one as well. Just turn on Pulse Nova and get dragged around, go into the middle of everybody. It was pretty cool.
One horsey
One
pulling
HP
another
Lesh.
horsey.
Pop, yeah, a horse on the back of a horse. A Centaur on a Centaur. Oh, here we go. Game 2, 2-game series. Important stuff, of course, to get victories here. Day 2 of the groups for the Riyadh Masters.
Good
Extreme
start
game
for
taking
Extreme.
on BB Team.
Already knowing that they cannot lose this, at least they're one game up, and puts them in a very comfortable spot here in this BO2. Of course, they would like to get a double win here, since BetBoom did get a 2-0 in their first matchup.
Yeah, especially facing off against one of the EPT invited teams early on as well. You kind of expect this first blood attempt on an Ogre. Tanky Toronto Tokyo is going to take quite a bit of damage here. As I go toe-to-toe with 4 members of Extreme Gaming.
He's just trying to fit as many T's as possible, toe-to-toe, Tanky Toronto Tokyo.
Welcome to the life of a play-by-play caster. You've got to have a bit of fun with it,
you get paid per T, you say, or something?
Just set yourself challenges, You start a sentence, it's like, wait, I've said 3 T's in a row. How many more can I fit in here?
Gareth's advice for a new caster: just start out every cast with a little bit of a tongue twister like that.
Yeah, no, it sets you up nicely. I mean, we used to play games back in the day of fitting in buzzwords and stuff like that. Like, how many times can you say power spike before you get pissed off at saying power spike?
Yeah, I remember some casters saying, "Okay, you got to say vegetable in this game." It's like, okay.
I just put these funny words in. These are the things you only find about after the fact. You're listening to a cast, all sounds natural and normal. Oh, he said an interesting word there. I wonder what his vocabulary choice was about this one. Yeah, it's because Fogged was like, if you don't say vegetable, I'm not going to give you a beer tonight.
Yeah, that's true. Fog usually gets in on those. Bottom lane, we see a Sven wrapping around, just being obnoxious here, trying to look for whatever he can do, but Save staying safe. Not gonna get caught by the Sven. This bottom lane is pretty dominant for the Slardar and Grimstroke, I think. The double melee of Sven TB, not quite as strong. He does get the pull, though.
It feels like so far top lane is kind of a similar story as well. Double melee, you lose first blood with Toronto Tokyo dying. X success, Jinkyu able to get up in the face of the CK already quite early on and do some good harassment in these first couple of minutes.
Yeah. Mid lane, GPK doing a good job with his laning as TA here as well, holding off on Refraction until the first raise lands. This is a crucial thing in this matchup. If you pop Refraction, then you will take tons of damage because he hits you, lands the first raise, and then you take tons of damage from the subsequent ones. But instead, not using Refraction immediately, you can block the next ones. And now he's level 3.
Oh,
he's
save.
feeling fine.
Or is he dying to the Sven? DY takes down the Grimstroke bottom. That first metamorphosis with a stun. Like you said, just having a disable in lane here for the TB makes him feel so much happier.
Yeah, Blood Grenade and Reflection, good combination as well. Slow him down and get a few auto attacks in with the Sven. And now good lane control here, holding the creeps in a favorable position for Radiant.
Trying to toe that line. Slider does push it forward a little bit. Drags his own wave back. I've been a big fan of seeing Shadow Fiend come back to the forefront of Dota again. You know, back in the day, this was a hero that everyone was just practicing, you know, 1v1 solo mid. This is the real indicator of skill. And I guess still going to be a similar story with the high level of play we have now. GPK has already shown in game 1 that he's done his Shadow Fiend practice. You know, lane DK into it, lane TA into it. I would imagine that he's probably got a solid 10 heroes that he's comfortable with laning into Shadow Fiend with how popular the hero is.
I think GPK is outplaying XM a little bit on this mid lane. The SF is supposed to be winning more than he is here, and the TA in a very good spot as they're basically dead even on CS 17-2 versus 17-2 right now. And this is not really how the lane should be going, so BB team gonna feel happy with this advantage.
Yeah, and this is something that might not be important right now. But if BB team, get through the groups, get into playoffs, this is a draft advantage waiting to happen, right? Because other teams are banning Shadow Fiend and not letting it through, etc. BB team have let it through twice. Yes, they've lost to it once, but they're showing that they can lane against it and they can play against it. So all of a sudden, you've, unlocked a new ban spot for yourselves.
Definitely. It gives them comfort. And they can also play it themselves if they ever see a chance that, oh, you know what, we want to play the SF, and they can bring that out as well. So it gives them the flexibility in the drafts. Like you said, a little bit of an advantage as the tournament progresses here. Side lanes, we haven't talked about them too much, but things are looking pretty decent for every core. CK trailing a little bit, but the Centaur is leading the way.
He's up there having a great time. XM, every time I look mid, taking meld strike hits. I'm getting chipped at by the side blade splashes. Pretty even between the two of them in terms of farm, but like you said, TA kind of victorious in terms of the way the lane's going.
Yeah, the hard part is over for TA now. She's level 5. At this point, the level or the matchup is TA favored. If you get here in a decent shape, it's all about the first few creep waves. But SF, he can just double raise the creep waves and start popping into jungle, use some clarities, mangoes, and start farming up really fast.
Yeah, got acceleration going. And Toronto Tokyo, a little stack on a small camp, can pull it. 20 seconds.
Oh, save. Looks like he was thinking about running for the bounty room, but not going to be in time as the SF already took it.
Nightfall just chucking stuns at XXS to try and pseudo deny the creep. Don't let him get the last hit.
Yeah, that's all he can do to this Centaur. Centaur is just way too thick to take any damage here from this Ogre CK lane. Not really as potent as if we had Grimstroke here, but as we touched in the draft, Grimstroke kind of has to go against this TB or he has too free of a time.
A little bit of movement happening now. We're 15 seconds away from that active rune spawning. Rubik has stuck up top. We'll see if Shinkyu actually makes a move elsewhere, because Sven he's stacking jungle down bottom, it looks like, and moving towards rune. But BB team have brought more numbers that little bit faster. 2 heroes at the bottom rune spot, Toronto Tokyo guarding the top, which is a regen.
Call your friends, call everybody, and the regen rune is going to go the way of TA, I think. Rubik cannot really get in there and deny.
I was thinking about it. A nice D-ward here from Toronto Tokyo as well. Realizing vision had been placed, immediately dewarding it.
Yeah, and he didn't even have high ground vision. He just walked close, hugged the cliff, and gets that deward because the observer is close enough to give himself that high ground vision. Bottom lane, Miero going pretty low here.
And the Terrorblade with Metamorphosis up. I'm trying to get in on top of the Slaughter with a Sven, but with no Stormhammer. You're just going to click him once and then walk away.
That's a good goal still. Do a ton of damage. Now under tower, he doesn't have that much HP on the Slardar, and the TB can CS this creep wave quite safely. Sometimes the objective isn't to kill your opponent. You just want to secure the next creep wave, secure more farm. Speaking of farm, the TA popping in to clear a double camp here, looking for those 7-minute items.
And it's also like putting the Slaughter within kill threshold, where the next go would kill him if he sticks around. So he's skirting the edges of the lane, trying to sit back on the tower, not feeling comfortable at all.
5 neutrals killed and no neutral item dropped for the TA, so unlucky. Next time maybe.
Oh.
Maybe Ogre will find one top because of that. Of course, every creep you kill does increase the chance.
That's unfortunate. We'll see them come out eventually. And Miero contesting small camp here. I guess knowing that there's no metamorphosis anymore, feels pretty comfortable with his bracer strength treads.
Yeah, he's feeling safe. Mid lane, the rune spawning again here. We see Radiant controlling the bottom rune this time, so no double rune control for BB team this time. They are still going to lock out and get the top one, though.
Do traps have souls?
They do. Yeah, if you kill a trap, you imprison its soul, SSF.
So cogs don't have souls, but traps do. How is this?
Oh, actually, maybe they took it away. Yeah, maybe it was taken away recently. Perhaps they made the... I know they specifically fixed the cogs. I don't know if they fixed the TA traps. Because you can't abuse that the same way.
Right, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that level 1 fountain cog farming is kind of nutty stuff. Yeah, but it was very specific where it's like, cogs don't have souls in the patch notes, right? They didn't say anything about the TA traps.
Yeah, it was just to prevent that. There were a lot of old, very old school SF abuses. I mean, this goes back to Dota 1 days, dude. We were doing that back when I played competitively. I remember a game that Puppy was casting and I was playing. What a backwards world.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Puppy
was that
was
a
calling
summit
out
or something?
Yeah, he was calling out. It was in some... what was it? It was a worldwide tournament. We were playing against the Chinese team, and he called out that it was very creative that we were doing a thing with, I think, Venomancer at the time. We ran to Roche, put down Veno wards, and Roche needed 2 hits to kill the Veno wards, so you could just deny them between every hit.
That was cool. Man, you guys did a lot of funny stuff. I remember your Crystal Maiden anti-mage mid lane days, man.
I remember Dendy didn't like those lanes.
No,
back in the game, we have the TA clearing up tons of creeps, but meanwhile, the top tower is falling. Extreme. They have made the rotation with their carry here. Active movement. The first move of the game has been enabled by Extreme, and they're going to take out the first objective here.
I mean, that's pre-minute 10 as well. Didn't even need the next catapult wave to come in. Let's kill the tower off, and it also gave money for the Shadow Fiend to buy Blink Dagger. So that first move then topples the dominoes to have the second move ready, so Shadow Fiend can go and fight.
Yeah, and going for that Blink before the Kayasha. This is a different itemization from what we saw last game, so he wants to play more combo into his teammates. The TA traps.
Up the top. A lot of traps, a lot of nonsense. The dead wife is thrown at him here by the Grimstroke, but he's got Stampede. Create a bit of a gap as the Blink Requiem. XM moves forward, sends them all back with a fear. DY can't connect with a stun, and that's going to be it. The high ground's held by BB team as they think about turning back. Maybe get on top of Xinkyu and blow up the Rubik with a Melt Strike.
A little bit too ambitious with the SF ulti there, blinking in. It's not quite that fast when you don't have the Kayasha. And didn't really have teammates nearby, so they use an ulti, still lose their Rubik as well. And BB team gonna come out ahead on that one. Now looking towards mid.
Oh, nice crush. That's going to have the distance for Miero there. XXS, I mean, he's pretty damn tanky. Vanguard, the phase boot's a nice pickup here for that bonus armor. It's all these little things, you know, just making sure that you've got that, you know, that little bracer, that little wraith band, that little bit from the chainmail. Everyone's buying items to kind of stack up their armor and HP to survive.
It's funny, by the way, that this was such an early pick TA, because when you look at Radiant, they really don't have good heroes against TA in these mid-game fights. All these damage outputs are so blockable by refraction. Not many damage over times, no quick way to burst refractions. So she's going to be a force to be reckoned with here in the first, I want to say, like 20 minutes now.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. You know it. It's the Midas. Greedy supports. We saw the jungling alchemists who we've seen. Now the laning ogre magi's. You got to get your money as a support. You can't take the mid player out of him. You know, too many games on Invoker, too many Midas purchased.
That's true. You got to scale. You gotta go late game.
This is what happens when a mid player says, "I can transition, guys. I can play hard support." Proceeds to queue up the Midas.
Well, it's pretty classic, isn't it? It's
I
pretty
feel like this item is a little bit griefy here. I do feel like Pavis would be better. Just get that solo crest for your team, get the Pavis going early on for a little bit of impact. But Ogre is one of the supports who can go for Midas as a support and, you know, still have the impact that you want from him. Definitely a slower approach, though.
Yeah, definitely a waiting game. I'm just waiting for Toronto Tokyo in next games to pick Jakiro and go, you know, which Blade Dragon lands. So I'm a position 5 for
Maelstrom
sure.
Jakiro support coming in.
Maelstrom Jakiro, yeah. I tried playing that last night in a turbo game, and it was pretty fun. I lost, but I enjoyed the game. I'm not sure if my teammates did.
Dear God, I'm glad I don't queue turbo. I'm not gonna find you, Gareth.
Follow me doing some wild stuff. Jump in onto Shinkyu. Oh yeah, dispatched with quickly. Well, the minus armor and the damage out of GPK.
Definitely the power spike here. The double blink dagger. Slaughter has his blink, TA has the blink, so now they can just jump in with the Inkswell and get some quick pickoffs.
And you said it right, GPK are a real viable threat now on the map. Hitting this power spike up near the top of the net worth. And making a move mid as well with Miero, getting a 2-man stun. Catching up onto DY, trying to blast them down with a nice soulbind there as well. But this Centaur a little too much to contend with.
Right now it's BB team making all the moves across the map here, and we don't really see the impact of the Shadow Fiend as much. He's 0-0-1, having a bit of a quiet game. He did try with that one ulti, but TA is making bigger moves right now.
So what's next for the SF? Does he go back into Yashikaya?
Yeah,
is it BKB?
He's building towards the Yashikaya. I don't think you can play the hero without it, is how good it is this patch.
Gotcha.
Quick races and quick ulti is just impossible to pass up. I do think going Blink first didn't work out this game. He tried to play on a timing, but since Centaur doesn't have his Blink yet, well, he has it now, the rushed Blink Dagger didn't feel that impactful from SF. But now they have the same thing as BB team have. Blink on your mid, blink on your offlaner. You can start comboing people.
God. I had to go in game and make sure that it is Yashikaya. My brain was like, is it Kaya Yasha? Is it Yashikaya? Sanjin Yashikaya, Sanj Yashikaya. They all have, one of them comes first in each of them.
Is what it is. It's a cute Yasha.
Little cutie Yasha.
Here comes the blink. Gank attempted, but look at BB team. They have the read on this. They're like, we don't see you. TA Trap's doing a good job scouting. They have deep vision. Don't see the enemy heroes. So they're just playing under towers.
It's like process of elimination, right? They're not defending bot. There's no one showing mid-wave. There's no one in top jungle. They must be somewhere doing something. Yeah. It's spooky and dark out there. But at the very least, Extreme Gaming gets some wards down of their own.
Yeah, T-Traps are great for just acting as a little security alarm as well. It's going to tell you now they saw a TB backing out from their own jungle, so they have a good read on where they are. And Midas update, the Ogre doesn't have it yet. He's still waiting. If he gets one more D-word here, though, I think that could get it.
Sick update.
20 more gold. He's so close. At least he's not just farming creeps for it. He's actually doing the support job of D-warding to get his Midas.
So blessed to have a position 5 like that.
It's going to be huge, Gareth. The power spike.
In 10 minutes.
No. All comes down to this, Gareth. Is it worth it or not? All comes down to, does he multicast the first usage? If he doesn't, I mean, you might as well you call it noob ogre.
You are absolutely correct. It is all down to that first multicast. Then you're like, I wish I was Doom with the Devil's Bargain so I can sell it.
Yeah. Slaughter and TA going into Roche, but that's unimportant. Ogre is going towards a big camp right now. He's heading there.
Can we get a picture of the Ogre?
Yeah. He's doing his wording, and now quickly. Oh, he gets it! He snaps the double multicast here.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
Big money.
He's level 9 now.
What kind of camp was it?
It was a satyr, so he got big experience from it.
Oh yeah, big XP, big money.
And
well, Roshan is dying.
Yeah.
BB team gonna get Aegis here for the TA. GPK is gonna grab it.
Pretty well concealed Roche with CK playing on lane during that. So this may not have been completely obvious to Extreme. And Extreme losing grip of this game pretty hard. I am concerned for the support Sven. If the game progresses like this, then he can get to a point where he's just food and his armor is not going to be sufficient to save anyone.
I mean, things have pretty quickly slowed down, honestly. You know, we had these snappy moves coming out of BB team, blinking, stunning, Extreme Gaming tried to make a move of their own with that Centaur Blink debut, but not able to really grab someone and get a kill. It's 2-3 at 17 minutes, you know, complete night and day comparison to game one, where we had a bit of a bloodbath, lots of team fights and a bit of chaos. Now it's get your heroes to hit their timings. Extreme Gaming, it's just all about Terrorblade, it feels like. You know, going this man to Skadi, he's having to contend with his TA and the CK, while BB Team have this Tricore that seem like they're gonna do pretty damn well at scaling against what Extreme has.
I think so. The TB has so much weight on his shoulders in this game because the SF is not really getting stuff done across the map. They smoke up now again, looking for something. They need to pick on the TA. She does have the Aegis and Blink, of course.
Well, jump. They Requiem, wind it up, and look to kill her off. Pushed back a little closer here to Extreme as well, but BB Team coming in to defend her. DY jumped by the Slardar, the lift up, GPK dragged back in towards the SF. They've blown up Miero though on the left-hand side with Arme opening up with that Metamorphosis. So Aegis down, Slardar dead, and Tier 1 about to crumble.
Yeah, TB pushing now, has the Manta ready as well.
Another jump. XXS making these moves swiftly onto GPK, and he disappears. Huge blow up on the TA. Nightfall trying to burst the Terrorblade down, but Alme, he just stands there. Lets him hit him, surrounded by his team, backed up by the squad, and 3 members down on BB Team who, we're just praising them at how well they look to scale.
Everything looked so good for them, but they take this big fight and they decide to fight without the Slardar again, going into a TB who still had his illusions from the illusion rune, and there was just too much damage output coming in. I don't think they can go without the extra disable and minus armor from Slardar there. You could see the TB almost dying. If he was corrosive haste, maybe he could have been brought down. But yeah, beautiful fight. Finally, they got the big value from the SF as well. We see a replay here of what happened. That was a beautiful setup. They catch a TA, make her run down the river with her Aegis, and she couldn't get the insta-blink out due to the race as well.
And then they come back in with that second flurry of attacks.
That was a choice, though. That was a choice by BB to take that fight, even though they lost their offlaner. Oh, back in the game, speaking of the offlaner, Miero dropping pretty low here.
Where is he? Over in that mid lane. Yeah, XM finds him. But again, it's this like 20-minute mark where Extreme Gaming just seems so much crisper and concise with hitting this timing and looking towards the next fight. XXS has Crimson Guard now. This game starts to get kind of difficult for Bet Boom to output damage.
They're getting towards all the survivability items. Extreme Gaming are playing extremely meta here. They're getting the stuff that they want. The Shard is coming in soon for Sven, so that's going to give a ton of armor with the Warcry, and Undispellable is also not too bad to have. The Rubik almost has full Greaves at this point, and of course then the aura from the SF as well playing into this. Interestingly, Ame going for this Soul Fragment Facet is working out well for him. Because yesterday we saw the other Facet being played by Watson.
And what's the reason for it?
It's I don't know. I mean, he was looking to do an early Sunder from low HP. He does have low HP a lot of the time now due to the way you have to pay HP to summon illusions. I'm not sure why you would want to go for this over the other one. Most people I see take the other one.
Yeah, I guess this, in some regard, can kind of clean up your itemization. You know, you don't rely on arcane boots from your teammates. You don't need a null or a Bassi or anything like that, right? Which we've previously seen from Terrorblades just to kind of sustain on the map. Mm-hmm. You don't need to buy clarities. Hell, you know, 50 gold a pop starts to get expensive.
Yeah. I mean, he's always threatening to go in with these Sunder ganks. Even there, he was looking towards maybe getting up, Sundering the Ogre and going for a quick pickoff. It's a very risky way to play because half the game he's just spending about 50%, 60% HP on this Terrorblade. He does have Vampire Fangs, which greatly helps him.
Yeah.
I wonder if he didn't find Vampire Fangs, if he would have itemized to solve his HP problem.
Yeah, potentially. It's maybe
casual mask, I guess.
It's made me think of, we were speaking about 9 class earlier on in his Terrorblade. Made me think that he's kind of brought back that old school build of Armlet Shadowblade Dagon. I can't remember who he was playing against, but it was quite recently, within the last couple of months, the position 5 Terrorblade going for the insta-kill build in a pro game.
The insta-kill build, it was stronger when the +5 TB was stronger. They nerfed the AoE on the level 1 reflection and nerfed reflection overall since then. So it's not as viable anymore. But there was a time when the support TB was actually really strong. Of course, that was brought to us by 9 class. And we gonna see Tormentor being taken now. Radiant find a good window to go for it. Do they need backup here? I don't think the two of them take it, right? Or... Okay, I guess maybe Greaves. Yeah, Greaves is gonna be enough here from Shinkyu. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's Harmony. It's Shinkyu.
Didn't think of the Greaves on Rubik. I still haven't adapted to the new patch, of course. Looking for XXS on mid lane here. Jump.
It's like 3,000 HP with Crimson Guard. A lot of minus armor coming his way with a Soulbind as well. But now Warcry, the healing in, the Stampede out, and he is fine. That's a 1v5 where he doesn't die.
Bleed for me, he says. Yeah, he is lucky that Warcry was nearby as well, or lucky, but he played close enough to his support there, and a lot of resources expanded there. No long ulti necessarily, but the big move, the smoke, so much was put into this gank, and they don't get anything for it. It's Ignite is lasting forever on Sven, by the way. He's still Ignite for like 10 more seconds here.
Jeez.
Hit by a big multicast. That's because of the Midas. The level ups on the Ogre.
It's all down to the Midas. But I mean, that was meant to be a kill into a tower, into map control, into a move. And a BB team, that was meant to be that first step of many. And not getting over the hurdle definitely hurts them. We're starting to think about that next Roshan as well. As Extreme do come out onto this map. Down into the bottom lane, looking towards the enemy Ancients here. Inkswell stolen.
The pings are coming out. They're saying they're down here. BB team have a good read of what the move is right now for the side of Extreme Gaming. Of course, they're sieging up the tower. TB has his meta ready. And BB team, meanwhile, not really making an active move somewhere. There's important items on the horizon, though. The Ogre Magi soon has his first real item after the Midas. He is 800 gold away from a Crimson Guard. And the Grimstroke, perhaps the most important item in the entire game, is if he can get his Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, yeah.
He's optimistically building towards one. He has a long way to go, though. He needs 2,600 gold. So, if he gets it, he can make an insane illusion of the TB.
Did he get the money rock?
He did. He did.
Okay, nice. So I've seen a lot of support. I think 3 or 4 people have got that Philosopher's Stone right now in this game.
Look at the push, though. They're already just cutting through this tower. Where's BB team? Are you home?
Yeah, there's a question mark. Knock, knock. Anyone here? No.
There's a lot of knocking going on. TB with a shard as well. Those illusions.
And someone comes up to your door, knocks on it with a jackhammer. You know,
It's just
destroy everything. It's an entire lane of barracks gone.
This is so unusual to what we normally see. Not with an Aegis, just going in, recognizing, you know what, you're not strong enough to fight us right now. And Extreme Gaming, get it done.
Yeah, and this is really, I mean, this is ideal as well, right? Because it's nighttime. It's going to be nighttime Roshan. We know when he spawns, but the players can be thinking he spawns anytime from now on. So you've taken the opposing lane of barracks, so that's kind of just a free-flowing lane now, where BB team have to come and cut waves and deal with it, contend with it, prune back, creep wave after creep wave, while Extreme Gaming can very comfortably just sit top left corner and wait for Roche now.
Yeah, it already could be up, and it has to spawn in a while, so... Extreme Gaming doing the right thing, playing the area. Rubik is nearby to check it. DY pings it out like, go check it, dude. We need to know if it's up already. It's going to be 1 minute.
The multicast caught on camera. The picture-in-picture. Yes.
Big. He does have the full Crimson Guard now. So that's one power spike coming in for the side of BB team. They also have the BKB on the TA that she didn't have in the last big team fight. But they're still missing Slardar and CK's BKBs in this fight. Both of them close to it, but don't have it.
Yeah, I keep forgetting there's a CK in this game. I'm not going to lie. Nightfall has been very quiet. Maybe this fight can turn things around, but Miero's smoke breaks. Tries to deal with a creep wave, but an awkward spot for BB team to be in right now as Extreme Gaming have a firm control of this top lane.
I love Centaur just walking towards them there for a bit. Like, yeah, you want to go on me? You can reveal your smoke on me. He knows he is nearly unkillable here with Sven behind him to protect him as well. And BB team are just going to have to back out after that awkward smoke reveal. Maybe work towards their timings. They are conceding Roche if it was to be up already. And it's going to spawn right now. Shinkyu will call the boys over. And a re-smoke. They go again. Take number 2 here for BB team. They're going.
It feels like you can't give this to them for free. You've got to do something. You're in a bit of a rut right now, so you need a bit of chaos.
In time, though? This is fast. This is way faster than you expect.
They are not. They are not in time. I think they know that as well. They've held back. They're waiting to see what comes around the corner. We have seen a fair amount of these surprise fights where they get a jump on someone after Aegis is claimed, because there is this little bit of, relaxation after you kill Roshan, where it's like, okay, we did it. But it looks like BB team unable to use this moment to strike.
Painful, though. Normally, when the opponents take Roche, maybe you at least split push, get something, farm some items. But BB team, they spent like 2 minutes there trying to contest the Roche, use 2 smokes for it, valuable smokes that you really want as the game progresses. And they didn't get anything for it. Now with the Aegis, Butterfly is complete as well for the TB. His timing is absurd now. He is such a monster. Butterfly and all these cores are right-click cores. How do you ever kill him?
I don't know. I don't know. Kill him 3 times as well through Sunder and Aegis. Stampede's there to help him. Warcry's there as well. Loads of buffs. And they'll jump onto this Terrorblade and poke him a bit with a Slardar. The CK's moved in. Stormhammer comes out. Soulbind from the Grimstroke, trying to contend with Centaur and Terrorblade.
He's not taking damage.
Stand there and take literally no damage. XXS with the Crimson. DUI with a Warcry, and your tier 3 crumbles. Like, okay, nobody's died, but you're not defending your base. You're meant to defend the Ancient, not let it fall. Miera's jumped in again, trying to kill off the Shinkyu Rubik. He finally gets a kill, but dies for it. The buyback out of the Rubik now. There is not one available for the Slardar. So Arme with this Metamorphosis just cruising through the Dire base right now.
Yeah, Creep's coming back as well. Backdoor protection is going to go away. And still Aegis in hand. They can just let the TB be on the front line here. No Slardar available.
Yeah,
they can work it in all they want. Doesn't really matter.
Oh, I'm silenced, am I? What a shame. I'll just continue clicking these buildings, shall I? Another tier 3 down. Reality Rift drags Arme back in towards them. Maybe a first kill here, but the Requiem takes out Nightfall. Arme, has he got Sunder? In a second he does, but it doesn't look like he even bloody needs it. GG called. I don't know, BB team in this game too, just falling far, far short of expectations.
That TB pick, the 4th pick TB,
the Sven bait.
It was, yeah, the Sven bait looking like that was going to be a carry into counter picking Sven with the Slardar going for this Miner's Armor strat. And then when you're deep committed to the Miner's Armor strat, they slap down the TB pick on the 4th phase. I think this game was a draft win so hard by Extreme. Really smart how they executed it. And yeah, look at them. They're just feeling confident after that. That was so beautifully done. Not the most exciting game kill-wise, perhaps, for us, but still a beautiful showcasing of understanding the patch.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff. I mean, Shinkyu getting very animated there. I'm not sure what's going on in the comms, but his Rubik. It felt like in both games, Shinkyu's Rubik was the only hero that could be gone on, and even he put up a lot of resistance. With his Greaves, a lot of tankiness. You jump the Rubik, and maybe you kill him, and even if you do, it's like, okay, the cores are still alive.
Yeah, for sure. I think he, they identified him as possibly a weak link, but it doesn't matter as we see some of the highlights here from the game that we just had. The beautiful kill onto the Aegis. This Aegis TA did not really result in anything good. In fact, it even brought them a team loss here, or a team fight loss. And the 5v5 engagements, Extreme Gaming just looked like they had way better tools to deal with everything that Bet Boom had to offer.
Yeah, I mean, this Terrorblade just standing his ground. Not a care in the world. Like, did Arme die once that game?
He did not, no. And also, the SF didn't die a single time, and the Centaur didn't die a single time. So, you didn't kill a single core in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, 3 deaths on the Shinkyu Rubik. He just shows himself. He has Ghost Scepter, he has Greaves, he has Magic Wand. Just absolutely incredible stuff. Well drafted, well executed by Extreme here with a nice 2-0 victory over BB team. Looking very, very good. And again, day 2 of group stage, super important you get some of these 2-0 victories, because that now pushes you up to the top of the group. That now gives you a little bit of leeway heading into the latter stages of the group stage as well, because thinking about the group, this group for Extreme Gaming is still a pretty spicy one. Even though people look at Group A and say that's the nasty group of death, there's still teams out there like Liquid, like Tundra, Entity that can step up to the plate and battle back.
I definitely think so. Yeah, both Group A and Group B are very competitive, and Extreme Gaming, they are here to prove that they are a strong team and strong contender for the top spot in Group B as well. And making it look so easy against BetBoom, that gives me a lot of confidence for their matches going forward. I expected this to be a much harder series for them, but Game 2 just looked simple all the way.
Yeah, I mean, maybe clash of styles, maybe a bit of tilt in the BB team's camp there going into Game 2. But absolutely, it's like super confident drafting and play style, you know, really understanding what they need to bring to the table. And just thinking back to Game 1, you know, the Shadow Fiend response to DK must have felt really nice, but I'm sure we can ask about that, you know, what their expectations were coming out of that lane, and did they expect GPK to do as well as he did? And having this Ogre and this Sven, position 5 heroes, even in these like double melee lanes, a few weeks back I would have said, you know, this is nonsense. Why have you got a double melee safe lane? You're going to lose. But it's working out with these specific heroes.
Extreme Gaming do not prioritize so much the laning matchups necessarily. They prioritize the power spike around minute 15 to 20 from what I'm seeing. That's what they want to hit as hard as possible and take over the game. And even if you have a lane that may not be doing that well early on, it's still fine.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Like really looking for these timing hits as best they can. You know, minute 20, I think this is going to be something that we look at non-stop for Extreme Gaming in particular, is the minute 20 timing where they just want to snap into action. They've got a couple of core items. They're looking for Roshan. And you've talked about it before, is this ability to go for Tormentors as well. You know, there's so much stuff to do on the map that the best teams are doing all of them.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall you need to be prepared for multiple different things in this group stage. Overall, you need to be prepared for how you're going to deal with the laning stage. We've seen some teams crumble there, and you need to be prepared for how you're going to hit your power spike, whatever it may be.
It looks like we've got an interview coming up pretty shortly. Let's see if we can get someone on the line here. I think we requested Jinq. We'll see if he's popped over to have an interview with us, just getting things set up there and ready for ourselves, as we can just kind of think about what would you ask Jinq?
I mean, there's so much to ask him, but we'll have to see what we have time as we first have a little highlight here. I don't know. I feel like this game was almost too untested, to the point that it's hard to ask him exactly what went into this game. Game 1, I feel, is a little bit more one-sided or exciting, as Game 2 was pretty one-sided. Here we see a lot of the fights going back that we had in Game number 1.
I'm just seeing these back as well. This Arme Sven, you know, pops out the jungle, rears his head, and yeah, forces a GG at the end there. Swings his sword a couple of times, and it's all over. Just all the freedom in the world for Arme to do whatever the hell he wanted. You know, given a decent lane, given a bit of free time in the jungle, and a lot of room there for Arme just to build himself up and, you know, rally his team. You're grouping up around his position 1 carry. He was incredibly strong. You know, usually we're thinking about minute 25, minute 30, going into second Roshan, but Extreme Gaming taking like a lane of barracks minute 20 without Aegis, without anything, because they know that their item timings and level timings are just hitting that peak that little bit faster.
Yeah, even going for, you know, skipping the Dragonlance in the TB game, going from Manta into Eye of Skadi, he knows that it's very important he gets his key items as soon as possible. The Dragonlance is like a bit of luxury for TB some fights, but instead he wanted to have the Eye of Skadi as soon as possible in game number 2. And even in game 1, where they shut him down a lot early game, you can see what he can do when he just gets his items. Ame's read on the team fights and how to start them is really, really superb.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. And then thinking about how they're just all given room to sit back and wait. You know, I'm having flashbacks to that game 1 where they had that Lincoln's, you know, passed over to the Sven, Shadow Fiend, Rubik hiding the fog, you know, waiting for these moments to jump. There's like no panic and there's no redundancy either. They know exactly which hero, you know, they know what the opponent's going to do. They know which hero is going to show, and they know who they need to try and get onto on the backlines as well. So they're just waiting for that moment, that perfect moment to strike, and it feels like it's given to them. But again, coming back to, you know, the old luck is, you know, preparation and whatever the hell the phrase is saying is. I forgot.
Is when preparation and opportunity collide or something.
Thank
like
you.
That.
That's the one. That's what Extreme Gaming are doing in these games, right? They are preparing themselves. They're waiting for that opportunity. They know what their opponents want to do, and they're just looking for that moment to have that perfect teamfight initiation.
Yeah, definitely. And the positioning is really key for them, I think. So many of these fights that they go into, they just really have a good understanding of how the opponents want to initiate. And they say, okay, you can initiate, but you're going to do it on Jinkyu. You're going to do it on our supports. It's never going to be the key heroes getting picked up early. And that was the impressive part for me, and especially game number 1. A lot of those tense moments where BB Team had all the tools they needed to pick off and kill anybody they spotted left out. But Extreme, they just were on the money with the read. And even in this game number 2, we saw a double smoke around by BetBoom, and they just couldn't really get the catch on Extreme.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like something that you can necessarily, prepare draft-wise against. This is much more of a, watch replays, figure out the flow of the game, something you've potentially got to feel as well.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to even articulate what it is. Same thing with these rotations. You may not have perfect vision of the opponent, but sometimes you have a feeling like this is where they gotta be, and that game feel and the understanding is what leads to the success here for them.
They're just like vibe checking the entire time, Extreme Gaming really vibing themselves. As we do have an interview here, I think it's XXS joining us on the line with a translator as well, I believe, as we can jump in and get to the interview. Hello.
Yes, indeed. We do have XXS from the position 3 player from XG here with us. XXS, I have a question for you. Yesterday, during XM's interview, he reviewed a strat to us. He told us that you guys have been first picking Shadowfiend in your scrims, and you guys have been unbeatable. His Shadowfiend specifically has been invincible. And today, you guys actually did it. People thought he was joking, but you guys actually did it. The madman. You guys first picked Shadowfiend for 2 games, and you absolutely crushed with it. Can you tell us, like, what is this like an intended strat? Are you guys just that confident that you can review stress and crush everyone with that? 就想问你，昨天呢，在 XM 的采访里面呢，他已经透露给大家，就是说你们现在已经在一选影魔，而且他的影魔强无敌。当时呢，很多人听了都觉得他是个铁串子。但是今天你们还真的2把都选出了影魔，一选影魔，而且非常轻松的获胜了。就想问你，你们已经是强到有这么自信吗？就是可以真的就透露你们的战术，然后就一选影魔，随便撵啊？
因为毛哥觉得他是世界最强的影魔吧，就觉得不怕别人针对他，然后感觉也确实是这样的。
Wow, so XM said that XM, he personally feels that XM himself feels that he is the strongest Shadowfiend player in the world right now, and his Shadowfiend is absolutely uncounterable. So he's not afraid of any counter picks. They're just going to first phase pick it, and XSS agrees with that assessment. So next, we're going to ask you about following this. Yesterday during your second game win against Team Liquid, you were top net worth, and people were saying that this is what it takes for you guys to actually win the game against Team Liquid. But today, you guys, you are much more laid back. You are just, playing your Broom Master, playing your Centaur Warrunner, and you are just, sitting at third net worth comfortably. Is this because you know for a fact that XM's Shadowfiend, again, is invincible and you can just do whatever? Or is it because you want to give the spotlight to like other people on your team? 同样，今天就昨天呢，你们终于获胜这个李逵战队的时候呢，是因为你是经济第一嘛，然后很多人就说需要 XXS 经济肥起来才好赢，但是今天呢，你就妥妥的就是作为正常的一个3号位，就想问你是因为毛哥的影魔真的强无敌，并且你就躺就完事了，还是说你觉得你要主动的把这个舞台给你的队友呢？
就是感觉 BP 出来的阵容里，就是需要谁更肥一点好赢，就让谁更肥一点吧。然后主要是毛哥影魔太强了，然后把三角区的远古都让给他，然后就躺着就行了。
Well, XSS says that, we still do things logically. It's still based on draft. We look at the draft and we think, who's the one that really needs all the farm. And in this case, he says all the triangle farm, the ancients, all of them has been given over to our Shadowfiend player, XM. So he doesn't need to do anything. He just lets XM get fat and, you win the game for him. So, final question. You have a There was a long time teammate of yours, Baboka. You guys have been teammates for like 7 or 8 years. Counting, and now you guys are on different teams. And unfortunately, given how the Chinese teams have not been performing so well in the play-ins, he has unfortunately been eliminated. Can I ask, what are your thoughts towards your ex-teammate? 然后最后一个问题呢，就想问，因为也知道你跟波波卡就是一起当队友已经有7、8年了吧。然后呢，然后今年呢，因为在这个突围赛里面，中国战队的发挥也不是那么的理想。然后波卡也不幸遭到了淘汰。然后就想问你对你之前这个队友有什么样的想说的或者什么想法吗？
就很遗憾看到他们突围赛就出局了吧，就是希望他们在 TI 可以有更好的表现。
It's unfortunate to see my old teammate getting eliminated here, but I do hope, I sincerely hope, that he would be able to have a better performance on the TI stage as well. All right, and that's all for today. Thank you very much, XSS, and congratulations on your win, and we'll take it back to the cast.
Thank you so much. A great interview there. Nice hearing a little bit of flavour there at the end. You know, of course, ex-teammates, unfortunately, no longer going to be able to play against each other. But also touching on things, you know, we talked about, right? Emphasis on that XM Shadow Fiend, giving him a lot of stacking and farming. And of course, all going back to having these pretty damn strong lanes with this, XXS Xingqiu combo in the off lane.
I love the confidence in the answer. Like, he's the best SF in the world. He's not scared of anything. He'll first pick it. I feel like this is putting up a strong front. I wonder if it's really sincere. That's how they feel, or if that's the message they want other teams to take away, that, okay, we will do it. And to be fair, they did play it to great success. It worked out for them. Even though the lane, I think he did get outlaned a little bit by GPK, perhaps, in just raw mechanics. But later on, his impact was huge.
Yeah, GPK really, making the best out of these poor lane matchups and doing very well for himself. As we take a look at the standings here in day 2 of the groups at the Riyadh Masters, Heroic, of course, still up at the top. Tundra 3-0 so far, with Extreme Gaming just behind them. The tailcoats of Tundra. But some of these teams, man, just come out. OG's looking reasonably good so far as well, middle of the table, while some surprises down near the bottom, with Falcons still down and out.
Yeah, Falcons need to, wake up and start getting some wins here. It's not really what we expect from them at all. And we, have come to expect Falcons to be maybe the strongest team out there. They did play against Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit so far, so their matchups have been against respectable teams. But that's what everyone is saying about every team in Group A. Everyone's like, Group A, Group of Death. So they need to start getting some wins. They still have OG to play, Heroic, who are looking fantastic right now. And they also got to play against quite a few others,
Yeah, like Blacklist, LGD, I think it's just difficult matchups all around. So yeah, make sure you stay tuned for more Dota 2. Coming up next is going to be Mike and John taking the microphones, as Waga and I have a shorter day today, and you've got some pretty damn good matchups later on down the line. Falcons against Aurora, like you touched on, and Liquid against Tundra, our match of the day, down towards the end. Should be an absolute spicy one. So we'll see you all tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the Dota 2 today.
I fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end,
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. 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 This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You're technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man. Deal with the money like David James. Save and save and save and save. Lock it in a box like David Blaine. Discipline thing, I ain't playing no games. Money for run, I got plans and aims. Man, I live by the old school sayings. Every mickle must make a muckle is true. Big up my granddaddy, showed me the way. More times that notes and I act bro, cause I'm like Houdini, I'm trying to escape. Passport's gotta get another new stamp, so don't say a word if you see me on planes. Winter time, man can't see me again. Pop up in the country with a mad name. Little man, I don't wanna hear no talk when I come for the money like Biggs and Wayne.
This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, no talk. This ain't new to me, you're technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I met paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We met paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk.
See the stack levitate like dynamo. I keep it low key, I don't like to show. Corridor is real, a man like to steal, so I don't watch face and I mind my own. But it's a minor though, I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man, no I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know, I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. You're technophone. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. You're technophone.
Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
Team Falcons are a very young team in the very long history of Dota 2, but when you build a team with some of the best players in the world, you get results. The roster is a wild mix of regions and varying levels of experience, and it has come together into one of the strongest teams in the world. Team Falcons started their EPT season by qualifying for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but as a first test of strength and first land for the team, they didn't show their full potential and got knocked out by Team Liquid. Not deterred by their loss, they went on to qualify for Dream League Season 22 and ended up taking first place, beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Finals. Following this, it was time for ESL 1 Birmingham. This event too looked easy for them. Despite playing the first part of the tournament with Sumail as stand-in for Maureen, they managed to achieve another first place, as well as beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Final once again. The last EPT event before Riyadh Masters was Dream League Season 23, this time with a massive patch dropping in the middle of the event. Team Falcons, seemingly the quickest to adapt to the new changes, unsurprisingly took first place again, this time a 3-0 against Gaming Gladiators in the Grand Finals. As you could see, Team Falcons are a team that have spent virtually all their time at the top of the very competitive Dota 2 scene, taking home first place in almost every event they attend. With a secure hold of the #1 spot on the EPT leaderboard, Team Falcons are going into this event as the strongest team in the world.
And welcome to another episode of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with the best, could I say that? Could I say the best of Team Aurora? The Jabs and Ollie? Are you the best on the team? By far? Everyone else is terrible compared to you? Please confirm or deny.
Who knows?
Okay, fantastic. Today we're going to be playing a game where I give you guys some facets. You rank them 1 through 10. 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. However, I only give you 1 at a time, so you have to be careful. You have to be a team. You have to think about it, okay? Think about it. I've watched your gameplays, okay? I've seen you. You actually have to think in this game instead of just do, all right? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go for your facets. Facet number 1. This is going to be called Expanded Armature. It's clockwork. The cogs, they form in a larger radius.
Oh.
1 through 10. How good is this? Broken to dog.
3? Yeah. I would put it 4 first, just to be safe. Yeah, sure. 4.
4?
Yeah.
You just went from 2 to 4? That's pretty big.
You said 3.
Oh, 3. 3 to 4. Okay, that's big. Is this one actually good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No.
No,
What?
yeah, and no.
you like it 3.
3 is not good.
3 is good,
No,
right?
no, 1 is best.
Oh,
10
1
is
is best.
worst.
Whatever.
Okay, so I want to rank it 8.
8?
That's a big difference.
I mean, if you don't choose that one, you become so small.
That's the hookshot one, if you don't choose that one.
Wait. That is horrible.
Okay.
Okay, maybe 6?
6.
Yeah.
6?
Yeah, sure.
6 is a standard, solid number, guys. Good thinking. You taking it very seriously, and I like that. Okay, we'll put that one as 6. Thermal Runway. This one's for Lena, if you remember what that hero does. It's been a while. Casting Laguna Blade temporary supercharges Lena, granting her stacks of Fiery Soul. How good is it?
What's that? The supercharge.
Supercharge.
You get the full stack.
Isn't that
That's
like
about-
a O1? The same?
Yeah, the O1.
I don't know.
5.
What? How is it better than Cogs?
The cog sucks.
What do you mean it suck? I don't know. I would like that 7.
5 or 7, guys. I'm gonna need an answer here.
No.
It's good, the supercharge. You get so much attack speed and
Okay,
movement
5.
speed.
5.
Yes.
Okay, I like your guys' strat. A lot of people start at like 1s and 10s, but you guys are staying right in the middle, branching out. I like that. Okay, next up is Wukong's Fateful. Monkey King soldiers do not disperse unless he spends more than 3 seconds out of the arena, so he can leave the arena and return to it. 3 seconds.
The other one is so much better.
Mm.
I don't know, what, 7?
7 or 8.
8? Maybe 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, nobody chooses that one.
So 8?
Yeah.
Guys, we're staying with the strat. We're staying in the middle and we're branching out. I love it. I love it. Okay, next up, Spoils of War. When a duel is won by Legion Commander, units that damage the loser will receive a small amount of permanent damage.
Oh.
This is a big deal. You duel someone in front of the tower gets more damage. You know that? It's crazy.
What if you lose? If you lose the duel,
If you win the duel, whoever wins the duel, that side, everyone that attacked gets more damage, including towers, creeps, jungle creeps,
10.
everybody.
So if enemy win the duel, they got the buff too?
Yes.
Oh, horrible.
Well, you could do it in the fountain too. You could buff your fountain.
10,
think about
10 or
that?
9? 10.
I mean, I doesn't want to give enemy the
10.
attack damage.
Yeah. I think this is probably one of the worst griefing ones. If you have like a really bad Legion, A, they're gonna pick this, and then B, they're gonna give the entire enemy team damage. This is bad. So 10,
10.
worst one. What's 10 from what you guys play? Heroes that you guys actually enjoy. What's like the worst facet in your opinion?
The worst one. Which one? I would say Visage.
Huh?
Visage.
Oh, Visage?
Yeah.
Both of them, or?
No, the one that have like familiar.
Oh, the auto.
Following you?
Yeah. So
The
you
other
don't
one.
actually have to micro.
Yeah.
I see that one in pubs though. You know.
The Lycan.
Lycan.
Yes.
Which one is that?
The wolf become the
Damage.
Oh, it's the same one where you don't actually have to micro.
Yeah.
Do you look down upon people that do that? Do you feel like they're,
It's kind of like good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if enemy choose that, I would like double down.
Damn. God damn. Well, the next one is Lycan. No, I'm kidding. Next one is Shadow Fiend. This is the Shadow Mire. Okay. Shadow Rays applies a stacking movement speed and attack speed debuff on the enemies.
That one's pretty good, right?
What is the other one?
I don't know, but
You don't
people
have to
choose
compare
that
'em.
one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they get the movement slow, stronger in the lane, maybe.
2?
2 is a little bit
2?
too much, I think.
Good
4.
lord.
Strong hero.
Yeah, but it doesn't. They nerf it, I think.
They nerf it.
Yeah.
3?
I mean, 3, okay.
3. Okay.
Okay.
You guys, I have to say, you're the best people at this so far. People go wildly. You're still expanding. This is great. Next up, Arsonist for Bat Rider. Sticking napalm deals damage to structures. So simple.
Oh.
So easy.
So bad.
It's good.
It's like no. It's like it deals solid damage.
If you stack on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maximum is only 5 stack. I tested in the
Oh, is
lobby.
it?
Yeah, and it doesn't do much damage.
Also, it's 9.
8?
You already did
You're
8.
8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say 9.
9.
Nobody choose that one.
You said it was so good. You're gonna leave it at 9?
I thought you can put it like max stack, like 10 stack and push
Max
the
is
tower.
5, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
I didn't play that hero.
Okay, fantastic. Next up is Arcane Accumulation. This is for Rubik.
Oh, it's
Casting
pretty
a spell temporary increases the area of effect for all subsequent spells. Bigger AoEs.
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's good.
2?
4?
I mean, what if like that? The other one is like worse. You have to put it higher now. There's like maybe 3 or 2 or 4 of them left.
Okay.
Need to be higher.
Okay, 2.
2.
2! What do you think about Rubik in general? Both his facets are pretty good, right?
Yeah, both pretty good.
When would you pick that one over the other one?
What's the other one?
I don't know.
The
what
other
is
one's
the other
like,
one?
I think it's mana
Measure
reduction.
resistant?
Like you don't spend as much mana.
Oh, mana
for-
reduction?
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you have item, you don't really run out of mana on Rubik. So this one probably better.
Okay, cool. All right, next up is the Stonehall Plate. This is the other Legion Commander one, where overwhelming odds grants a damage barrier based on dealing to enemy heroes. This one used to be absolutely broken, and they changed it.
One?
No.
No?
It nerf already.
It's never, but
I mean, it doesn't win by that spell.
yeah. So we have what? 1,
4.
4, and
1, 4, and 7.
4?
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
4. You guys still think it's pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Nice. Full bore. This is Snapfires, the scatter shot. Scatter shot is narrower and longer, bonus damage and slow when enemies are not point blank. So the further away, they take more.
It's pretty good, right?
It's good. 1.
1.
You're solid on 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it does an insane amount of damage. Do you think it's broken? You think it's
I
should
mean,
be
if you
nerfed?
hit somebody.
It's good on the support because
Yeah.
you don't have to go in. So you can actually just cast the first spell and use ulti really easy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it does so much damage. Like,
Yeah.
you're in lane and she does it twice and you're just back, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Guys, I still think you're the best. All right, there's only one left, right? I think
Yeah.
this is 7 or 4?
7.
7. Well, your 7th pick is Whirlwind. Focus fire no longer requires a target for Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
You happy with that being in 7?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is it really that bad?
I mean, it's just random.
It's just
maybe
random.
you can get a kill, maybe you cannot.
It's like, I think it's only good when you have like maybe 4 items.
Okay.
Like, you have like a lot of items and it's starting to do damage.
Yeah, that's a standard Wind Ranger anyway, though. You need like a bunch of items.
Yeah.
So, okay, all right.
Good.
How do you feel about your total performance, gentlemen?
Good.
You did good?
Good.
All right. Well, you have absolutely set the meta. Everyone else is going at this insanely, and you did it perfect. Gentlemen, you're the best blind rankers I've ever seen. Thank you so much for your hard work, and we'll see you guys more at the Riyadh Masters.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Here's some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why are doubting? They're not like me, my eyebrows too intense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness. Hiding from the light, all we do is push violence. Pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Esports World Cup and of course the Riyadh Masters. It is MLP Dota and John Expire. Jonathan, welcome back sir. We are in for another day of some group stages of some Dota 2 action at the Riyadh Masters. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we did already have a few of the matches running earlier. That was Group B getting their second set of matches as they only had one set yesterday. This time Group A will only have one set of matches to be played. And it's a pretty important match lined up here. I believe good old Mr. Purge did call this the match of the day to watch out for. Falcons up against Aurora. A lot in the line for Falcons after day one, going 0-4. And of course, Aurora a little bit more in the middle of the pack, going 2-2, but holding out with pretty decent draws up against LGD and Blacklist. Again, not the strongest position to be in, but you aren't in the firing line yet. For the bottom two, Falcons will need to start to find some wins. And again, a very rocky start for Falcons. It's going to be interesting to see how they recover. I'm sure Aoi was up all night just doing his research, trying to sort some issues out, maybe, you know, get his team warmed up. Maybe they won, you know, just a slower start for Falcons. We'll have to see. Aurora, not an easy opponent to play up against.
It's pretty crazy we're talking about Falcons of all teams being at the bottom of their groups. We can bring up the standings right here and we can kind of have a gander as to what's happened here, Jonathan, in these groups. And I mean, Group A is the one we're talking about right now. As you can see, Team Falcons, which I think most people would have argued is the best team in the world right now. Yeah, they've been winning every other tournament, John. But Riyadh Masters comes around, and apparently so far, during the group stages, they are 0-4. They have not won one single map of any best-of-2 series as of yet. Mind you, their opponents, nothing to scoff at, I suppose. You had Team Spirit first, you had Gaming Gladiators right after that. So both very hard opponents for Team Falcons to have to go up against. Of course, Group A has been kind of stated as the group of death, right, Jonathan? And this is where all the crazy teams are. So it's, I suppose if Falcons was to get off to a wrong, kind of a rough start, it probably would be Group A. And, well, here we are, Jonathan. 0-4 right now is Falcons. Up against Aurora for their first series of the day. I mean, I dare say this should be the easiest series they've had so far, John, but I agree with you. Aurora, they're not an easy team to beat.
No, it's certainly not. They have shown up, and they have to play through the play-ins, of course. That gives them a lot of data, a lot of experience already as to what might be good here in the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And Team Falcons, again, it's going to be interesting because they're one of the teams that came in on group stage. They didn't have to play play-ins. They didn't have to play all of those games. They did have more time to sit back, to scrim, to kind of see what other teams were cooking up. and kind of come up with their own ideas. We did talk to Seb yesterday in the post-game interview. He did note that, different ideas brewed between the play-in teams and the group teams, and this is a direct kind of confrontation of that, so we can take a look there. Of course, for this matchup as well, you can also put in your predictions as to who do you think will win on stcplay.gg. Get your audience predictions in, and it's not just Dota 2, it's pretty much all the games that are running. You can kind of let your opinion be known, because maybe spamming Twitch chat's not going to be enough for you.
It's rather passive-aggressive of you, Jonathan. I'm not sure what you've read in Twitch chat today, but it seems like you're already off to a hot start when it comes to the viewers. Audience predictions, Jonathan, you're looking at them right now. Shout out to STC, of course. 15% to 85%. So Falcons, even being 0-4 right now, the viewers have zero faith. They have 15% worth of faith here for Aurora. Jonathan, I mean, I didn't think it was going to be quite that bad. Again, I still think Falcons are the best team in the world, regardless of what's happened in the first day of the group stages, Jonathan. I dare say we haven't suddenly thought that they aren't the best team in the world, but my goodness, 15% to 75%. Not, or was it 85%? My math is not working out again. Who cares? It's a big number, John.
That it is, and you can't really fault everyone for thinking that. I think Aurora, again, every time we've seen them on land, it has been a little bit shaky. They are showing the roster of Aurora, of course. I will take note here. There's been a change. 23 Savage isn't there. We've got someone called Kingslayer. Who could that be? I wonder who decided to experiment around with a roster website last night, but we do have someone called Kingslayer now, which we'll all pretend isn't someone we already know. But again, Aurora, it's been a little bit of an up and down year. They've qualified to a lot of lands from Southeast Asia. They have been representing the region. But when it comes down to the land performance, it hasn't been matching up to what we've seen from them when they were under Talon. The placements haven't been that high. We saw them get a top 3 placement in the Lima Major before, in the Riyadh Masters as well. They did manage to get that deep run, and that is something that I'm sure Aurora will want to replicate here for themselves as players. Whether or not they can do it, though, it feels like that inconsistency still hangs in the air. And that is something I want to see Aurora to improve upon, especially up against a team like Falcons. It feels like if you're not having a good day and you're playing up against Falcons, you're asking for trouble here.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And Aurora currently, we saw the standings earlier, but Aurora have so far had 2 draws throughout Group A, so not the craziest of performances so far. I mean, they were up against Blacklist International and against LGD yesterday, and they got draws in both those series, Jonathan. So I mean, it is what it is. The Falcons, I'd argue, had the much harder series for themselves today, and here's the handsome lads from the side of Team Falcons. I'm sure they're coming with a vengeance today. In fact, I'm pretty sure Crit was literally spamming pubs straight after their horrible day yesterday of Dota 2, so I'm pretty sure these boys, they're going to be coming out with an absolute vengeance straight out the gate tonight, Jonathan, and, well, I dare say Aurora, they best be in their best behavior here, John, because I don't think Falcons are messing around.
No, certainly not. Again, after that kind of rough start, I'm sure it has galvanized the side of Falcons and should provide that a little kick for them to kick it into gear. Again, every series counts for a lot. Same story from the play-ins. 2-game series. You want to put your ranking up. You don't want to have to start in the lower bracket if you can help it. You don't want to be eliminated after a 0-4 start on day 1. But that is the one thing for Falcons as well, right? When you perform really well for the past year, everyone's going to be studying you. Everyone's going to be looking at scrim records up against you. Everyone's looking at your official games. Everyone's looking at your pubs. And that gives everyone much more data and much more focus onto this one team, which could, again, lead to some holes there for them in their day 1. We'll see if Aurora's prepared the same way. We'll see if Falcons again has kind of backup strategies or new ideas they haven't presented yet, or just maybe motivation to play even better than they usually do to kind of overcome Aurora and all the research that Sunby might have done. This is going to be an interesting clash of the coaches as well for Sunby and Aoi.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you are like Sunby right now, if your team ends up pulling off this victory, you are going to be feeling very good going into the future days of the group stages. I mean, this would be a massive kind of motivation boost for Aurora if they can take out Falcons, even if Falcons right now are currently like more like an injured bird right now, Jonathan, with those 2 losses they've already had. I dare say they're still beating them out here today would be a huge kind of confidence booster if Aurora can do it. That is a huge if, John, because again, Falcons, heavy favorites according to the viewers going into this matchup. And speaking of the matchup, Jonathan, our draft number 1 is now officially underway between Team Falcons and, of course, Aurora Gaming. So we'll get to see exactly where these 2 teams are going to be headed rather soon. We can head to the stage and have a look at these pretty boys.
Yeah. Again, an unknown factor for Aurora in this so-called Kingslayer. Again, so I don't know what happened to 23 Newing Savage, but they have someone called Kingslayer now. Oh my goodness, who could that be? What could his hero pool be? I hear he's 32 years old and he's a very gentle person, Mike.
Is that right? Well, 32 years old, debuting in his Dota 2 pro career. I mean, what a player we have here in Kingslayer. And of course, just to confirm, it is not Armel, because I'm sure there'll be a couple people that confuse Kingslayer with Armel. It is not Armel.
No.
It might, it could be VT Faded, I suppose, Jonathan. You never know.
Yeah, oh, wow. That's an ancient meme, Mike. Thanks to you for raising it up as we do get that draft, see the initial bans. There's no pause, so, you know, it can't be, Mike. Maybe if we get like a 1 hour pause, there's a certain possibility. The Shadow Fiend and the Clockwork being taken care of by Falcons, Aurora taking care of the Timbersaw and the Weaver. Not too strange so far in bans. Stuff like TA, Phoenix, kind of left in the pool. First pick overall. If they were feeling really cheeky, they have a very fast TA pickup that can come in. Again, if it's not banned by Falcons or the Phoenix or the Hoodwink, a lot of safe pickups still left. Heck, even maybe not something you generally do on the side of Aurora, but something like the Enigma's there as well if Jabs wants to go back into that, as the Hoodwink is cleared out by Falcons. So I like this coverage from Falcons, taking care of the big strong ones, especially since we've seen a lot of that in not just the play-ins, not just these early stages of groups, but also in Southeast Asian qualifiers. These has been very common picks, but Aurora goes straight back into the gyrocopter. No IO bans in the first phase. If that's left untouched by Falcons, Aurora could just fall back to that good old IO gyrocopter that they love.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, John. I mean, I've completely gone off topic. I just read a comment in the Twitch chat. I can't believe it. Someone's complimenting your brown shirt today, Jonathan. A shout out to wbg.xg. Oh, you read it too. Oh, great. Okay. Caster wearing brown. Is he new? Bro's been impressing us this tournament. That guy's 100% Filipino. There's no way anyone's impressed with your work, John. I'm not going to lie to you. There's no way they're impressed. Team Falcons, they'll pick up the tune for themselves here. Should be the ATF hero. Go on, John.
This is the issue when we share two brain cells across this mic. You tab out, I tab out, you look at chat, we're looking at the exact damn same thing. It's kind of spooky, Mike. Please get out of my head.
It's the match of the day. It's the match of the day, and you and I both looking at Twitch chat like, oh, what's going on over there?
That guy's day is going to be made.
You wonder why they never brought us back to TI, John? You know? You asked that question to yourself? I think we just got the answer. We are in the second ban stage, of course, here between these two teams. Aurora, they'll have a bit of a gander about their bans as they will get rid of the Jakiro. Aurora, they do tend to take their time with this ban stage. Go on, John, what is...
That they are. I'm keen on seeing whether or not we'll see any shenanigans out here from Amar with his Doom. You know, if he's going to go for like the cheeky quick blink, get aggressive, get Doom on cooldown, go back for the Midas, farm up, sell the Midas, build up even further, sort of thing that we have been seeing with Doom and his Facet. It has felt pretty strong when you're allowed to go that route, as long as your lane is decent. Doom up against Gyrocopter might not be the most straightforward, but it's decent enough for the Doom to still sustain through. I'm curious what Falcons will pick up on their pause 4 to kind of build up on that lane, and whether or not they ban that IO. Again, that IO is still a very strong option for Aurora to consider, or even if it's not something like the IO, even stuff like, say, Spirit Breaker. Like, just having something to charge in, having that aggression on hand. If they get away with both Spirit Breaker and IO, I think Aurora is just going to be playing their own comfort game. And it's down to whether or not Falcons, again, have done enough research, have had enough practice up against Aurora to deal with that. They'll ban out the Slardar, which has been something we have been seeing a lot more here in day 2 of groups, and they'll get to pick up the Snapfire. A really good flex on the side of Falcons. It has been contested quite a lot. It still hasn't been winning the most, but it has felt very impressive in the games where it has won out. We have still seen it flexed into support. Most people have been getting Ricochet 2 as the Facet instead of full bore, but you can't fault them. Heck, I've even seen a lot of support players maxing out Little Shredder and just leaving the Scatterblast and the Cookie at 1. It just feels really hard to trade with in lane.
Oh, it's impossible to trade with this Snapfire with Little Shredder at the moment. As yeah, you called it. IO is here, of course, for Aurora. surprise, surprise, they get IO Gyro for themselves, plus a Tiny, so you get some added value with the Tiny, I'd argue. Mind you, it is probably going to be your classic kind of mid magic build Tiny with the crash landing facet that we have been seeing a lot of. I can't believe we haven't seen that nerfed yet, by the way. It's just so much damage, especially once you get the phylactery up. Like, you literally just take out 3/4 of somebody's HP with one toss. It's pretty ridiculous.
It is. Just has a lot of durability on top of that as well when you jump in, especially as your craggy exterior gets leveled up, as you level up and grow. It just feels like a really obnoxious hero to try to burst down. Again, with that flexibility on mid and support, you know, Q on Tiny isn't too far off the mark from how Aurora like to play. That could be their solution for the aggression coming out here. Spirit Breaker's still an option if you want to flex that Tiny onto mid for Lorinoff. Falcons, they have their coverage. Phoenix, Snapfire. So you pick the Snapfire to protect this Phoenix pick. You've got two tanky frontliners that will enjoy Sunray. You don't have a clear Egg Destroyer on the side of Aurora outside of the Gyrocopter, but Tiny's not going to be able to help, neither will the Io to that much of a great extent. So this Egg should feel fairly well protected. Mind you don't have the best AoE hold, unless you get this Sven running in with a really good Stormhammer. That is one way you can get that payoff here for Falcons. But I like how well-rounded the Falcons draft is. No threat to the Phoenix. You've got good teamfight. Aurora, we mentioned it earlier, the Enigma does come out for jabs. You don't have the clearest ways of canceling that out either from a long range. I suppose you have Cookie, Stormhammer, and Doom is always on hand. But this is something we've seen jabs perform on multiple times. Enigma Tiny lane, if again you flex this Tiny on support, isn't too bad of lane, maybe a little bit greedy. And of course Sven can just eat through the Eidolons. There is that factor as well. But it does provide that team fight, that tempo that Aurora tends to look for. I wouldn't be surprised if Jabs just opted to go for the typical Aura build-up, just Guardian Greaves, maybe a Pipe if he feels like it's necessary. It doesn't look fully necessary in this game. And then just kind of gun for perhaps a Linken's BKB with Blink and just kind of go for the long game. So Aurora has coverage for a longer set of games. They have good scaling with the Gyrocopter. You've got good tempo with Gyrocopter IO plus the Tiny, whether or not to support in mid. And then you have this Enigma that can soak up a lot of space, keep shoving out, and just have massive impact with his own ultimate when it does come out.
Yeah, he absolutely can. Like, I just kind of question whether this draft from Aurora is starting to get a little bit on the greedier end with this Enigma off lane. I mean, I know this is the way Aurora like playing. They do tend to play a much slower game than most teams, but against a side like Team Falcons, I do wonder whether they're going to be able to have the space for these kind of heroes to get online quick enough. Mind you, this is like the bread and butter of Aurora. Like, this style of draft is exactly what they like to play. So if there was a game for them to beat Falcons in, this would probably be it.
Yeah, I think the one thing now for like the Lorinoff mid, which it looks like they are assuming, just straight up AQ Tiny, it feels like a really good Storm Spirit game for Lorinoff. Like, you don't have too many hard stuns. There is a Doom that can be threatening, but then that's Doom expended onto your Storm Spirit. It frees up the game for your Gyrocopter and Enigma to just get work done up front without too much threats to them. I wouldn't mind that. Aurora doesn't have last pick, so they're going to have to show their mid first. It doesn't feel like the Storm Spirit has had too many bad matchups with the static slide. You just get free wave clear with safety on the distance. You can spam out the overload still. So I think Aurora's kind of set up for it. I'm very curious what the side of Falcons will want to do about that mid lane out as well for Malrine. And they take care... They're very focused on those mid bans. They take care of the Ember plus Invoker. Again, there's some flex potential for Snapfire mid here for Malrine, but it doesn't feel necessary. I think your Snapfire Doom lane just feels really good in running down early. First 2 levels up against his Gyrocopter IO can be a little bit overwhelming, even until level 3. And at that point can be fairly even trades with the Gyrocopter at 4. But you don't kind of want to break up the Doom Snap, so let's see what Aurora will ban. They take care of the Monkey King in their end. Again, a little bit more flex. Could still be mid. Could also be a solid enough support pick. Ooh. And they'll actually go to Keeper of the Light instead on the side of Aurora.
So
now,
is this the Lorinoff mid keeper that we're looking at? Surely not. Like, surely you go mid Tiny.
I would prefer the mid Tiny overall. I think it does benefit from that tempo a lot better. I can see the mid Kotl coming out purely for tempo. Like, again, shoving in waves really hard, getting an early Spirit Vessel, and just playing around with, say, recall potential plus relocate, I guess.
Hold on a minute, Jonathan. Wait. Chakra Magic removes 6 seconds. How much does toss cooldown? Because like it's a lot of damage with that crash landing facet. Like if you went mid tiny and you just Chakra Magic, it's going to be a 5-second cooldown after Chakra Magic on toss. Like I can't understate how much damage toss does right now. Like it is incredible how much damage it does. Like it might actually just be worth Q playing Coddle and just for the sake of having that Chakra Magic up.
That is fair. I mean, I see the potential. It just feels weird to see Q on Kotal over to Tiny in that case. You know, it's like it feels like Aurora does benefit a lot when Q does manage to play his own game with a quick blink timing. That flex is on hand. It can maybe depend on the matchup. Maybe they're expecting something like the Snapfire mid. That could be a little bit rougher for the Tiny. And so maybe, again, just kind of keeping their options open with this last pick on Aurora. Falcons are taking their time on their own last pick for Malrine on mid. And they've got the Sand King coming out. All right.
Alrighty. One of my favorites here, Jonathan. Malrine going to play the mid Sand King for his side. Lorinov is indeed playing the mid Keeper of the Light, so you were right with that prediction. Q is going to take the pos for Tiny. I'm intrigued by this, John. I mean, Lorinov has a lot of pressure, I feel like, on his mid Coddle because he's got to really set a nice tempo for his team and create a lot of space for this draft. If this mid Keeper falls apart, I feel like Team Falcons just run over you.
Yeah, it's very tempo dependent on the side of Aurora. I do feel like you can't underestimate like a good team fight coming out, especially if Jabs manages to get his farm on the Enigma. You know, getting like Blink BKB Lincolns after something like the Guardian Greaves, if he will gun for that. It does feel pretty massive in terms of just turning these fights, giving Savage, giving Kingslayer, my apologies, the space to run them down.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know who. Yeah, no, he's gone, right? We've got Kingslayer in. There's that factor as well. Can Kingslayer fill the shoes of 23 Savage? Can this 32 Gentleman do it? I'm sure he can. I'm sure they're the exact same kind of impact coming out here for Aurora.
That's crazy.
But I would lean towards that. I would lean towards your point. It does feel very tempo heavy on Aurora, but at the same time, it's not like extreme pressure to win out. As long as you're keeping a net worth advantage to yourself and shutting down Falcons from farming, I can see Aurora kind of going back to what we were used to seeing from them, just going back for farm, getting that build up, getting some cheeky relocate plays, maybe some recall plays as well, and just kind of going from there and kind of rinse and repeat. Go back farming, build up, try to slow down whatever build up you're looking for in Falcons. I will say the mid Sand King is going to be a little bit of a wild card. The Sand King versus Kotal lane matchup isn't particularly amazing. That's where maybe some concern rises up. It also shouldn't be the worst thing in the world for the Sand King, as long as he can get some vision out and dodge out every single Illuminate. You're kind of happy. You always have the jungle stack up here as well.
Oh, absolutely. We'll get into it. Game number 1 here between Falcons and Aurora. The match of the day, as Perch put it, Jonathan. Underway. Cannot wait to see how this one does pan out. Of course, Falcons still looking to be the favorites in this matchup overall, but Aurora, as you and I both know, not to be underestimated here in this best of 2 series. But Falcons, they are looking very hungry for some wins today, especially considering they did get 0 wins yesterday. I'm sure they are going to be holding nothing back here in this game 1.
Certainly so. Going to be looking to get that win, that first win of the day for themselves. Of course, Aurora would want to get the wins as well. I was talking to some friends in Aurora, you know, just some staff members. They were very sad that they didn't win game 2s because they never got interviews. So I think that might actually be a motivation. Who knows? If Aurora, I don't care what happens game 1. If Aurora wins game 2 at the very least, we can talk to Kingslayer, whoever he may be.
Why do they want interviews all of a sudden? SCA players hate interviews.
You know, I mean, it's content. You know, I was talking to content team. Content team needs content. If you don't get the interviews, you don't have content, Mike.
Okay.
You know, Blacklist are the content kings. You know, you look at Zhao's interview. I don't know what he said.
How are you already hating on Blacklist? They're not even in this series.
What do you mean? I just said they're the content kings.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
We might have a fight, John. Top lane. They won't fight. Never mind. Unlike us, who are fighting right now. Why do you keep picking on Blacklist? What have they done
I'm
to
not
you, John?
picking on them. They've been winning their game twos is what I meant. What do you mean? They've been doing interviews. They have content.
It's just unbelievable how someone can hate this much. I just don't get you sometimes.
What
mid lane.
do you mean?
Lorinov against Maureen, Jonathan. The mid sanking against the mid keeper of the. Surely this favors Lorinov.
It should. This shouldn't be the best lane for Malrine. I can see it being maybe a little bit cheeky. And again, as long as he dodges out Illuminate as best as he can, there are opportunities if Lorinov walks up. Malrine does eventually get the burst strike just to reposition himself down the line. I am very curious if he will go for the max stinger, as we've seen a couple of times. Although, maybe a little bit more of a balanced build with the stinger and Sandstorm in this case. Does feel a little bit necessary. His camp is open. No early blocks here from Aurora, so he can go back, stack up, clear it out himself later on. That is one way to escalate, but Lorinov can do the same. His camp is opened up. They've got wards to protect as well to spot out any deep rotation. So you should still be able to get that early advantage that the Kotl can work itself into here.
Oh, Lorinov, he could be in danger. Mid lane, Maureen going in. Lorinov forced the Fairy Fire up, and I'll tell you what, you really can't underestimate how much damage the Stinger deals. He gets a Burrow Strike into that Stinger, it is just too much damage. Especially when you're surrounded by a creep wave, because they all get Caustic applied to them. You just blow up. Like, if Lorinov gets too close to a creep wave and Maureen catches him with a Burrow Strike into the Stinger and kills a couple creeps, Lorinov just dies.
Yeah, just has to play that distance game as best as he can. Let's see if he can maintain that, or whether or not Malrine can start to find those opportunities. Can take a look at the other lanes up top, as we are sneaking a peek here on Crit. Crit is hanging around on Snapfire, along with Amar on his Doom, up against Kingslayer and Ollie on the Gyrocopter, and Io is snaking die spot.
He certainly does. Skidder now actually in danger as well on the Sven. Chase is continuing from Q and jabs, but eventually they do give up. They are not willing to dive T1 towers quite yet, but already a very nice start as they do find that Pos 5 Phoenix. So already off to a great start here is Aurora.
And that's exactly what you want to see from that lane. Some early aggression out for Q, hitting level 2. Again, the damage from the toss that you've stated multiple times. It is devastating when you do manage to spam it out. And jabs, he knows the ins and outs of this Enigma. Malefice to set up, relatively easy to cut off snaking from his dives, can be a little bit painful here. Skidder should just watch out. It does feel like a much more defensive lane for the Sven overall, so you should be more than happy just sitting back and farming up. And Q, I mean, he's not going for any cheeky pulls, he's not looking to get EXP, he is just working the lane right now. It's a little bit different from what we're used to seeing from him early on, but it is certainly working out in this lane matchup at the very least.
Well, that it is. The top lane getting a little bit more heated here. Kingslayer and Ollie copying a bit of damage from Crit with that little shredder. It's like mid lane actually. Lorinov's dropping very, very low here on the keeper. Maureen really starting to apply that pressure with the level 2 Burrow Strike and level 2 Stinger. I'll tell you, like, you really just don't need any points in Sandstorm with this this mid sanking. Stinger is just such a busted ability in the right hands. As Lorinov will continue to struggle here in the mid lane up against Maureen's SK and does get caught by a Burrow into the Stinger and he's dead. It's so much damage, John. You as long as you land that one stun, it is just so much damage. And ATF already starting with the tips out on Lorinov and the smiley face from Maureen. My goodness.
I mean, as a Kotl, it doesn't feel great to have to consider getting early blinding light, but it almost feels necessary just to get some spacing out. Just to shove Malrine away when he's starting to walk forward. Nice kill for Malrine to find solo, forces out a movement as well from Q, frees up the bot lane a little bit more for Skidder to feel safe and just relentlessly farm with no contestion. And already a good tone. Again, you're not quite building up the stacks just yet in Lorinov. He doesn't have that recovery farm set up for himself. So it's going to be a little bit painful. Mind you, Kotls can still hit that timing as long as you get the Spirit Vessel and find a kill. We'll have to see if Lorinov can hold steady and prevent further losses.
He hasn't even got the earn up yet, John. Like, he's a fair bit off as well. This is already a really bad start, I think, for Lorinov. We'll see if he can recover. I mean, it's props to Maureen. He's done a fantastic job on the mid-sanking his top lane. Crit going to be chased down here by Kingslayer. Crit does eat a Healing Lotus, but it won't matter. Kingslayer does secure, is now ATF also to be chased down, but does manage to walk by his tier 1 tower. And of course, they will not dive but they do at least secure the kill onto Crit. Also, John, I must say, I kind of appreciate the tipping in all chat already from Falcons. You know, ATF, he might be kind of playing the Seb role almost, right? Like where he's motivating his team by trash-talking the other team, which is a real thing, by the way. Is Kingslayer, top lane, narrowly avoids the cookie of Crit and will survive.
Now I can see Omar just rallying his team to play their own game, you know, get that confidence back. It is still 1-2 and still rather even, but it does feel like your gains on mid should set a good tone. You are still getting a very good lane coming out here from Kingslayer so far, at very least, and we're already seeing, again, Lornoff still has access to his jungle, no blocks, so he's just going to be able to get that build-up necessary for the Coddle. Still a slow progress, but we have seen, again, especially in Southeast Asia, some of the mids go off to a slower start on the Coddle. As long as you still get a rotation out when that Urn into Spirit Vessel timing is up, you should still have some impact here, even in a slower time. The issue is just how much Malrine is getting. As a good amount of gold, has level 6 ready, does go 3-0-3, so he can't just get aggressive again.
Lornoff here, he's having such a bad time on this this Coddle. Almost at the Urn, but just the domination from Malrine. Not allowing that initial farm that Lornoff is looking for. Bottom lane, Skitter's going to be chased by Q. Skitter actually very low in the HP department, but Q gets some nice vision down. Looking for an avalanche toss combo. Here comes Kingslayer. Skitter, no idea they're coming. And the avalanche and the toss combination, they will secure the Sven's life. A very nice setup by Q. Those kind of plays, they're going to be very important for a team like Aurora in this game one. Just setting up those early kills as we are going to go in with Malrine bottom lane onto Jabs. Jabs dropping low, eats a healing Lotus for now, but still in massive trouble as he does go down to Malrine. Kingslayer still fighting with Crit, trying to get the Snapfire down. Does find one as now Malrine moving back in. Does find Kingslayer almost, but not quite. The Gyrocopter will barely survive with his life intact. As Malrine continuing to run, almost dead, but not quite yet. Jukes out the Illuminate and actually makes it out. Malrine, he's going to be all right. Just barely. Even the bottle refill from Snaking on the way back in.
Yeah, it's massive for the side of Falcons. Aurora really need that kill, although they're still gunning for more.
Yeah, Snaking, I'm not sure about this one. Does get caught. Jabs to secure the kill on the Enigma. I suppose Snaking, just assuming they weren't around any longer, try to go for some D wards, but it does cost him heavily.
And it does. Already the early aggression coming out from Aurora. I love seeing this from Kingslayer. You know, he has the levels to sustain that with a Rocket Barrage. He knows he's really strong with a Chase Down. They've got a good toss combination to play with. And he just goes through the gate and gets that done for his team instead of just sitting up top, AFK farming up against Amar. Just tries to get some space going for the team to play off of. Still, despite not finding Malrine, you are still in good spot, although...
Just look at the damage. It's so upsetting to watch how much damage Sand King can do to you like that. Like, Burrow Strike Stinger, he lost 3/4 of his HP in the span of a second.
Yeah. That's all it takes. Not quite enough to burst Lauren off now, at the very least. He does have some stat padding with a crown.
I mean,
it's going to be a little bit hard to just burst him.
Look at this. John Malrine's going to catch him in just a moment if Lornoff's not too careful. He's all right as bottom lane Skitter. Again, could be in a bit of danger. Q's having a look around, but no, mid lane. Ollie does go down on the IO, but Crit now being chased by Jabs, and Lornoff should be going down to boot. Be a direct support trade here between both sides.
Yeah, a little bit bigger for Aurora to find, considering that is a 4 for 5. You are getting some space open again to just keep this farm game going that we know Aurora loves. You're getting free space for Kingslayer. You've got a lot of room for Jabs to play in that enemy jungle down bot as well. Is working towards the early pipe. So he's going for more of the aura build-up early on. Still has the black hole at ready as well if they can find an angle. Side of Falcons are starting to send a few numbers up top. Still no kisses up, but Amar is sitting on the Doom if he wants to level it up. There's a runbound potential onto Kingslayer if he's not too careful here.
Yeah, he's got the Ensnarers available as well, so it's a nice easy setup, and he does skill up the Doom. He wants to move in. They'll land it immediately. The Ensnare out to boot, just to lock him down for the follow-up damage, though Ollie with a relocate will save the day. Kingslayer not going to go down this time around, though Ollie might. But no, he's bringing Kingslayer with him. They'll be both fine. A very nice save by Oli.
That's Doom gone. Amar's not going to be able to really do much outside of maybe getting a hold off with the end snare, which is still useful. But that threat is gone.
Getting caught by a black hole by Jabs. Jabs with the zero hesitation black hole onto the +5 Phoenix. Just wants an easy kill and does secure it.
Yeah, nice set of trades coming out for Aurora. Doom gone, you use black hole, but you at least find a kill, even though it's not the biggest kill in the world. You're still eating up all of this farm space in the bot jungle. And that is space that Skitter can't utilize. Or Sven still lagging a little bit behind in that worth, despite all this free time where he's not contested outside of that one pickoff earlier with Kingslayer and Q. It is still slow going in comparison. Slow going for Amar and Skitter. That's not good news. You know, Sven can outfarm very quickly, especially if there's stacks up. Not quite the biggest stacks here yet for Falcons. And of course, on a Doom, you just naturally get that farm with Devour and with how tanky and hard you are to shove from lane. But the fact that they're the bottom 2 network cores, even though it's not a significant margin, is not the best of news for Falcon. Aurora are doing decent enough work despite the topsy-turvy start. They've got the full Spirit Vessel up on Lornoff. Again, they've got the relocates ready if need be. Their spells are down. This could be time for Falcons to try to get something off the smoke.
Skitter again. I mean, the Q's watching him. Falcons, they are wrapping. Jabs, he'll barely avoid them for now. Instead, bottom lane, Skitter does get caught by an avalanche, but the toss is out as well. Q setting up on Skitter. Skitter's got some help coming in from the backside. Here comes the Epi and the Burrow strike. Maureen landing on 2. He found Kingslayer with it to boot. And they'll take down Jabs on top. A triple kill for Maureen, as it might just be an ultra in a second. Q also caught. No chance of survival. There's an ultra for Maureen. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Falcons, both side lanes have been struggling a lot, and they still are when it comes to the net worth department. But Maureen, he is carrying this team on his shoulders right now. There's no two ways about that.
That he is. And again, for Aurora, that was pretty optimistic for them to try to gun for that. Jabs is still a pretty long ways off when Q does initiate in. They're depending heavily on just a relocate play. But Falcons, again, they were already set up with a smoke from mid into the bot lane. They got a good wraparound. They got a good angle. They were expecting something to come in. And when you've got 2 heroes stuck like that, you have a lot of AoE hold on Falcons. The Stormhammer's there, the Burrow Strike, even the Cookie. It just makes it hellish for Aurora to run in like that. They smoke up. They don't have Epicenter, but they do have Doom back up, and Amar does have a fast blink here.
They've even got a haste on Maureen, so he can really close the gap quite nicely. And they're going to find Lorinov. That's a great target. Find the Keeper of the Light. Lorinov will go down. This mid-coddle, he just doesn't have the momentum. Like, I don't want to call it too early for the coddle, but I dare say his chance of having the big impact you're looking for, it's already dwindled away. Like, Maureen's completely shut it down.
He has. Like, he played so aggressively into his level 2, level 3, level 4 timings. Just kind of ran it down. Lornoff never felt comfy afterwards. Didn't manage to really set up early stacks until he was like level 4 or 5. So his recovery process was a lot slower as well. I do like the response from Falcons. It does feel like they've definitely watched some of those Aurora games where they play off the relocate. They set the bait up with Skitter. They follow through and they just keep going. They keep playing offensively. We heard from Aurora last time, you know, when we did interview them, I believe it was in the Riyadh qualifiers, why they kind of go back to Gyrocopter IO. It's because they're a louder game. They're not allowed it this time around. They will go for a smoke play out. They've got the pipe and jabs, nothing defensive yet. They have all their spells ready. Just need to find a way to initiate here.
Oh, they're looking at Crit mid lane. Crit, he's not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll just take whatever they can. That being said, Crit is actually casually walking out for now, as Q will break the gap with the avalanche, and eventually Crit will drop. But that is purely just Falcons not bothering to rotate and try to force a fight either. So that could have gone very badly for Aurora had Falcons actually made the rotations in, but they decide better off.
Yep. They know there's no reason to play in just for your pause 4. There is still time to defend on the mid as well. Respawn's not too long. You've got pretty much all your spots ready to go as well. Epicenter is up. Doom's back up. Kisses are ready to go along with the egg.
Top lane.
Are looking.
They're trying to look for Maureen, but he's easily just TP back towards his team. They'll group up in the mid lane. They might force a fight. If anyone's there, I mean, at the very least, the IO is coming back, and, well, Ollie will just have to accept that he is going to die. As of all people, Snaking will take the kill on the Phoenix.
you get your support tax in. You know, snaking with a little bit of farm can feel good. He already has his own urn. He's going for his pipe. Should allow a lot more sustain from the magical burst you're looking here from Lornoff. Not that it's been particularly impressive anyhow. I think for Aurora, you're kind of gunning now for just a fully farmed up Gyrocopter, right? Like you're looking for the Ags here, for Kingslayer into the BKB. You're looking for Jabs to get his own Blink BKB up. And that's going to take a lot of time. And a lot of space that you don't necessarily have at the moment, considering how much control Falcons has exerted on the map. Again, they have managed to recover. Mallory #1 net worth, Skitter #2. These attempts from Aurora just fell flat, and, well, they're just forced to scramble for space that is very limited at this point. Like this early pipe idea from Jabs, it does make sense. There is a lot of magical output, especially with Phoenix on hand, a Sand King, even a Snapfire. But they have no easy initiation outside of just relocating tossbacks. And Q's still waiting for his own blink up, a little bit slower on his timing, although it is only about 500 gold away. So you'll have that at least to play off of. It just doesn't feel like Falcons will give you that much breathing room here.
Absolutely not. It's looking pretty tough here so far for Aurora as Falcons really starting to choke them off the map. You do see Kingslayer top lane ready to defend that top tier 2 tower, but ATF, he looks like he wants to jump in with the Blink and the Doom, and Malrine, he's sneaking up from the backside. They'll find Kingslayer. And by the time he realized they were coming, he tries for the TP out, but it's all too late. Falcons once again getting away with a huge kill onto Aurora. And it's onto the top tier 2 tower.
Not going to fully commit. Their push pace isn't the fastest. So they will just pull back, maybe expecting a response out, but Jabs, they've pinged the area. They've got a good scan here.
They do. Jabs for now, able to get away. Malrine not connecting with the Burrow Strike. Jab's still going to be cut off by ATF by the looks of it, and ATF does still hold the Doom. The Lorinov right behind Jab's going to ensure that ATF doesn't actually go for the jump in. You did have Jabs with the Black Hole ready as well, so you really don't want to risk it right now with the Enigma. Falcons, they do think better of it, and they do just back their way out, but now they've got a 7k advantage. So they're in a very good standing right now, Falcons. And you look at this Gyrocopter, John, like, Kingslayer is going to start taking Ancient stacks away, but he's already pretty far behind the farm of Malrine. And now even Skitter taking over on the Sven is going to be a pretty concerning sign for Aurora.
That it is. And the Ags timing isn't too far off. He does go for the Chrysalis first instead of fully finishing the Ags. So it does have some damage at the very least to help out in clearing out here. You do have one key timing set now for Aurora. You've got the Blink up on Q. And that's when we tend to see Aurora's game start to go for the better. Once they've got Q in a position where he can play make for the team, they can start to play around some early pickoffs, try to maybe get some easier relocate plays in. We'll see if that's something Aurora will want to dip into, and maybe perhaps just opting to wait instead for some follow-through from Jabs with his own Blink BKB, and just try to use space when Falcons will provide it. Falcons, for their part, already eyeing that Roshan up top. Not going to take them too long. We've got the output for this with a God Strength as well. And Aurora are in no position to contest. They just do not have enough to stand up front when everyone's clumped in like that. And you don't even have, again, that Blink up just yet on Jabs. Kingslayer does have that full Ags we were talking about, so now just the BKB missing. And some pieces of the puzzle are coming together, but a 7k advantage is going to be hard to play into, no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you've always got that kind of late game scaling, because you have Enigma, you have Gyrocopter, but it's... I mean, right now with the 7k deficit, in fact, make that 8k now, things are just going to be very, very hard in terms of controlling Falcons. And well, Falcons, they are happily pushing out that top wave now into the tier 2 tower once again. Meanwhile, Aurora, they are looking down at that bottom lane, but it's really only snaking around the area. And he's just going to push out the wave again with the Fire Spirit, so this kind of hard to jump him on the Phoenix at the moment. And Aurora, they're not going to bother. They'll back their way out. As Falcons, they're going to smoke up as 3. They'll go through the twin gates down towards the bottom lane. A smoke-on-smoke scenario now, though. Aurora seem to want to try and force a fight. Jabs, though, may get caught first. He's been spotted. The smoke is broken. The stun is out. But here comes Kingslayer. They're on a Skitter. They've got the Sven locked down. Maybe they've got him. Skitter, he'll lose his first life. Meanwhile, ATF, he does go down. He got the Doom off onto Jabs, but he does lose his life for it. So a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 if you count the Aegis going down for Skitter. And ultimately Aurora, they should be very, very happy with that.
And that's a pretty interesting set of events. It felt like that encircling from Falcons should have netted him more. Quick reflexes from Jabs, getting the Malefice off, cuts off Skitter from trying to go in. He doesn't have anything like a BKB on hand just yet as well. So has no protection from some of these softer stuns on the side of Aurora. And ATF was just on the wrong side. They were all in flanking from the right. He's coming in from the left, cuts them off, but is isolated himself as well because of that positioning. He removes the black hole threat, sure, but there's no one to follow through from the Doom. So that's a minute without worrying about Doom here for the side of Aurora if they wanted to play in. That's a minute without the Aegis, with no chance of Roshan anytime soon, as it is a fresh take from Falcons. And we'll go back and take their Tormentor. You have some more utility here for snaking now with a Sunray in the egg. So there's a little bit more to play with. But, I mean, your lead is still widening on Falcons. It is just a mild concern. So they are going for a little bit of a relocate onto their own Tormentor now on the side of Aurora. It does feel like the 10k deficit at 21, it's still big. You know, down to 8k off the Tormentor. It's still big, but if it doesn't grow wider, if you don't take objectives on the back of this from Falcons, again, you reach this late game timing for Aurora where BKBs are up. We've got, you know, Jabs who can just safely commit the black hole at that point. You've got Savage who's not going to care about Malorine's output. Things can go a little bit topsy-turvy. It makes these fights a lot less straightforward for Falcons than they already are.
I mean, absolutely. It is one of those things. Like, this game is nowhere near over yet. Even with that net worth advantage, 1 or 2 team fights can really turn it right back the other way. And, of course, most of that net worth right now is on Malrine, on the Sand King. So once you've got those BKBs to come up, suddenly the Sand King may not be quite as scary as it once was in the middle of these fights. But now, though, Falcon's still holding on to a very strong position. Skitter working on towards his own BKB now in the Sven. He has fallen back behind Kingslayer, but it is still Sven. He'll be able to catch up, no problem. Overall, Falcons, maybe after that last fight, they might just sit back and take it easy for a little bit. You know, there's no Aegis to play with. So there's no real rush to try and secure any kind of objectives. Probably just best off securing your core items first.
Yeah. Just sit back and farm, which, again, it's also something Aurora wants to do.
Well, bottom.
We've talked to them before.
ATF, he was underneath the Sentry Wood, but it was his own. Never mind, he'll be fine. He'll TP up. I thought maybe he was going to think about making a jump in onto Jabs or Q, but see, once he sees both of them, he will not bother doing so. And with that, Aurora, they'll continue the farm game. Falcons will do the exact same. You do now have that that BKB available on Skitter, so you could see the Sven start to ask for some plays to happen, but he is lacking a bit of damage, I'd argue, so probably best off just continuing the farm.
Get that build up, go back to the Echo Saber, maybe get a Harpoon to help hold people down, get yourself in forward in these fights. And again, like, there's no direct pressure for Falcons to play fast. It is just also kind of playing into what Aurora wants to do anyhow. They will go for the smoke out now with that BKB pickup. See if they can land a connection here on the side of Falcons. No forward vision for Falcons. They are going in dark. Aurora smoked up now as well.
They sure are. Into the triangle they'll go. Kingslayer gets spotted. BKB is up immediately though, so Malrine's Burrow Strike does nothing. It's Falcons, they will retreat. BKB forced out from the gyrocopter though is going to feel pretty damn good, because now you can go for another team fight, and they are trying. ATF trying to go on to Q. Q able to blink out on the Tiny though, is going to be fine for now as Falcons trying to find it, but he TPs out. Aurora, they will successfully disengage this time around. And Falcons, sadly, off the back of that BKB usage of Kingslayer, they couldn't really get much out of it. I mean, they can still try though. Malrine's in the die triangle again. He'll see Ollie for a second, but he won't jump.
He's a little bit too far from the rest of his team to safely make that solo play. Still have points of control here for Aurora. So we'll hold back and look for the tier 1 instead. Shouldn't take them too long to clear this out. Aurora not interested for that objective. Again, it's been out for a while. They will relocate, but it's just out to get farm for Kingslayer. I'll just continue to get that build up into the Daedalus now. BKB gonna go off cooldown relatively soon. Tier 2 is set to fall. Again, Aurora, this team, they don't mind losing some outer objectives.
Yeah, Aurora, they are a team that like to play that classic kind of game of high ground defense. You know, it's just... This team will drag out the game for hours if need be. It's no problem. You know, they are very, very experienced when it comes to long games. Well, ATF, getting caught top lane, jabs, he'll pop the black hole. There is no hesitation. It's a great pickup if they can secure it, and they will. The ATF even pump faking the Doom at the last second, but obviously was not intending on throwing it out.
And that is a very meaningful kill for Aurora to find. It is Black Hole committed, but this is Jabs without a BKB anyway. He's not going to be looking for a big team fight Black Hole. We're just looking for some pickoffs to try to equalize the game. Again, it's 11 to 11. 9k lead still holding for Falcons, but they were at a 10k lead maybe 6 minutes earlier. So they're not gaining much off this advantage. It's holding parity. They will kill off Q at the least, but he has been playing forward for the team and does take note of the vision that was planted here in rather awkward positions for Aurora to try to clear out later on. I don't know, like these timings still lining up for both sides. It is still smooth. Like Avar is going for the Octarine into his own BKB. You've got the Bloodstone coming out for Malrine. And that AoE on the Sand King with the Stinger, with the Sandstorm, Epicenter, and Burrow Strike. It is going to be pretty crazy. It will be something to watch out for once he does commit in. Also, just a little bit more lifesteal with the damage he's pumping out. I know, it's just not comfy for Falcons to fully feel safe with a game going this slow. Again, they're probably just waiting for next Roche, which is a very fast respawn here. It is going to be up top. Can try to gun for it themselves, but Aurora does have some nice forward wards to at least maybe set up for a contest down the line.
I'll see if they do want to give it a crack. I mean, neither side has really checked the Roshan pick quite yet. It's pretty much an instantaneous Roshan we just saw. Aurora, they are grouped up top lane, and so are the side of Falcons. So both teams are somewhat in position, ready to go for that Roshan attempt. Seems like Falcons might be the first ones to scout it out, but no. Crit does not check the Roshan pit. So nobody aware yet that Roshan is just sitting there, top left corner of the map. Perhaps Skid is about to have a look, and he will. So Skidder will scout out Roshan. They are now aware. And immediately Falcons, they are running back top.
Right, Aurora, they're kind of in position. Lordnoff isn't in a maybe mildly awkward spot. The Illuminate should reveal his position, but Roche has begun in full.
It certainly has, but they are well aware of it. Aurora, they could try to force this fight. Problem is, Jabs is not there with his team. He'll group up now. He TPs to the top tier 2 tower, but it's just too late, I think. Roshan looking very gone. Kingslayer, they'll let the Aegis go, and Aurora, they thought about the jump in, but it was just all too late. They lacked too much information and too much vision. Just nothing could be done. And Aurora, it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to find a straggler either. Maybe Snake King, but he will Icarus dive out of it. Q's going to look for a toss. Egg is forced out. Snake King going to try and make it as hard as humanly possible, but he is going to go down.
Yeah, it's something for Aurora to find despite losing Aegis, I suppose. Egg down for 2 minutes, so you've got some leeway even on the Phoenix respawn to not worry. You don't really commit much for that either. On the side of Falcons, again, they still have a lot of play. Probably just waiting for Godsfriend to be back. Maybe wait for the full Daedalus if you feel like that you need that full damage here for Skitter. Side of Aurora are ready to fight back. They're only a little bit of gold away here for Jabs to have that BKB along with a blink. So the Black Hole now is a very feasible threat. Falcons will have to respect whether or not Mar will actually just hammer this Doom onto the Enigma every single time. It's something that they will have to be very disciplined about here.
Q's going to find Crit, but the Avalanche doesn't really land as Crit able to get the 4-staff away. Now Malrine looking to move in onto Q with the Epicenter. Does land it immediately as there's going to be a relocate in onto Malrine, but they're right into Skitter. Oh no, not like this. Black Hole, it's committed. Maybe they at least find the Sven, but he's still got the Aegis up.
What?
That's
What
a panic
was that?
relocate if I've ever seen one. I don't know what it is, Jonathan. It was something.
I mean,
the Falcons, they will happily accept the gift that was just provided to them by Aurora.
Yeah, they could just go high ground now. No threat, no black hole. They know the utility from Aurora is all gone. Amar is just going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Lorinov looking very gone as well, as Crit is able to secure the kill on the Snapfire, and yeah, very awkward relocate out from Ollie and Kingslayer, and well, naturally, it is gonna cost them a Rax. Luckily for them, on the side of Aurora, they do still have 2 Tier 2 towers standing in the mid and top lane, so they can't go for the Megas, and they cannot go for a secondary Rax yet. But Falcons kind of stealing away this bottom Rax. They really shouldn't have been able to get away with that easily, but they do.
I'm just so curious why they didn't break Tether. The Q died so damn fast. Maybe they were expecting Jabs to be on top with a black hole much quicker than he was. It's just a little bit lackluster from Aurora. Huge punishment from the side of Falcons. They've got access to that secondary Rax now, but they will play it a little bit more cautiously. Still, don't need to fully back out. Black hole is still an 80-second cooldown. Skitter still has Aegis. They've got the full Daedalus. There's nothing to be scared of here.
Oh, toss back Q into the T4 towers. He caught Skitter with that one, but the Aegis is still up for Skitter, so he will lose his first life. Can they get him a second time? They don't have toss up yet, so the answer is no. But Falcons at the very least do have to retreat, as it seems like Aurora will be able to successfully defend that mid tier 3 tower. Just barely. It will hold on by 52 HP.
And that's some impressive tossbacks from Q just off of that BKB, having the confidence to try to isolate away. Take away a little bit of the tools here from Falcons. They're still at the heavy back foot on the side of Aurora. 22k behind now, 17-12 Falcons. In control of the game, 1 Rax up, 1 lane that you've constantly got to repair here on Aurora. You still need so much more for Kingslayer to feel like he's got the output. Is going back for that butterfly. And that evasion will provide some durability in, although whether or not that's something Skitter cares about with his cleave, probably not that much. Got some good moves onto Amar if they can catch him out somehow.
Oh, they're going to give it a crack, but Amar just blinks away, and Jabs will get in range for the Malefice, but it seems like ATF's still going to be just fine as the relocate's a bit off the mark again. Just a little bit further back in position than you would have liked here, and ATF able to get away scot-free. And suddenly they're smoked up here, Falcons. 4-man smoke in the mid lane. Running right through the mid. Q does manage to back his way out at the right moment. However, they'll see the Illuminate from Lorinov, and they might just dive the high ground here. Lorinov, he's got no idea they're coming. Smoke broken. Malrine, he finds a great target. Q could not help out. There's nothing the Tiny could do. And suddenly Aurora, they're down a mid-coddle, and it's back to defending this mid lane.
And it is. They do have Black Hole back up on Jabs. No BKB on Q, but a BKB on Jabs if they can somehow work this fight. Question is how? And Doom is still ready on Amor. They can just kind of instantly punish Jabs if he's not too careful. They'll take the melee Rax. They'll leave a range Rax at 10 HP. But they've basically gotten that entire lane now on the back of Falcons. Great smoke out. Great read. Lorinov, it just hasn't felt like this Coddle has provided much. There was some early movements out with this hero, but the timings were just way too off. Malrine worked the lane way too well. Maybe down the line, if you can get a Sight of Vice or at least an Ags, you can provide some teamfight utility. We'll go for the Tormentor. Find at the very least free shard for Jabs is pretty nice. The Malefice and the Eidolons. Just a little bit more coming in, but Falcons just grow bigger and bigger. Full Satanic up for Skitter now. And Malrine still hanging onto the cheese. Has his full Eternal Shroud with all the protection he already has on the Shivas and the Bloodstone he found earlier. You've got Amar up with his own BKB. Still fresh at 9 seconds. It just feels like this game kind of devolves for Aurora into Jabs landing a big black hole. Almost onto 5, if at all possible.
That's kind of where we are right now. If you are Falcons, you are just sitting pretty at the moment, understanding you're 1 Rax away from securing those Mega Creeps, and more importantly, securing your first win of the group stages thus far for the Riyadh Masters. All about not messing it up at this stage. But with a 28k advantage, it is very hard to see them messing it up, to be fair. And props to the Falcons for kind of getting it together here on day number 2 of the groups and not allowing a repeat of what happened in day 1, at least for now. And Aurora, I mean, still in this game 1. Still just trying to play catch up here with Kingslayer. You'll see the Lincoln Sphere being built up on your Keeper of the Light, so Lorenov now got a bit more defensibility on the Coddle, but that's just pretty much for the Doom. And ATF, I'm sure he's going to have no problems break that Lincoln's. He's already got the Purge creep stolen for himself, so the Lincoln's break shouldn't be too challenging here for ATF.
No, and the Purge has come in clutch. Like that relocate movement up top earlier, and he bailed out from Malefice with that Purge, which made that position of the relocate from Ollie just not pan out. And you're just not giving that many opportunities to Aurora. Slow shove up top with a creep wave, not fully committing on the side of Falcons, hanging back. Aurora not falling for the bait, but could just lose another tier 3 if they're not too careful. Falcons looking for a flank out with a smoke. This could be big if Aurora caught off guard.
Oh, Lorenov. That's the target you don't want to see going down that quickly. But there goes your mid-keeper again, as now Crit with the kisses out, trying to get some vision and slow some heroes. Malrine, he's going to spot Kingslayer. Bro strike forward, out of range. Kingslayer forced the BKB, just TP away, but the Doom is out. No, it won't matter. ATF. Maybe a bit of a... What do you call that, Jonathan? The muscle memory. Muscle memory, I think it was from ATF.
And it is. Doesn't quite interrupt, so Kingslayer's free to go. He's going to be happy to bail out. That does cost him BKB once more.
And it might cost Jabs. The Jabs able to BKB and just walk away. Q gonna jump in with a toss back onto the Phoenix. They caught snaking for a second, but he's still gonna be fine. Instead they'll try for Malrine, but he's gonna cheese up. He'll move right back in. The tier 4 towers, no problem for Malrine. It's the epicenter, gonna slow everybody up. Kingslayer trying to run, but he has been taken down by Skitter as Jabs. Jabs, what are we waiting for with this black hole, sir? There it is, he gets it, the 4-man, but there's no follow-up to it. It's literally the Fountain versus Falcons. And Falcons, I think, have won. They will walk away. At least they hold on to that final lane of barracks, but with Black Hole down for a minute, 2 minutes and 2 minutes and a half, like how are you meant to defend this lane of barracks now?
It feels near impossible. Now you're depending on Q maybe jumping in, getting a good toss back as we've seen a couple of times, but...
Oh, here we go. Why jump in and toss if you're the one just getting annihilated by Falcons? No toss necessary. We'll blink in this time around. Buyback from Q. Aurora, they're going to try and slow this down as best as they possibly can, but again, without the black hole being up, it's pretty hard. They'll toss back Skitter into the tier 4 towers. You've also got Kingslayer buying back here. He'll TP into the racks. He'll try and chase down Falcons, but they're all running. They're all fine for now. Nobody's been caught. That is another thing about this draft of Aurora, right? Like, you're so reliant on Q setting up every initiation for you. You don't really have any other initiation apart from Jabs. And that's just Black Hole.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you have to play with here on Aurora. Falls flat. You've got the full MKB out now for Skitter. So the Butterfly to protect Kingslayer isn't going to do much anymore. They're smoking out on Aurora. They're just trying to eat some map space back up. Black Hole, it's still a minute away. Roshan back up for Falcons to take. Again, they've got the output. Aurora comes in. The signal's out, but Aurora can't feasibly fight in there. We just have to deal with another secondary life, another cheese, and a free Ags from Roche now. A free Ags from Malrine is going to be massive. He does pick it up. So now you have to contend with the burst strikes up from the Saturn Storm as well.
Yikes.
It's painful.
It's scary. Look at 46k net worth advantage now for Falcons. It's a very, very big lead if I've ever seen one. And props to Aurora. This is, again, their specialty of dragging out the games no matter how much the net worth lead is against them. But now with a 47k net worth lead, I'm sure Falcons, they should be able to put a lid on this game one.
I'm sure they can. They've got the refresh. They've got the refresh on Mar now as well. Double Doom ready.
Oh, they kill it. They have found Snaking first. Snaking, though, alive for now as Malrine jumping in with the Burrow Strike and the double stun from Skitter. Q is gone. Kingslayer to go down. No chance of survival. They've even doomed up Jabs, and that'll be GG. Game 1 to go the way of Falcons. And that'll be already a much, much better day than yesterday. As you see the smiles here on the faces of Falcons. They've got that first win off the borders. Maureen says Thompson at the end. I'm not sure why.
I am not sure either. I am not sure either. Maybe he's just throwing shade at Lornoff for trying to go back to Coddle. Who knows? Still, a strong performance out from Falcons. Aurora falling flat. Again, they drafted to their strengths here. Outside of maybe this Coddle pick. I think that's the one that I take biggest issue from the side of Aurora. Again, they had so many options here. A lot of Spirit Brothers were still there. Ember was the one banned out, so you had a Void Spirit option. You had a Storm Spirit option, which again was only threatened by Doom, which felt like you would force that choice from Amar, whether or not he's going to be the priority on Doom. You had a lot of room to maybe play a little bit more aggressive. Still, the Sand King from Mallorean was just way too much to deal with in mid lane. Once he had the levels in the Burst Strike, with that Stinger, like going on top of a Coddle who sits pretty far back, not far back enough apparently there for Lornoff. And the punishment was severe. Again, we're seeing some highlights here. The ideas for Aurora to get aggressive as well didn't pan out. Like this movement down bot, Q goes out forward. He's expecting jabs to be a bit closer. He's expecting to relocate maybe a little bit faster. Comes out a little bit too slow. It's just a little bit disjointed from Aurora to hit those timings that they normally hit with this IO Gyrocopter combination. And once that falls behind, again, with how limited their map space was shrinking into, they couldn't find that many openings. And again, with this kind of draft, you needed to have at least some space in. This is the one that was a really big question mark. Look how long it took. Q died a long time, and then to relocate, the tether was not canceled. Like, they were expecting jabs to come in with that black hole way faster. And it's disconnects. It's the timings aren't right. The timings in these movements just weren't there for Aurora, and they were relying on that to even have a chance in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if one thing could certainly be changed very, very quickly, it's probably the mid pickup, right? Because you and I, as soon as we saw the Coddle, there was a few question marks on our minds, because we've seen the mid Coddle over and over again from these SEA teams, and while it does provide some great work, this is a new patch, and I haven't seen a mid Coddle really perform that well on this new patch, I must say, so far, Jonathan. And I'll tell you what, that game did not really prove my point otherwise. It was a pretty poor kind of Coddle game, I would argue, and well, with that, Jonathan, Aurora, now one game down, Falcons picking up their first win of the group stage. We will head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Falcons and Aurora. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we're back for our Game 2 between Falcons and, of course, Aurora. And my goodness, Game 1. What a decisive victory here for the side of Falcons. Jonathan pulling off their first victory of the group stages thus far. I can only imagine what Aurora intend on changing up here to give themselves a decent chance at Game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like a change in draft. I think this Kotl last pick just didn't quite work out. To be fair, again, Malrine on that Sand King was devastating. I feel like even if you picked something like a Storm, it would still feel pretty bad, possibly. I think that's still something that Sand King can play aggressively into. So I'm keen to see what adaptations Aurora will take. Of course, for Falcons, this is the Falcons we were expecting to see. They had some pretty close matches, but again, they ended up 0-4. Yesterday, they finally get that first win. So they're setting that tempo for themselves. Again, it looked like they understood what Aurora was doing as well. They allowed the Gyrocopter IO through. No worries at all. They had great times in their lanes. They had a lot of aggression coming in. There was maybe a little bit of a slower start for Skitter in the first 10 minutes when they were getting aggressive down bot with Kingslayer turning around, showing up for some of those ganks. But Aurora, not on top of just the draft being maybe a little bit subpar, again, the coordination just looked off. Like, Q would go in, he'd die, then you still get the Tether relocated, and then Jabs comes in after the IO dies to get the black hole, and then Kingslayer is dead. So, I don't know. Feels like the coordination, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for Aurora. It did feel a little bit less than ideal, less than what we normally see from them. And we'll see if that loss will wake them up here and try to force out a draw up against Falcons.
Oh, we will see. Game 1 again. I felt like things were going quite closely, like right after that laning stage. And even the laning stage was going quite well for the side of Aurora, apart from that mid lane, which obviously went quite poorly for Lorinov. I don't know. I think personally, if I was to change anything, it'd probably be the mid pickup. Maybe don't go for the mid keeper. You know, it really is just such a hit or miss kind of mid hero to have. And in this current patch, from the ramblings I've been hearing from other pros, they do strongly believe that mid keeper of the light is absolute trash at the moment. From what I'm hearing from other professional players. So I don't know, Jonathan. I personally think it looked pretty bad last game. I think it's probably best to leave it on the back burner.
Yeah, definitely leave that one cooking for a little bit longer for Aurora. Let's see again what their picks will be. We should have that draft up relatively soon here for both sides as we are getting into the game and we're taking a look at that stage again. The wonderful stage for our side streams. It's kind of fun, you know, just having a small divider. If once you stand up, you see your opponents. If anyone stood up, you know, hopefully Kingslayer doesn't have those tendencies, Mikey. You know, I remember a different player who stood up in the middle of a match one time in this exact tournament.
I try to forget that particular moment you're talking about. Thankfully, we got rid of that player, Jonathan. We've got Kingslayer now, the 32-year-old debuting here at the Riyadh Masters, of course.
But there he is. He looks very familiar.
He does look familiar, but that is indeed a different player, John. He is 32.
Yeah, that's right. He looks very young for a 32-year-old. He does look like a gentleman, Mike.
Very good genetics. I was about to make a joke about not being so young. Go on, John.
Amar, he has a little thing on his finger. Did he injure it? That must be insured for a good amount.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. Ban's coming up. pretty similar bans from last time around, though I do appreciate Aurora. They do actually respect Ban Out the Doom this time for ATF. I think the thing is, with teams trying to draft against Team Falcons, you've just got to accept the fact that you can't really just ban out ATF. You know, the puddle has increased. It's more than a hero puddle at this stage.
That it is. It's a lot that you have to worry about. I think it's... I mean, Aurora had kind of the right idea. They were drafting to their strengths. They pick up that Enigma Jabs loves to run, Gyrocopter IO again, which they start with the Gyrocopter once more in Aurora. Fair enough. Again, this is something they take great comfort in. It hasn't been the biggest winning hero, but I guess before that loss a while ago, it was 10-10. So Aurora are looking to even out that stat, perhaps, for the rest of the teams here.
Perhaps. It does scare me when they go back for the same thing. Team Falcons. They'll go for the snap. I mean, why not, right? Like, you know, if you're going to choose Gyrocopter again, we'll just choose Snapfire again. You know, obviously you have the flexibility between Crit and Maureen anyway. Mid Snapfire has been looking fantastic as of late. But obviously Crit made it look pretty fantastic in the position 4 role too. Poor old Lorinov. He's probably got a lot of pressure on him right now. Jonathan, he was being tipped in game 1. He was being all chatted in game 1. Just everything happened to him in game 1. It seems like, you know, Falcons, they have targeted a particular player here on Aurora.
Feel like they know where the concern lies, and they'll try to slow down as much as possible. Let's see what does get left in the pool. Aurora do take care of the DK, and Falcons have got one more ban here. Again, they take care of that Beastmaster Hoodwink combination, which we've seen teams like, say, Blacklist really utilize well. So that's already off the chopping board. Wondering what they'll let you. I mean, do you ban the IO? Do you just let Aurora run it back? Because it feels like it wasn't an issue at all, right? Like, you could literally just go for the same draft again, which, you know, we've seen Aurora kind of end up in game 2s or game 3s where nothing changes. So I don't know if Falcons cares about that too much.
I doubt they do, John. I'll be frank with you. I don't think Falcons care at all about giving IO away. We shall see. They do have the opportunity to ban it out right here and now if they so wish. And quite frankly, if they see the IO come out, they might actually like it. You know, just kind of knowing exactly what they've got to deal with. It is kind of the thing. Like, it might be a signature draft of Aurora, but it's also very easy to read after the 1000th time that you've run it.
Pretty much. You know, it's carried through all of the iterations for Aurora, even from their time in Talon. Again, this is a strat that they've loved. This was a strat that was very popular last year when the DPC was around. So I don't think Aurora can just go back to that playbook. The Falcons are taking their sweet time here to finish out these bans, of course. Shall see what the concern will lie. Maybe you could take care... they just take care of Slaughter. Again, it's the exact same bans from Aurora, unless I'm mistaken, but it does look the exact same from Falcons, actually.
And why not? The game 1, again, I don't think they really struggled at all, apart from that laning stage for a little bit, but that's pretty standard for Falcons. You know, you might even out the laning stage at best, but once you get into that mid game, they do start to take over with their, you know, their top tier coordination. Now, Team Falcons, second pick to be made, and they will go for the classic ATF Mars.
I like that. Strong combination with the Snapfire in lane. You got Kiss's Arena to play with. You don't have access to Phoenix, so you go with this strong combination instead with your Mars. The lack of vision in Arena can be really painful. Again, I love pointing out that Ward will give you vision inside for whatever reason, but I don't know if that's something you want to necessarily pre-plan on Aurora every single time you come in. The lane of Mars into Gyrocopter is pretty stable as well. You do have some reach, at least, and you have ways of stopping the Rocket Barrage chase down with the Spear and God's Rebuke. So the early aggression from Aurora for Kingslayer is not going to be as straightforward now, just with this nice and easy pickup for Falcons.
That is a signature ATF hero. Like, this is arguably his best hero, if anything. It's very, very intimidating to look at if you are Aurora. Of course, they are going to go for a Warlock pickup. So something a little bit different coming out here from Aurora. Not going for that IO that we were anticipating. This is going to upset you a lot, I'm sure, because I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Black Grimoire coming out again here for our Warlock player, Ollie. So I'm sure you have your time to talk about how garbage this Facet is, John.
Again, it makes sense because you get that early level spike. It's just boring. No, it's not exciting. Warlock's already a boring hero. Please, just give him some actual interaction with his spells. Something else.
I had a game against the Warlock today, John, and I couldn't help but notice he
Yeah?
held his Black Grimoire when he was level 5 and there was a big team fight. He would not pop it for level 6,
Yeah.
and I just laughed to myself, and I thought, if you're not going to use it at level 5, when are you going to use it? Like, when this hero does nothing. The big spike is level 6. That's pretty much it. This Team Falcons, they're going to go for the Sven. Fair enough. Going back to what worked the first time. No need to switch things up.
Yep. No need. You've got good tanky frontliners here for the side of Falcons. Again, it's going to be hard to try to burst them down. Sven is the solution to Gyrocopter. Just feels great with Warcry. With all of the armor you're just providing your team. Already having to contend with Bulwark is already annoying for the Gyro, but Warcry on top just feels like a very tough game for Kingslayer to kind of get that burst out. Go into the Jakiro now as well for Falcons, which we have seen pop in a little bit more. Hasn't been winning as much, but is just a painful lane. Jakiro Sven just does not sound like a fun time. A stun into multiple slows, a lot of DOTs, a lot of counter control from the side of Falcons. Even some decent push depending on whether or not you get Liquid Frost or Liquid Fire here as well. I do like the draft coming out from Falcons. And the area denial, right? You've got Arena, you've got Macropyre coming in with that combination, with the kisses. It's so easy to just cut off the rest of Aurora from trying to look for their own fight here.
It certainly is. Aurora, we'll see what they try and follow up with. 2 more cores to come, I do believe. Unless we could see the mid-tiny, but it seems doubtful at this stage. Probably going to be the Q-tiny again. They're going to go down the Timbersaw route, which is a pretty nice counter towards all these strength cores we have been seeing. Is that the Jabs Timber? Is it the mid-timber of Lorinov? I wonder is... I kind of just head straight towards the Jabs Timbersaw here, but I think it could be either way. Could still throw it in the mid lane as well for Lorinov.
Either lane kind of works. Would agree with you. Does work out better on the off lane here for Jabs. Laning into the Sven is pretty alright. I think the side of Aurora, the one thing they do have on hand, I mean, again, up against all of this big teamfight potential from Falcons is they've got a lot of ways to utilize the Fatal Bonds at the very least. Lots of AoE damage with the Timbersaw, with the Gyrocopter, even the Tiny. So you can look for some big plays off the back of that if you manage to connect multiple heroes. The burst, even though your physical output from the Gyrocopter is mitigated, there is still some opportunities for burst here with the Timbersaw coverage. So I do like seeing this from Aurora. Whether or not it's enough is a different question. Timbersaw Tiny Lane can be a little bit slower as well. First 2 levels aren't going to feel amazing. Level 3 is definitely what you're looking for. Q might actually look for the pullbacks instead to try to soak up. Just because laning to Jakiro is just a pain. And I don't think the Timbersaw enjoys that either in his level 1 to 2. So Falcon still has a great presence there on the safe lane. See what the rest of the ban outs are. Ember being banned again from Falcons. Again, it's not different at all from game 1. This is almost exactly the same bans from Falcons.
If you're Falcons, it makes enough sense. Like, for Aurora is where I think the problem lays. If the bans are exactly the same as... Well, there's the Pangolier ban from Team Falcons. Aurora, final ban to come for themselves. Still looking for potentially a mid ban out here for Malrine. Unless, again, Malrine does want to play the mid Snapfire instead, but it looks rather doubtful now. I wonder if Lorinov is going to think about taking that Timbersaw himself. I suppose they'll just keep the flex pick open. But it is going to be their pick to make first on Aurora's end, so we will find out first where this Timbersaw is going. I just really question whether it's enough of a change-up with this draft. Like, the big question mark for me still kind of lies with the Gyrocopter. Like, I know it's a Kingslayer special. As we... Ooh, hold on a minute. Rubik coming up.
Ah.
So it's going to be a mid-tiny then.
Does look like that. Lorinov Tiny coming out. I mean, You have some crazy stuff if you do Rubik mid. I don't think this is the game for it.
No.
You know? Tiny mid, if it's not a Snapfire mid, it will work out. If they do flex it on Falcons and put Malorine on Snap, I think that lane's pretty rough for Tiny. You can always go back for a full bore if you want to stand further back here for the Snapfire and just clear out the wave that way. Tiny has no armor in lane, so the max little Shredder build that we've seen a little bit more, going 1-1-3, can be painful for the Tiny to just get run down very early on. I'm not sure. Falcons have a lot of room here. Again, flexing Snap mid looks pretty damn good considering you're likely up against this Tiny. It's going to be a Q Rubik coming out. Rubik Timbersaw lane does make a lot of sense. It's a little bit more playable. You've got some ranged poke. You're not going to get bullied out fully by the Jakiro, although it should still be a pretty decent time here for snaking overall. We'll see how far Falcons will want to think about this one. Again, if they flex that Snap mid, I think Lornoff's not going to have any better for time than he did last game. It still feels pretty devastating if you have to play up against a Snap mid as a Tiny, just melee matchups. That's the solution we used to see all the way back in what? Pro Series 10 when Team Dog was around or something? Or was it Pro Series 6? Batrider is coming out from Falcons, and that is going to be, it looks like the Malrine Batrider instead.
Yeah.
Unless they do something crazy like a mid-Jakiro, but I don't think they're that nuts.
No, I
Not yet.
doubt it. Not yet. I mean, they haven't picked it yet, in fairness, so you never know. No, they do go for the Marine Batrider, so nothing too crazy happening here with these drafts. It is also going to be the Lorinov mid Tiny coming out here for Aurora. It could be a pretty awkward laning stage again for Lorinov as well. Assuming he does use the toss and have it on cooldown, Marine could easily go for a dive in with the Firefly Sticky Napalm, with the Flame Break as well. You're going to be a little bit wary. You know, you use those spells a little bit too much, and Marine is going to have some openings in that mid lane.
And he is. It's still a melee matchup up against a Batrider. Marine should still feel good overall. He does go for Arsonist, which I guess is kind of interesting. I was watching the content piece as well coming out with Slacks. He was interviewing Jabs and Ollie, if I recall right, and he was asking them to randomly rate the facets. I don't believe they rated Arsonist high. I think it was in their bottom kind of picks for facets. So it's interesting. There's some push potential for Malrine. I'm keen on seeing what exactly it can do, because again, Jabs and Ollie at least said it didn't feel great.
When it says Sticky Napalm deals damage to structures, does it mean you get bonus damage with your right clicks as well? Or is it just the application
Theoretically.
damage?
That's it. Yeah, the wording's weird.
Because the wording,
and even if it is your damage, it's like 35%.
That's what I'm saying. Like the wording kind of implies it literally means the application damage. But if it was literally just application damage, it'd be one of the worst facets in the game.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
So it must be the right click damage on top. It must be.
Yeah, but again, it's only 35% of that. I mean, I can see some cheeky pushes. You know, you're running down mid, you're getting Sticky Napalm on someone you're chasing down and onto the tower. I guess there's some value there. I don't know. Again, this is one that I literally just saw Jabs and Ollie say is pretty bad.
I'm sure there's more to it than that. We'll see, Jonathan. The tips are coming up between these two sides already as we are starting game 2 here between these two teams, and we'll see if Aurora can indeed force out a draw or whether Falcons are going to get away with their 2-0 victory to start off their day number 2 of the groups. And just now, I mean, this Batrider build up, this Facet, it's got me intrigued now. Can't wait to see exactly what the idea is here from Falcons, because if Malrine's taking it, Jonathan, there's definitely something busted about it. It can't be that bad.
I mean, if it works, like it just applies the debuff as well because it damages the building, then it can be pretty funny. And I feel like it should work that way for Malrine to pick it, no? Then does that mean Jabs and Ollie just didn't try it? Question mark?
Probably.
Maybe. But it sounded like they did, though. I don't know.
Let's find out. We'll see what Malrine gets done here. Perhaps a level 1 team fight to come. It seems like both sides are already grouping up on the top side of the banner rune spots. Never mind, Aurora, they will run down towards the bottom side instead, though Falcons are following them down. Falcons actually watching this all with a ward, so they know exactly where Aurora are. Top side, they are jumping in on Skitter. Skitter being slowed up by the blood grenade of Q. Whirling Death's coming in from Jabs, going to make life a little bit harder for Skitter, but no. Jabs holds on to the mana for now. The Skitter dropping extremely low off the lift back from Q. And Skitter barely able to get away with his life intact. Just barely.
And he is going to have to start eating through a lot of tangos just to sustain out. But you've already done some decent damage on Aurora to just make it a little bit awkward in the first 2 levels here for Skitter. Gonna need to ferry some regen out or ask for some refills out from Snaking. He is ready. Snaking did buy 2 sets of tangos, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem here for Falcons to contend with. They are taking a gander at that mid.
That sticky napalm, John, it did 1 damage so far into that tower.
Yeah!
I'll let you know.
Hell yeah.
Look at this. It even adds enough. Look at that. There's a 1 on the tower.
Oh yeah,
Great stat, John.
So it does apply the debuff, so perhaps it will amplify the damage onto the tower. Which
it does. It does. There's no 2 ways about it.
Then then why did Chavs and Ollie rate it pretty low? It sounds like it could be useful.
You know, it'd be great. Remember when?
You...
Remember when Dragon Scale was busted on Batrider? Like, imagine that
Yeah.
worked. Dragon Scale just does a billion
what
damage.
was the real busted one? What is the busted one that applied your auto attack fully? Was it Fake Grenade?
Fake Grenade and Dragon Scale at one stage did it.
Yeah, I missed that. But you see, 5 stacks, he's done 80 damage on the tower for free while getting harassment off onto Lorinov?
I don't see the problem. It's legit. Have a look at the side lanes.
I'm not fully convinced yet.
Top lane, you are going to have Skitter and Snaking against Jabs and Q. I imagine this is probably going to be a pretty decent lane for both cores up at this top lane. Can't really imagine it being too slow for either. Maybe a little bit scarier for Skitter because that Whirling Death really does start to hurt those strength heroes quite a lot. For now, though, a pretty nice even start, though. It does seem like Skitter has fallen a little bit behind in the CS department, but I'm sure he'll be fine to catch up very, very soon.
Yeah, they've expended a lot of regen already up top off of that chase down from Jabs and Q. You're already down to just 1 tango left on Snaking. Had to salve up as well. You are doing a great job on Q. The key thing in that lane is just cut off the Jakiro. If the Jakiro can't apply the magical harassment onto Jabs, Jabs has free reign in the lane. That's certainly what you're getting out here so far early on for the side of Aurora. Again, we can take a look at the last lane we haven't really taken a peek at down bot. You have Crit on the Snapfire, hanging along with Amar on his Morris, up against Kingslayer on his Gyrocopter, and Ollie on that Warlock. It's a very stable lane, pretty boring lane overall. There is some aggression you can play with Fatal Bond's Chase Down, but again, up against Amaris with a God's Rebuke and a Spear back. Aggressive plays aren't really something you're fully looking for here on Aurora. You are playing pretty defensively on Crit as well, just looking to try to snipe some couriers, maybe drag a creep wave back, gain some EXP. Going to be a little bit slower in that sense for Falcons as well, but again, the kill threat for Kingslayer, not as clear-cut up against the Mars.
Top lane, bit of a chase on now. Skitter in a lot of danger, is going to be able to barely walk away. Snaking quite low himself. They'll salve up Skitter, so he'll be able to remain in the laning stage just fine, but this lane is getting scarier and scarier here for the side of Falcons as time does go on. Of course, you aren't going to have Malrine rotating anytime soon either, as he's still just level 4 on the bat. Though he has been doing some fantastic work of just making sure Lorinov just does not have a game. You look at the CS difference between the Tiny and the Batrider in that mid lane. Like 17 and 12 compared to 8 and 2. Malrine is really just dominating that lane altogether. As Snaking top lane in danger again, but we'll be able to just walk out of it.
Not quite finding kills. Again, it's costing a lot of regen for Snaking. Another set of tangos gone, another clarity expended just to maintain some harassment here. But it does feel like you're still getting some space to play for Skitter. It's pretty topsy-turvy in comparison to Kingslayer's free farm right now. But I guess the one big thing you are winning out is, again, mid, as you mentioned. Lorinov just isn't getting anything. He has no presence up against Malrine. Already level 5 on Malrine as well. Can start to threaten once that 6 is up. Your rotation potential on the side of Aurora. It's not amazing. You've got Warlock Rubik. Following through is not particularly amazing for either one into that mid. So Malrine just has free reign. Aurora has no options to try to prevent that. Their side lanes are going all right. Again, Kingslayer is getting a strong start, but I do worry about that tempo of Lorinov. This timing into even just the blink here for the mid-tiny, it doesn't feel like you're going to see that anytime soon.
Absolutely not with the way things are going. More action up at that top lane, Skidder. Just every time he gets close to the creep wave, Jabs is constantly spamming out that Whirling Death, making it very hard for him to feel comfortable. Q with the Fade Bot follow-up as well, not going to be very nice at all. The snaking,
Jesus.
Still trying his absolute best to force them back, but there's only so much Jakira can do at level 2. With a Falcons...
Mid-tower, Mike.
Oh.
10 stacks of Napalm, half HP. Siege creep isn't even there yet. This is legit.
I mean, it kind of is. The thing is, as well, you have the Smoldering Resin innate ability too, right? So he, that 15% attack damage for 2 seconds every second, you can't really underestimate it. Like, it does add up.
Yeah. And it's adding up. Mullerine, half HP on a tier 1 just by himself, forces out the movement from the supports. Don't even manage to find runes.
But nobody jumps in. Malrine's actually just still fine to keep spamming sticky napalm on the tower.
This is just...
Yeah, I mean, Jabs and Ollie might have to have a bit of a look back at this Facet, John. This doesn't seem that bad to me. In fact, it might be the preferred Facet. It's really working. It's actually working.
Oh my god.
And the innate ability does work on the towers as well. It actually gives the bonus damage on the towers, I think.
That's just that. I mean, it's like you're playing against a DK, but he doesn't even need Dragon Form. It's like you're playing against Nakira with Liquid Fire, but again, he just spams it every 3 seconds. That's kind of nuts.
We'll have to ask. I mean, depending on who wins, we'll have to ask about this Facet, because it's quite interesting now that you've had Jabs and Ollie outright say they think it's one of the worst Facets in the game, and Malrine's proving that it's actually maybe one of the better ones in the game by the looks of it.
All right. To be fair, it was a ranking of 10. I think they placed it on, what, 7?
Okay.
But they did say it was not that great. So, I don't know. I don't know what their overall view is of it. It was a blind ranking from Slack. You know him and his content. He's very zany, what he has these players do. But it is stronger than I'd expect from those comments for sure. Mallory now just clearing out the stacks, no problem. Getting that flash farm. Has level 7. Doesn't bother with the lasso yet. Just wants to get that quick build up. 0 kills on the board. 7 minutes 40 in. But that's kind of to be expected from some Aurora matches anyhow. In the laning phase, again, in terms of farm, is going pretty well for Kingslayer and Jabs. It just feels like this Mallory difference is going to be a bit of an issue. Is rushing for that blink, has been... If this tier 1 tower falls anytime soon solo with this Batrider, you have some problems.
Oh, you certainly do. We live in a world now where Batrider apparently pushes towers. Ollie being pushed around, and he is he's gone. That's a lot of damage. First blood to Malrine of all people, making matters even worse for Aurora as Cookie not going to quite land.
Nope, but here comes the push. Arcane Rune. Arcane Rune sticky napalm. It's melting.
This is great.
What do you do?
This
How
is
do you
fantastic.
stop this?
This is actually fantastic.
It's just gone.
The Smoldering Resin actually applies to the towers as well. That's so stupid. Why? Why do we do this, Val? Look at that!
8 minutes.
8 minutes your Batrider took down the tier 1 mid tower. Basically against 3 heroes as well, might I add. John, don't forget those supports did rotate to try and save that mid tier 1 tower, but well, now the map's completely opened up already for Falcons. Of course, Lorinov has been completely shut down on the Tiny to boot. He's just above crit on the net worth department. That's your mid Tiny falling very, very far behind, and well, suddenly now you've got a mid Batrider who is out-leveled and probably out-farmed on top, and he's going to be able to start rotating across the map whenever the hell he wants to.
Once this blink is done on Malrine, he's already setting up to clear out some stacks. With the smoke, not going to take too long for him. No contestation out from the side of Aurora. They do block at least the smaller camp on the side of the triangle, but that flash farm still going to be kicking in for Batrider. Again, this is pretty scary for Aurora. Again, it's been a slow game, 0-1, but Falcons run away with mid. You have a decent time for Jabs and Kingslayer, but that's still a Timbersaw and a gyrocopter. The gyrocopter in particular needs so much more time. Maybe Jabs can start to get active once this full Kaya is up. The big issue on hand is just Lornoff, again, on a very stalled out blink timing. Doesn't have rune control, misses out on the amp damage rune as well. You've got 2 wards watching here for Falcons to ensure they maintain that control, prevent Lornoff from even trying to find a way to snowball back in. And now Malrine, just 150 off from the blink, off of those stacks. There's just no stopping this. Again, maybe just down to these support choices on Aurora. They needed the Tiny to be active because Rubik and Warlock alone do not set up plays for you that well.
Well, they certainly do not. There's your blink up now on Malrine, so he might start to rotate top lane to defend this tier 1 tower, but I mean the tier 1 hasn't really taken any damage anyway. Just a siege creep being left behind and it'll be taken out anyway. So still 0-1 11 minutes into the game. Really just nothing but farm happening between these two sides, but it is starting to slowly favor Falcons once again.
And it is. You know the awful thing about this for Ollie? He has 1 charge in a Black Grimoire. He can't even like rush his 6 now because there's no activity. You see? It's like if you're snowballing, you're going to hit 6 fast anyway. If you're not snowballing, you're not getting killed. So when do you pop this damn thing?
Shout out to our observers and production team as well, John. They're giving us all angles of the farming, which is very, very good. We're just getting all angles of everyone farming, which is exactly what we want to see. Is Kingslayer narrowly avoiding a smoke rotation that was incoming from Falcons. But that tier 1 bottom tower probably set to fall. Highly doubt there'll be a defense to come from the side of Aurora. They are still hunting though, Falcons. They aren't going for the tier 1 quite yet. But it seems as though nothing's really going to come out of this smoke.
Do you reckon Aurora with Kingslayer now are trying to set the next record for F10K? Do you reckon? They say, oh, 42 minutes, that's way too short, guys. Let's drag this out to 50 minutes before anyone gets 10 kills.
I mean, I think Falcons would be the ones to stop them from doing that, let's be frank, John. I guess you never know. Maybe Aurora could do it. Maybe they could make it happen for us as we are looking at, again, multiple angles of farm happening here between these sides. Ollie, getting caught by Lasso. He's going to die, and sadly, the Black Grimoire does not get updated with his own death. So that book is not getting any bigger as time goes on.
Yeah. You see, like, if you're snowballing, you're gonna hit 6 anyway if you have... Okay, maybe if you get 1 kill, it's kind of impactful. It's free 500 EXP into your 6, then you can kind of play with that, but... I don't know, maybe I'm just a hater, Mike. Look at that. Malrine, he's not a hater. Tower's gone. Batrider gets the job done by himself. 0-2, or 2k lead for Falcons. We've multiplied our kills by 100%, Mike.
Yeah, but who does this favor? Like, I know Aurora used to playing these style of slow-ass games, but does it really favor them? Because it feels like Falcons are the ones really pulling ahead quite nicely. Like, top 3 net worth are all Falcons. I'd say Skidder is definitely farming on the slower end compared to your Gyrocopter, but he's still farming faster right now than Kingslayer is. It's like, who does this actually favor?
I want to say it actually plays into Falcons way better because they still have faster spikes, right? You have this blink already up on Amar along with that earlier blink from Malrine. You're getting into the Echo Saber for Skidder, into probably blink BKB with this assembly. And then your play is a lot faster. For Aurora, I mean, you kind of want to get a tempo start on Jabs. Unfortunately, he gets bopped.
Yeah, I mean, Jab's trying for a TP play out, but the immediate Ice Path from Snaking going to just cancel that off as now the Macropie and the Arena dropped right onto the head of Jabs. The Jabs just throws the casual chains out, but is going nowhere. That'll be the 3rd kill of the game.
He didn't get... He got bonked by the creep. The Ogre.
What?
And then he got Ice Pad, I believe. Or he got stunned by something.
That's unfortunate, as we are looking at the heat map now, Jonathan, of where these carries have been. Fantastic stuff. Look at Skidder's presence. Very, very nice.
Wow. All that farm culminating into this 3k lead for the side of Falcons. 0-3. Aurora. I mean, they've got the blink up in Lornoff, right? Surely that should allow some plays to come out. He'll smoke out with Ollie, which isn't an amazing combination, but I suppose with some Fatal Bonds and Creep Wave, you can't instantly burst someone down. If they can find anyone, Aurora has no forward vision. they haven't really had too much control on the map.
Kingslayer.
So it's going to be a lot harder.
They know the Gyro is farming bottom side somewhere, and Malrine actually blinks right into him, but maybe wasn't quite confident that he was actually there. Now Aurora looking to push out that top tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, Falcons, they do push out the bot wave, and it seems like they're just going to allow the top tier 1 to go down for free. Back to the farm game, of course, between these two sides. 0-3 now, 15 minutes in. I still believe that this kind of game is certainly just favoring Falcons. However, even just the runes, John. They've found 12 runes compared to the 3 bounty runes of Aurora.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gold.
It already leads to a big difference in the supports mainly. Crit and Snaking having a grand old time and just building up. Ollie, I mean, it's a Warlock. It's always going to get shafted either way. Still has the only the 1 charge in the Black Room War. Yeah, I know. Look, you are stalling, you are farming, but there's so much more space for Falcons as they jump.
Savage caught out mid lane, and he is gone. Lorinov going to jump in. He'll try for crit. Ice Path's going to block everyone else off, though. It's a very awkward kind of path in for Aurora. Up the staircase, but they're going to lose Lorinov. It's just so forced. Like, they're farming mid lane after playing a passive game like that, allowing the opening for Falcons, and then they force a fight where they've got to run up a staircase against the Jakiro with Macropire Ice Path. It's just too forced.
And it is. And again, their follow-through is not amazing with bait plays like that. You drop Golem, you don't have the follow-up, you don't really have anything. I don't think so. I think they literally just wanted to clear out some farm, tried to play greedier. Didn't quite respect the lack of control in the bot jungle.
Just look at this.
And get punished. We can take a look in the replay. Great move out from Amar. Follow through to Kisses. Golem's down now. Kingslayer's gone, even in the flank. The last-minute spear from Amar again. Just helps to secure. We talked about this in draft, this build-up from Falcons. All of this AoE control they have, area denial, low cooldowns as well in comparison to what Aurora are trying to do with his Warlock pickup. Hasn't really panned out. 7k lead for Falcons, 0 kills for Aurora. Map space keeps shrinking. Blink from Lorinov hasn't done much yet. And Falcons are just running away with this game too so far.
Oh, they absolutely are now. A 6k advantage. 0-5 is the scoreline. Still no F10k coming up for either side. So a rough night for the bettors already. So Aurora.
I love it.
Oh, it is what it is, I suppose. You're in a very awkward kind of scenario between these both sides where it's... Yeah, Aurora just don't want to fight. They are playing the classic game of cat and mouse. ATF top lane looking for Lorinov is going to miss out. Though his spear would have been on the mark had the TP taken a little bit longer, but sadly ATF does miss out.
They're missing opportunity. Still, go for the smoke play, full BKB up in Mallory now, so you really can't control this Bat Rider when he does commit. Has the lasso ready.
Jump is out. They have caught themselves a Warlock. He still only has 1 charge of the Black Grimoire, by the way, so... I mean, that does come with having 0 kills and 0 assists, Jonathan. Naturally, the Black Grimoire is not going up. Bright side is he still has a whole 250 experience he can get at any moment.
Whoa! Holy! 250.
It's a bargain, John.
Make that 350 and we're happy. Roshan, Falcons, extra happy as well. Bargain deals for them. No contest. You can't really expect Aurora to do anything about this at this point. So let's try looking at Aurora. What do you do when you are 7k behind at 19 minutes in with 0 kills on the board? I quite frankly cannot tell you what you can do. They have a BKB on Kingslayer, so they do understand they can't quite just go back and farm for the entirety of this match. They need some presence, or at least some way for Kingslayer to at least run away when he is jumped. Won't say from the lasso of Malrine at least. Roshan goes away of Falcons, a smoke out from Aurora, hugging that same spot they forced this fight last time.
They're going to try again. ATF around the mid-tier 1 tower. They are going to avoid him and instead hang out in that dire jungle. If they run directly west, they would run into Snaking, but he'll TP back towards his team. Seems like Falcons are pretty well aware that this smoke might actually be happening, and they'll just group up as a unit and ensure that none of them get picked up. But they are going to see Snaking in the mid lane, so they could go for the jump in, and they're going to try, but Snaking does have help around the corner if he needs it, but they let him die. Instead, Malrine jumping in, but Jabs, he's got a BKB up. So no lasso to come from Malrine quite yet. They just wouldn't have the damage through the BKB, even with the lasso committed. Stormhammer, though, gonna land onto Jabs, and with the arena out, Jabs is going nowhere. So you accept your Jakiro kill, but you give up your off-lane Timbersaw. Not a very good trade whatsoever for Aurora.
No, certainly not, but, you know, it's their first kill. They at least find some activity out, even though the trade's not worthwhile. At least you find something. Unfortunately for Ollie, still no charges on the Black Grimoire. Did not quite help out in that fight. And we'll find our Tormentor here, at the least, without sacrificing Ollie, perhaps, and he will scurry away. Ollie does find a shard. That's something, yeah. I guess.
I just can't wait to see how long he holds on to this Black Grimoire for.
Why would he pop it at 1? It's just useless at 1.
I mean, it's useless regardless right now.
At this point, you need 3.
It's taking up a slot, John. It's taking up a whole slot.
Not like he has gold to buy anything else here, to be fair. Ollie doesn't have room for literally anything else anyway.
I'm just saying.
So, you know, it's a slot that wouldn't be used.
If you got a couple of healing lotuses, John, it might be more worth it to just hold those, honestly, at this stage.
That's true. He at least has 1 healing lotus, Mikey. You know, he has something.
That's true.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A depressing game so far for Aurora, but a great game for Falcons. 9k advantage here for the Dire end of things. No rush, of course. Again, with their draft, there's no need to rush. You're playing with a Sven.
No.
You just give Skitter as much time as you possibly can. And it's Sven versus Gyrocopter. Like, Warcry absolutely ruins the flak cannon of Kingslayer.
And it does. You still have scaling on Malrine. He's rushing Ags now on our Bat Rider. So double lasso will be in play. The BKBs are not going to save you if you do line up. And you will be lining up because you are 2 melee cores at the very least. With the Gyro being the exception. Smoke out from Falcons. See if they get something off this aggression here. It does look like Aurora, again, just playing defensively, hugging their high ground. Not wanting to bleed out any more than they have. I suppose with the lead holding steady, you know, it's not growing much for Falcons. In fact, swinging slightly back for Aurora. They are finding some space on farm to keep parity on Aurora in terms of farming pace. So that buildup is still slowly but surely being hit. You know, Kingslayer's not too far behind compared to Omar and Malrine. Only about 1k behind Skitter. Again, considering this game, not a terrible position to be in for Aurora. It's just, it still doesn't feel great, but again, you are finding something on the map, I suppose.
Dr. Incore now completed on ATF. It's just that kind of game. Like, ATF goes for a Midas into Octarine Core, apparently. Just why not? It's almost like he knew. Like, with the pace of the game, I'm just going to buy Midas and get the most value out of this item. And it actually ends up working out. Just one of those games where Midas has uber value no matter what hero you're playing. And, well, for Aurora, back to the drawing board. They'll get back towards their base. Back towards the other side of the map, where they'll start to get their farm going once again. Aegis will be expiring rather soon onto Skitter. Not that it really matters, because I highly doubt Aurora will fight.
Nope. Sit back, wait for this Ags. Maybe wait for the full complement of items, actually, at this point on Kingslayer. And just kind of seed ground, you know, just give it away. There's really nothing you can do at this point just yet. Maybe with a BKB and Lornoff, things can start to clear up. Line into a triple BKB timing here for the side of Aurora. Got the blink up and jabs. Again, there's still some damage to be done. We talked about this Timbersaw pickup being really good into all of these strength heroes. It still is. Just need to find a way to connect together. And with the triple BKBs, they will go for the smoke out now. Aurora, need to look for some activity. Again, the cores aren't too badly out-farmed. There is still some play potential for Aurora overall. Just need to find people without too much forward vision here.
Well, they're going to see snaking bottom lane. ATF will join snaking. So you've got the Mars around the area, but they don't see him. In fact, they do see him. He was underneath vision. ATF, he'll take the Watcher, but he gets caught by an Avalanche toss combination. He'll drop the arena, but he's gone. That's the kind of pickoff Aurora have been looking for. The question is, what does it lead to now? Because there's no Roshan to play for. The closest tower is the bottom tier 1 tower, so it kind of seems like that's the only objective you have really to go for.
Yeah, but again, for Aurora, considering how far behind you are, this is necessary. You need to open up the map just a little bit more, try to contest, get these tier 1s out of the way so you can dig deeper into that enemy jungle. You also managed to get a big steal out from Q. He does have arena stolen, but here comes the Ags timing on Malrine. Double lasso ready. Kingslayer does have his own Ags up, a little bit more output now with a side gunner. 8k lead still standing for Falcons. I mean, it's some progress. It's not amazing, but it is just helping Aurora try to look for opportunities back in. Again, the lead for Falcons as well just hasn't increased. So in terms of farming pace, Aurora is still somehow finding a way to keep up.
Rain was thinking about a blink initiation. Decides better of it. Takes the Arcane Rune, but now Lorinov, he's going to toss back onto the Batrider. Marine, though, he gets his BKB off in time, and now the double lasso is out, dragging back to Lorinov and Kingslayer. There's still going to be fight for now. There was no follow-up to it, but here comes Skidder. He's onto the Tiny. Lorinov is gone. That's one way to start the fight. It's Jabs trying to rip apart another, but it seems as though Jabs is the one to fall, as they will secure a double kill onto Skidder. Looking for more. ATF going to find Ollie now,
Number
the
10.
Warlock, and Ollie is going to drop a triple kill for Skidder. And sadly, Jonathan, nothing will come for Aurora. They get literally 0 kills out of them.
No. And again, they find one pick off, they take a tower. It's some space, but it's not space you can really capitalize on. And at least Falcons, they cross the threshold for us, Mike. 2 to 10. 10 kills finally on the board. Full Daedalus up now for Skidder off the back of that fight. Again, great reveal from the double lasso of Malrine. Just a little bit slow on BKB usage there for Lorinov. Pops it as he dies. Snaking.
A bit of danger, Snaking. Feeling charitable, going to give his life away. Kingslayer going to be very, very happy with that. Even Crit copping a fair bit of damage in the mid lane from Lorinov, but will be okay to back his way out. So now Falcons back to the drawing board for themselves. A 12k advantage now. Just play the farm game once again until your cooldowns are up and available. And of course, Roshan is going to be available in 35 seconds to boot. Just save those cooldowns for that, I suppose. Aurora, they're the ones that need to find a way into this next Roshan fight.
That they are. Again, they have some tools available. Triple BKBs are there, all ready to go. We've got, I believe, the Daedalus for Kingslayer already done and dusted, unless he's just skipping that for the Butterfly, and he is. Opting for the Butterfly instead of the bigger crits. Which is fair enough. Try to block off this right-click damage coming in from Skidder early on. Although, again, the Cleave is not going to care for it too much. Falcons. 3 to 10. 12k lead. They do check Roshamar was in the area, so they should know it's available. Maybe looking to force a fight beforehand, as Aurora are also eyes on the objective, hang around top on their side of the map, and they will go for a smoke sneak out. This could be big. If Aurora does manage to find a key pickoff, take control of Roshan somehow, and take that Aegis, the game can even out, but that's a lot of big ifs.
Oh, ATF, he's already jumped in. They broke the smoke of Lorinov. Marine looking for a lasso. Not going to throw one onto Jabs yet, though. Jabs popping his BKB, needs to run, but the lasso is now out. They caught the Timber. Skidder making very short work of him. And Falcons, they just want more. More kills to come. Aurora, they will retreat, but Skidder's looking to move right in onto Lorinov, and Lorinov, well, they do at least get the stolen lasso here from Q, but it's not going to matter. Kingslayer in trouble, Arena is down, at least the BKBs do allow them to get away, but Malrine's chasing into the base now. He really wants that Tiny, and he's got him. Lorinov, he's gone, and so is Kingslayer by the looks of it, trying to get back towards the fountain. He'll barely make it out. Oh my, I mean, they're just diving him past the tier 3 towers, John.
That they are. They get a freebie kill onto the Golem as well. A little bit more gold coming out there for Skitter. And now they have free access to Roshan if they want to go for that safer objective first, which they will. Aurora, again, just unfortunate. They were sneaking up with the smoke. Amar just blinks forward onto the creep wave, rakes the smoke, ruins that angle out for Aurora. Now, no hope of contesting that Roshan either. Will still try to smoke and sneak around here on Aurora, but not into the pit.
Roshan being a little bit cheeky with the twin gate usage, almost juggling Maureen. He'll be fine to get to the other side of the map though. Aurora, they have smoke. They are trying to get there in time to contest this Roshan. Scan is going to give the information they require, but Roshan's still going down very, very fast. They have really no time to react to this. They've got to go now. Jabs has jumped in, blinks in, tries to get one. Maureen is fine, but Crit does go down, but Jabs now in danger, does take the cheese away on the Timbersaw. Meanwhile, Snaking also dropping as Kingslayer, trying to find Maureen, does catch out the Batrider. 3 down for Falcons. A very chaotic kind of initiation here from Jabs, but it does pay off.
Yeah, that's a pretty considerable set of kills coming out from Aurora. 3 kills, netting them almost a 3k gold swing back. Again, getting this cheese up on Jabs does provide a couple of possibilities for them now going forward. And taking away, again, some pieces of utility that Falcons would have wanted to have on hand. A little bit unfortunate for Falcons. The Roche crossing just not able to clear it out during nighttime does cost them a little bit more. They still maintain this 12k lead. But Aurora are showing some signs of life. You're still not going to want to play into Skitter, especially while the amp damage rune is up. And you don't have the best room to try to contest the objectives. But, again, you are keeping up somewhat with farm at this point. You are seeing that effect of the Timbersaw when he can get the angle in with the Whirling Death and the Chakrams up. Jabs can still do some good work. It's just a matter of finding those engagements. Falcons, lead has dropped down to 11k. The graph, still 84% for Falcons, but they are giving Aurora, 16% chances, which, again, they have been finding. Fighting 1 out of 10 opportunities, it does feel like fairly accurate.
No, I'd say so. Tormented to be taken, Snaking. Well, in fact, rather Maureen will get his free shards up now on the Batrider. It's a very kind of awkward game once again for Aurora. Like, it's... all the farm right now is on Kingslayer, but it doesn't really feel like it's amounting to much yet. It seems like ATF looking to jump the gyro. He was under vision there for a moment, Kingslayer, so mid lane, he's going to be very cautious here. They are watching him, but it seems as though Falcons think it is bait. They will leave Kingslayer to just get back towards his own jungle. You are at the stage where Kingslayer does have a lot of farm on this gyrocopter. The issue is if you burst him down before the fight really begins, like, that is pretty much the fight over. All the gold is on the gyro.
That it is. It honestly feels like a big part really is Jabs. I think if he's allowed to wait out these BKBs and come in with his own, if they can get that timing right in the counter initiation, that's where things can open up for Aurora as well. Still, tier 2 tower falls. Still 2 minutes on that Aegis for Skitter. Last outer tower standing for Aurora. Skitter does not care. We'll just get to work immediately. Aurora probably not going to be looking for defenses outside of their high ground anytime soon. So we'll just allow Falcons at control. And for the side of Aurora again, you've got some cheeky high ground plays. You've got tossback potential here for Lorinov. You have a lot of area control yourself with Chaotic Offering and a good upheaval. Can kind of make things a little bit awkward for the dives out from Falcons, especially as the BKB start to whittle down to 6 seconds. Still add 7 seconds on a few. But you will have to show some restraint on the side of Falcons here, just a tad bit. Aurora, and they have to kind of execute on top of that. We are 34 minutes in, by the way, Mike, and Ollie still has only 2 charges in the Black Grimoire, and he hasn't used it.
No, he hasn't, Jonathan. I'm not sure what he's waiting for at this stage. I suppose the thing is it just does nothing anyway. So it's like, all right, well, I've got this stupid book that does nothing. Let me just hold it and see. Maybe at some stage throughout this game, maybe it will be useful. Maybe.
I can see maybe your level 15 talent being worthwhile, or just straight up saving it for into 18 if the game lasts long enough. No. Like, those are the other spikes, 18 or 20 or 15. If he gets charges. If you don't, then there's really no point at this point for Ollie, unfortunately. See, that's what I'm saying. It's such a weird little thing. It's just boring and weird. MKB now up for Skitter, so he doesn't care for that butterfly on our Kingslayer as oh.
Jump is there. Maureen not able to find a lasso yet. BKBs were popped by Maureen and by Kingslayer. So you've got no gyrocopter BKB, which is a bit of a problem. Now they will jump one onto the tiny Lorinov trying to get away, but is set to go down. So ETF will take him out. Onto Jabs they'll go. Jabs chains back towards the base. He'll be okay for now, as the BKB will keep him safe. But Falcons, they are onto mid-tier 3 tower. Skitter will find it, no problem. They're going to try and defend here against the Sven. In fact, Skitter might go down, but no, the Satanic. It comes out in time. He'll reset up to max HP once again. Kingslayer is still rushing forward. He still wants to fight. Lorinov's going to buy back to boot. They desperately want some pickoffs here. They'll try for snaking with the toss back. They'll at least find a Jakiro, surely. And they will, but Lorinov, he might die back for this. He'll just pounce out of there for now, but Maureen's still chasing him down. Lorinov trying desperately to get out, but Maureen, he now gets a lasso. They've caught the gyrocopter. Kingslayer forced to fight this one out, but he's completely surrounded, completely outmatched, and completely dead.
Oh,
4 down for the price of nothing, as GG is called. Falcons will secure quite a convincing 2-0 victory over the side of Aurora. And well, for Aurora, John, back to the drawing board. They've got to figure something out.
That they do. Going back to the first pick, Gyrocopter again has not been working for Aurora in this series up against Falcons. It does feel like Falcons were very ready. They were ready for the Gyrocopter IO. They were ready for the Gyrocopter in general. And for Aurora, the drafting has just felt a little bit off the mark today up against Falcons. Falcons just looked like they had much better ideas. And even though they could have pressed their advantage here, they just sit back and farm. Again, you mentioned Amar with a Midas. And, you know, they expected this game to go slow, knowing how Aurora plays, and they just utilize it. You know, we've seen Aurora in those kinds of tempos at 10 to 15 minutes where they do manage to eclipse the enemy team. Didn't come out. They just lost too much on the map. And Malrine, again, with his quirky Batrider, man. Yeah, 8 minutes in and he takes a tier 1 literally by himself up against 3 heroes, which, mind you, again, Aurora supports don't really do anything to stop that. But that Facet, the same Facet that I think Jabs and Ollie did rate low in the blind rating, it really did so much work. Like, it's
felt pretty
silly.
busted. That Facet actually feels kind of broken in the right... Obviously, it was the right matchup. It was Batrider versus Tiny, so there's nothing Lorinov could have done, really, apart from maybe a toss back into the tier 1 tower, but obviously that's kind of impossible against the Batrider. And yeah, I mean, with that kind of Facet against the right matchup, it's just mid-tier 1 towers guaranteed to go down back quickly. And, well, my goodness, Falcons showing us something a little bit special here with these 2 drafts. And, well, this is more like the Falcons we're used to watching, John. You know, a convincing 2-0 victory is something I thought I would have been seeing yesterday from Falcons. Obviously, you know, after yesterday, they've kind of mentally reset and they're back and looking fantastic.
That they are, and again, arguably they were up against the strongest teams in their groups outside of themselves yesterday. The teams that would have really looked at Falcons very hard in terms of analysis and all of that. And this time around, up against Aurora. Aurora, it just felt like, again, they were trying to play their own game, which is great. They tried to go back for the Gyrocopter. Kingslayer just... I can't really fault him. I mean, it's the way they're drafting, it feels like, on Aurora. In game 1, it was that last pick Kotl. I think otherwise the draft was actually stitched for that Gyrocopter really well. Yep. And here it's just the Gyrocopter first pick in general, just it doesn't feel amazing, especially if they don't go with the IO. I think you didn't have the backup, the support for it to shine. You leave that Sven, you leave those options open for Falcon to go back to for Skitter. And it just really, it didn't feel like your draft had answers. Also, again, going for the tiny mid in the end with that flex, it just became very hard for Lorinov. In both games, Lorinov didn't really have a game. And I think Aurora's going to have to look for a way to give this guy a way to play, because without that, you know, Jabs and Kingslayer are going to be farming up. There's no one for Q and Ollie to connect with if Lorinov has no game.
Absolutely, it was a pretty tough time for Aurora, and I think it is certainly the case that they might need to go back to look back at the drafting, try and maybe reconsider the first pick Jarakov. I think what you're trying to say, John, in a very short kind of summary, because first pick Jarakov, it doesn't feel very good. Maybe in SCA it feels good, but on this international stage at Riyadh Masters, I don't think it's the way to go. Is I think a fair point to be made, Jonathan. Apart from that, though, again, props to Falcons. They were 0-4 since yesterday, so now with a 2-0 victory, they finally get a win on the board. I don't know what the standings are going to look like yet for them, but obviously they are going to slowly start moving their way up, which will make them feel very, very good. No longer in 8th place, of course, here for Group A. And who is their next matchup here for Falcons? They're not playing again today, I don't believe. I believe they're back tomorrow, where they'll be playing LGD and Blacklist International. So, well, there you go. I don't want to say those are easy matchups for Falcons, but you kind of said it, John. They already had their 2 hardest matchups of Group A already. So every other matchup does seem like it's probably going to be a walk in the park compared to the first day for Falcons.
And it should be. Again, considering the expectations for Falcons, that's the expectations for everyone else here as well. Of course, going 2-0 here for Falcons does put them at 2-4 overall, and that does drag Aurora down to 2-4 as well with the 2 draws yesterday. So at the very least, they're going to be somewhere in the middle of the pack, if not outside of the danger zone, and that could potentially put Aurora as well in the danger zone, depending on how these results go. The middle and the bottom of the pack is going to be relatively close. And again, that's where what we talk about when we start these streams, Mike. Every single game does count.
Oh, it looks like we've got an MVP available here as well from that series, Jonathan. I mean, if there was an MVP that you'd like to call it, I mean, you know what, John? We don't even want to give you the choice. It's going to be Crit. Crit gets the MVP, whether you like it or not.
And Crit did a lot of work. He had a lot of presence on the Snapfire. He was setting up a lot for his team. I think it's also worked well for Mallory, but Crit did a lot of work in not just this game, but the last game as well in the series. And I don't mind that. He's done fantastic work. He's really showing off in Snapfire, just going for the auras, understanding that the setup is there. Had a really good strong lane with Amar. And again, just provided everything for the team. And all Falcons just played so well. It felt like a very perfect game too, right? Where you're relaxed, you're farming, you're not making mistakes, you're not making any openings for Aurora to try to snowball back in, outside of snaking, maybe dying twice, but not really the biggest thing in the world. And Aurora just had nothing to build up on. Like, Falcons played very smart, very patient, and yeah, they go a little bit crazy, but it's very controlled craziness, Mike?
Certainly is, John. I kind of wonder as well, like, maybe you have a bit more insight, but the whole tipping and all chat against Lorenov, do you think that was... You think it was a friendly kind of banter, or do you think maybe there was a bit of bad blood between Lorenov and the side of Falcons? We can ask.
We can definitely ask. I'm sure Amar will have some words to say if he does grace us with his presence for an interview. Yeah. If for sure.
Yeah, the thing is,
I'm sure.
ATF's usually the kind of guy that kind of just says, "Hey, like, listen, I don't really hate anyone. I just like the trash talk." That's probably what he would say, knowing ATF, if we did ask him. But perhaps we will ask him, John. Who the hell knows? I believe we are having an interview rather soon with somebody from Falcons, so maybe we'll throw the question out there. Maybe it's not even worth asking, Jonathan, because, who cares? Falcons win 2-0 anyway. Even if there is bad blood, like, who gives a crap? We won,
Yeah. Like, again, they managed to bounce back in. They prove a point, and I mean, it's still a journey for the side of Falcons.
All right, well, looks like we do have an interview with the man himself. Mr. ATF's on the line, ready to go whenever we're ready, I believe. If we can. Oh, we're in with the interview. All right. Hello, ATF. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory, sir. How the hell are you feeling?
Hello, thank you very much. I'm feeling good.
Very good, ATF. Props to you guys for a 2-0 victory. Can I ask you guys what went wrong yesterday? You guys ended up not winning at all yesterday. What was the issue?
What was the issue? Obviously, it has to be many issues. If we were winning the whole time and then one day we just come and get 0-4, which we never even got, like, we hardly ever got even to lose 2-0. So yeah, what happened yesterday was a bit insane for us. It was like, yeah. And I guess many mistakes happened and a lot of things, like, you have to be like I guess it was like we had a rough time in our scrims even lately, like 3 or last 4 days of scrimming. So yeah, like it's not like insanely unexpected, but yeah, like it was not that expected to be 0-4.
Okay. I mean, in terms of that day one, like, how do you mentally reset after that? Did you have a chat with the boys? Do you kind of say, listen, don't worry about it. We'll do better for game day 2? Like, what did you talk about?
Honestly, like how our team developed, we were like toxic, flaming each other at the start of our team when we were winning. Actually, most likely when we were winning, but like not like 100% like doing everything correctly. We were flaming each other. Now we're like more of a chill. Like we lost and we didn't actually flame at all. We just had fun. Like holy shit, we actually first time got 0-4. Like never had this such experience. And like, it was a bit of a new experience for us. And to be honest, like many good things happened and many good moments happened when we lost. Usually more than we even won. So yeah.
A very good answer. Thank you, ATF. Go on, John.
All right, Amar, I'm very curious. What's up with the targeted tips this time to Lorenov? What's the history there?
No, I have no problem with Lorenov. Actually, the first game I tipped him because when he died, we heard him screaming insanely loud. I don't know what happened in that matchup, but we I thought someone died. I'm not even joking. Like what just happened? Like I literally heard him like clearly. Everyone heard him. So yeah, that's why the reason I tipped him.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
ATF,
That's good to hear.
We actually do have to let you go. We're in a bit of a rush, but thank you so much for the interview, and we can't wait to speak to you again.
No problem. Thank you. And goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Lovely ATF as always. My goodness, Jonathan, that's one way to put it. I wasn't aware that that's what the tips were about, but apparently Lorenov screamed after something happened in the mid lane, which... you know what? That's how I imagine my mid laners in pubs. I hope they have that enthusiasm when they die. I really do. They should be screaming, Jonathan. They should be upset.
Seb was saying something with his child. Doesn't cry, doesn't scream. It's nice and calm. It's been relaxing, and we get the opposite right now. We're getting the insights, Mike, on the opposite ends of the spectrum here, but it does take. I mean, you should be passionate when things are rough. It shows that you care, and you're trying to internalize it. And we'll see again if Aurora bounce back. But again, big props to Falcons. They bounce back after a pretty atrocious time, like Amar said. Holy shit, they got 0-4, but now they got a 2-0.
Yeah. Well, with that, John, we do have to head to a break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our final series of the night between Team Liquid and Tundra Esports. We'll see you soon.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I can follow me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Team Liquid is a fan-favourite roster that has been near the top of Dota 2 for a long time, but never quite making it to the #1 spot. The core of the roster is built from Mickey, Insania and Boxy, who have been playing on the team together since 2019, with the addition of Nisha and lastly 33, who joined the team late last year. Team Liquid are a true powerhouse of Dota. After achieving second place at last year's Riyadh Masters, Team Liquid kicked off the season with a rocky start at Dream League Season 21. In fact, Team Liquid never seems to quite perform at their top in online events, achieving similarly disappointing results in every season of Dream League this season. But what they lacked there, they make up for at LANs. Their biggest achievement since last Riyadh Masters was at ESL1 Kuala Lumpur, where they managed to reach a top 3 finish despite playing with Saberlight standing in for 33. ESL1 Birmingham sadly did not go as well, ending up at 5th place. Still, it secured them enough points to qualify for Riyadh Masters. Despite having a turbulent year, Team Liquid made it. Maybe they will be able to replicate the success they had at last year's Riyadh Masters this time too.
I've got 33 from Team Liquid here joining me at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about everything related to Liquid and also some of the history within your career. But starting off, 33, how are you feeling? How's your day been so far?
I'm good. I mean, just the usual media day, so it's a little bit of waiting, but overall, everything is good.
And a long day too. You got a lot to run through, a lot of things to do.
Yeah, we have a bunch of media, and then still need to. I think we have some scrims today as
Okay.
well.
Oh, wow.
Because we are already playing tomorrow, so have to get ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's jump into this because I don't want to keep you for too long. But you've been on Liquid for a couple of months now, and I want to know how coming into Liquid and coming into a 4-stack that had been together for so long felt for you, and if it was a difficult, couple of first months for you.
I wouldn't really say it was difficult. At the start, it was a little bit weird, but mainly because the guys played the LAN without me in the KL because I couldn't go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get to play together on LAN for a while. I joined, and then we played in qualifier. We had a success, and then I joined for the bootcamp, but I wasn't playing. So
Okay.
it was a little bit weird, but just because I'm not playing, not anything to do with the guys. Everyone was super welcoming and made sure I kind of fit right in. And yeah, as soon as we kind of started playing tournaments and just being a team, everything fell into place very quickly.
How confident are you for the team for this event? You guys have always done really well on lands, and luckily for you, Riyadh Masters is that land. But the event just before this one, it wasn't the result you were looking for. So where exactly would you place the confidence with the big patch change that has happened?
I would say we're probably in the best form we've been all year. I don't want to jinx us or anything.
Of course, that's not what I'm looking for here.
Yeah. So again, I don't really come into tournaments with expectations, but our bootcamp was pretty successful, and yeah, everyone has been working the hardest they've been all year. Everyone, I think, is really excited to play on a new patch, and yeah, we've had a good bootcamp, and we're just excited to see how it goes for us.
Right. And would you say one of your strengths as a player has always been around the mentality? Because what you're telling me is that you're able to see tournaments in a vacuum, that everything else around it does not affect what is going to happen or what should happen. So has that always been your viewpoint of it, and has that always been your strength?
I'm not sure. I remember I used to get sometimes stressed, but I guess just you keep playing and you play for so long, and at some point it just passes. Yeah, some tournaments are going to go well, some tournaments will go poorly, and that's just how it is. And how much you stressed over and how much you really, really wanted to win, at the end of the day, didn't end up making an impact on the result.
Okay.
So it just comes with time, I guess. Sometimes random nerves just appear out of nowhere, even if, I don't know, sometimes you will play pub, you didn't even double down, but then the nerves are coming. And there's there's no explanation. But,
Could happen in officials, could happen in pubs. But 33, thank you so much for joining. I appreciated everything that you've had to say, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Tundra, a once TI-winning organisation, spent most of 2023 slowly drifting towards becoming a shell of its former self. Late last year, after a disappointing ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, they decided to almost fully rebuild the roster, keeping only Topson, who was also relatively fresh to the team. Around him, they picked up pure 9-class Whiteon and have played with several different offlaners to fill the last spot, Ramses 666 being the last addition to the team. Things look better, albeit only very slightly better. Dream League Season 22 ended with a rough 10th place, but heading into ESL 1 Birmingham, something happened. Despite Toby standing in as their offlaner, they smashed through the group stage and even beat Falcons in the first round of playoffs, before losing to BB Team in the upper bracket and then getting knocked out from the lower bracket by the team they themselves put in the lower bracket, Team Falcons. The last EPT event of the season, Dream League Season 23, was Ramses 666's first event with the team. They showed up, but got bested by the eventual second and third place teams, Gaming Gladiators and BB Team, to finish at 5th place. Despite having only played 3 EPT events with this roster, Tundra managed to secure enough EPT points from Birmingham to secure an invite to Riyadh Masters. Maybe now that they've gotten some more experience playing together, they will really show their best selves at Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters. Here we are, of course, in for our final series of the night for the B stream between Team Liquid and Tundra Esports. It is MLP Dota and JohnX5 joining you for this one. Jonathan, what a series we have coming up between two juggernauts of Dota 2. Liquid versus Tundra. Straight into the standings, you get to see exactly why this should be a very, very hype matchup. Tundra, Jonathan, all the way at the top of Group B. Team Liquid, 4th place. This should be a real banger.
And it should be. Tundra has been doing exceptionally well here in the groups, already taking out Mao's 2-0, NTT 2-0 as well in some pretty exciting matches. Liquid a little bit more rough and tumble, as we have seen from them at the start of group stages, getting a whole bunch of draws, but that's nothing too different from what we've seen from Liquid. Sometimes it takes some time for them to build up that momentum. Not going to be an easy opponent up against Tundra. Tundra has done a lot of funky stuff in their drafts. A 9 class has been occasionally, well, at least one time, pulls out the Flow Morphling, the Strength Morphling, as support. And, you know, Topson, he's been running some of the cheekier mids. He still goes back to Sniper. He goes back to that Sand King. And for you guys out there, you can go back and get your predictions in as well with SDC. Go on to sdcplay.gg, put in your audience predictions as well, and we should be able to see what you guys think of this upcoming matchup, whether or not you'd give Liquid a fair shake. And it's actually leaning heavily into Liquid. Rather interesting. I'm actually a bit shocked. I felt like the Topson fans would be up there to boost Tundra's numbers up.
Yeah, I'm quite intrigued by this this prediction from our audience. A lot of Team Liquid fans apparently are currently waiting to see exactly how they will perform here up against Tundra. John, historically, I believe you were telling me the stats just earlier, and historically, what, they're like 50-50 when it comes to these matchups with each other?
Yeah.
Right. So
it has been 50-50 in the past year.
Okay. That's pretty even.
It is, and it makes it really exciting. Again, considering how hot of a streak Tundra's been on, Liquid could be the one to cool that off as well. And they've also done a couple of cheekier things in their draft. You know, we saw Boxy just earlier on in the day. He did pull out the line with the Fist of Death, and he started off with what I like to start off on line, so I felt vindicated. I was like, all right, there's the... Again, this lineup with pure Topson, Ramses, 9 class, and Whiteon has been spectacular so far. They've done exceptionally well for themselves. And again, they do some interesting stuff. You know, sometimes Topson pulls off, he pulled off a Rubik mid. You know, they recently just ran something like the Rubik mid. They still go into the Sniper. They've got the Sand King mid. You know, all those cheeky choices are up there. And that does make it very exciting to watch out for these Tundra matches.
Oh, yeah, it certainly does, of course. I mean, this is going to be, again, a very exciting one, I think, here between Nisha and Thompson, of course, in that mid lane. That's where our eyes will probably be most of the time during that laning stage, as we are having a look at the handsome lads of Tundra. And John, I know you in particular had a bit of insight as to why Whiteon's haircut has been getting longer and longer as of late. We assume it's because he doesn't want to pay the hairdressers in Europe, because the prices would be way higher than SEA, but we'll confirm, Jonathan. Assuming Tundra can get a win here in Game 2, maybe we can ask Whiteon himself why his hair has grown out longer all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'm not going to be too surprised. I'm sure he'll say, oh, I just want to have it done in Indonesia, or he'll give a blasé answer, just like, oh, I just want a different style. No, he doesn't. It gets warm. This guy wants to be cold. He always has his hair short. He doesn't want to pay for the barbers. He's been stuck in Europe for too long. He wants to take a break and see, but they've been winning too much. You know, when you're winning so much, you boot camp, you qualify, you fly out, you don't have time to get in to get a haircut. So that's what good old Matthew Philemon has to deal with.
It absolutely does. And well, Tundra, I mean, again, they've just been winning too much. What can you do? Sometimes it is hard being a winner. And well, of course, they are up against Team Liquid. They're winners in and of their own right as well. Here, Jonathan, Liquid again, a fantastic squad up against Tundra. Not to be underestimated. These boys obviously have put off quite a few miracles themselves, but I can't wait to get this game on underway. I mean, it's just such a close affair between these two squads. You never know who's going to pull off the wins. You never know what's going to happen. We're on a new patch as well on top. This really does feel like the match of the day, does it not?
It does, even though, you know, Purge called the earlier 2-0 match or Falcons the match of the day. This is the exciting one.
It doesn't matter what Purge called, Jonathan. It doesn't matter. This is the match.
I suppose
you know, I've
not.
said it. This is the match of the day. Don't worry about what Purge said.
Fair enough. Maybe the weatherman, you know, sometimes the weather changes ways, Mikey. And Liquid, again, they've had a little bit of a rockier start, getting a couple of draws. At the very least, not the rocky, turbulent start we saw from Falcons. You know, going 0-4, they did manage to go 2-2 for Liquid. But it does feel like that's the story we've seen from Liquid for a long time. Maybe a rougher start in groups than, you know, in last year, going far into the playoffs, going for these deep runs in the lower bracket, but never making it to the finish line quite in the manner they'd want to be. They'd want to be on top, and it just feels like that barrier has been there for Liquids for so long that you can't help but, you know, want to cheer for these guys, sticking together as a core unit for so long, having all these interesting ideas. Whether or not they can overcome that is the next question, and we'll have to see again if Liquid can start to shape things up in these 2-game series. Every single series count, and if you find a 2-0 over Tundra, that could set you up very nicely here.
No, I dare say if they could 2-0 Tundra, it'd be sitting very pretty in their own groups, and obviously the confidence booster of beating Tundra 2-0 would be very, very nice for Liquid going into these groups, but that is not going to be very easy, I don't think, because Tundra have been playing very clean throughout these groups thus far. And again, when it comes to new patches, this is the kind of squad you get worried about, because you've got players like Thompson, you've got players like Pure. Yeah, these guys, they tend to run the wackier kind of stuff, and well, I can only imagine again where we are headed, as I believe draft number 1 is now getting started, so we will be able to find out very, very soon what we are in for. John, any particular picks you want to see? I mean, I'm sure you've kind of looked through the history of what Thompson's been practicing as of late, whatever the hell he's got up his sleeve this time around. Like, any wild, wacky picks you want, Jonathan?
I want to see that support morphling of 9 class. I want to see Boxy go into Lion with Fist of Death. I want to see Thompson maybe go for, you know, stuff like the Sand King. Maybe the Rubik mid could be interesting. Nothing like the Sniper. You know, Sniper, we've had enough Sniper. We've had quite enough Sniper, especially in Southeast Asia. I want Thompson to bring out some cheeky stuff. Heck, Oracle mid. Do it for some reason.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit mid with Rolling Stone. You know, Thompson's done that. Do it, Thompson. Why not? If they're feeling confident, I'm sure he will. We'll see. As we are having a fine look at the faces on Liquid, you can see Coach Blitz in the side. I still get so many comments that we look alike. Guys, come on, give Blitz some credit. He looks way better than I do, okay? You don't need to drag Blitz down to my level. Please.
You've been stroking his ego ever since he gave you that damn Steam Deck. I'll tell you, John.
No, I haven't. I've been stroking it before.
These coaches, this is what they're doing. They're paying John off so John could just compliment them the whole cast. That's what they've been doing with you, John. They don't even bother wasting their time with me because they know I can't be bored. But they're buying Johnny up.
Well, they can't buy out this pick. They go for the Snapfire pickup on Tundra. Again, we've seen a lot of flex in this hero. Could be a Thompson mid, could just be a 9-class pause 4, maybe a Whiteon hero as well. Open enough for you to set some good foundations here to start off for Tundra. They do ban out that TA, Sand King, and Broodmother. So taking away some cheekier options from the side of Liquid. Liquid, for their part, taking care of the Monkey King, Phoenix, Tiny, and Hoodwink. So nothing too off the mark for the Liquid bans. Very straightforward from what we've seen throughout the groups and the play-ins. I'm wondering which direction they go. Are they going to prioritize something like that boxy line? I mean, did win the match. I don't know if you can just pick it straight up. You're probably looking for a stronger condition here for Liquid. There are some big offlanes still open. You know, Beastmaster's still open, and they will pick that up. So they will just go ahead and have probably one of the best offlanes so far in this patch. 67% contest rate, 17 wins over 8 losses. Has been having a fantastic time. You don't have that combination with a Hoodwink in lane, but almost just feels like a bonus to have that kind of overwhelming lane. Keen on seeing how much we get out here from 33 on that offlane Beastmaster.
We shall. More bans to come. I think the Beastmaster, it's put so much pressure on the enemy team as well, because you know the stacks are being made on the far left or right side of the map with those ancients. It's just so hard. Like, you've got to infiltrate the triangle, you've got to infiltrate those kind of side camps before the Beastmaster can start just spamming wild axes to take them. And generally speaking, he will start taking them around the 10-minute mark. You know, if not earlier, if the laning stage is just going poorly for him. So it's quite hard to get in and actually contest those stacks being taken. Obviously, if you can, you shut down the Beastmaster timing altogether with that Drums of Slom. However, if he gets away with them, you know, you hit that Ags timing around 11-12 minutes, then suddenly literally anyone on the map is killable as long as you have Roar available. It's just a very rough situation if this offlane Beastmaster gets off to a good start.
And it is. It just has so many ways to itemize past the Ags as well. We've seen Dagons, we've seen just going back to auras, durability. So many ways, so many options for the Beastmasters to scale up depending on what the team needs. Do you see the further bans coming out from Tundra? They will take care of the Cheerer and the Sven. Liquid, for their part, already taking care of the Tiny. One last ban left. What'll it be? Again, a lot of cheeky options still open. I don't know if you're really concerned about any of those cheeky options here that Tundra has run. You probably don't care too much about something like the Sniper. You might want to take care of something like the CK, but you have Beastmaster on hand, so it might not be the biggest issue once the Drums of Slom are up. We have seen that be a pretty decent answer to what with CK and the Lucians, and they will just take care of it anyhow, as they are strong Lucians, which are annoying. Liquid instead will go into the Morphling here. So they will pick that up. They haven't run it on anything crazy, so I don't expect them to go wild into a pause 4 or pause 5 Morphling. Should just be either Nikke and Nisha kind of playing it. Maybe 33 on the offlane. I think there's some possibility for Strength Morphling off, but certainly not the kind of like high impact tempo, and you already have the Beastmaster anyway. So just very straightforward core, probably out from the side of Team Liquid. Elder Titan out for Tundra. Should take care of the base armor that Morphling will have. Softens up the target quite nicely. Great combination with Snapfire now, with the Spirit coming out as well. Stomp setup into the Kisses. So I like what Tundra is cooking up. Very straightforward, good control, good ways of just nullifying the durability of the Morphling and getting some good burst damage in.
That's certainly a very nice pick from Tundra, as they do go right into the Terrorblade, and well, that's a hero that we're going to see practically every time I feel like we see a Morphling coming out. The thing is with TB, it hasn't really changed that much when it comes to the matchup against Morph. Like, once you hit the Skadi timing, the matchup just becomes increasingly annoying for the Morphling. There's really just not much you can do about it once the Skadi's up.
That is true, but I am a bit interested in the Terrorblade into the Beastmaster pick. In lane, it doesn't feel great. Down the line, you should be able to sustain true, but Drums of Slom does make short work for your illusions. And you do kind of tend to lean towards a more aggressive Terrorblade, or at least a Terrorblade that kind of plays along with his team and his illusions. You don't just split push nowadays, of course, for Pure. So I'm keen on seeing how much Pure can get out with this Terrorblade. If he can sustain that lane, up against the Beastmaster that 33 will bring out. And if 33 will be an issue down the line with the drums. Again, the illusion's not going to last too long with the drums to slam up. You've got good control on hand. You still worry about your Terrorblade into Morphling matchup, but again, Beastmaster can be somewhat of a back and forth answer to the TB.
I mean, I suppose that's a good point. Like, the landing stage is probably going to be very, very challenging here for the TB. It's Team Liquid. Into the Ember Spirit. You know, I was about to say, John, this is all assuming the Morphs are even going to be carrying or playing core anyway, right? Because chances are they might actually run the support Morphling that we've seen from Tundra.
Yeah. Again, Boxy could bring it out. We haven't seen him play it yet. I think that's why I'm a little apprehensive about it, but it does look like they might be lining up for that. Which is interesting. You pick the Ember here. If you run Snapfire mid against Ember, that's just a complete wash. And, you know, Topson knows that matchup really well. Go to Disruptor pickup now. More AoE control to come in for Liquid. Good magical damage as well. That can be a bit of a nuisance for a Terrorblade until his BKB is up. So you have some good answers for tempo already on Liquid. I'm a little bit concerned about that Ember pickup overall. Again, if Nisha is just going to play the Ember, you put the Morphling in support, which feels like the most straightforward way to go, unless you just also just run safe lane Morphling. Then Ember matchup up against Snapfire is not amazing. It's a lane we've seen Snapfire win before. We've seen that lane won by Snapfire like 4 years ago almost, and I don't think that's changed too much. Tundra into the Mars. Very straightforward offlane combination for Ramses. You've got Kisses, you've got ET with his Stomp, with Split Earth Splitter. So the combinations tie up nice. You've got good damage, good control, something to set up for your Snap. You could still run Snapfire Mars lane. That is fairly strong. Run the ET Terrorblade instead. And just last pick a Topson mid. Either option works, but again, if you're just expecting Ember mid here with no Flux and Liquid, which again is the most straightforward, Snapfire just crushes that.
It does. It's not a very fun matchup at all. No final bans to come. Well, we'll see how they try and contest. Like, if you are going to run that mid Ember against the Snap, it could be a pretty awkward scenario here for Team Liquid. Perhaps they're just assuming that the Snapfire will just be played support anyway, but the flexibility is certainly still there. Carries being currently banned out here by Tundra, so they do not believe the Morphling is playing position 1. They are in fact kind of accepting the fact that it is probably going to be a support Morph coming out. Tundra, they will indeed ban out the Bat Rider, so perhaps assuming that... Well, what is it, John? What are you having a laugh about this time? You want to see that Bat with the building damage again?
Yeah, I think it's fair to actually ban it. Again, it matches fine into Ember Spirit, but really it's just the Siege. It's just a little bit too much. It's just too silly. 8 minutes in, you're just spamming that damn napalm, and tower takes chip damage. Sure, it looks a little bit silly with lower levels, but once the levels are up, that's a pain in the butt. Do ban out the techies as well, so they are expecting Snapfire mid, it looks like. I mean, there's some cheeky... I mean, you could theoretically run techies mid. I'm sure Topson's done it quite a few times in his pubs. I don't know if it's worth banning out as a mid.
Topson has played techies quite a few times, John, I'll tell you that. Tundra. Final ban out to come. Still looking for position 1 ban-outs here. Again, assuming the Morphling is not going to be playing carry, which I think is pretty fair to say at this stage. Can't wait to see myself as support Morphling. I've been hearing so much about it from you, Jonathan. I can't wait to see it in action.
Oh yeah, it's kind of silly. It's so weird. It's so quirky. I don't know. Like, you already have some good base forms without too much farm. Terrorblade with Reflection's going to be annoying on a low cooldown if you are going support Morph. Mars just spearing people on that cooldown, shifting around. Pretty fun. Some potential.
Still having a pretty deep think about this final ban out here for Tundra. Kind of wonder what kind of options they're thinking about here. Well, get rid of the Ursa. Fair enough. Would have been pretty damn good against the Mars and the TB. And Tundra. Final pickup for themselves. Still looking for potentially a mid laner, unless they just want to run the tops and mid snap fire instead. Still looks very good if they did want to do that. But it is Thompson, so he probably has something up his sleeve. They're going to go down the Muerta route.
Yeah. Should just be a support Muerta. Expecting Snapfire mid now for Thompson. So maybe something like a 9 class. Muerta lanes nicely with Mars. There's some good aggression. You end up with an ET Terrorblade lane, which is also fairly straightforward for Whiteon to play. I do like this. Again, you've got the Snapfire flexed into mid, which is already a really rough time there for Nisha to deal with. I'm sure he knows the matchup. It's not a matchup we see the Ember actually pull away on. Like, in every single time. It's just rough. They will close out with a Razor. So that is going to be our support Morphling coming out, and we are, again, getting the tops and Snapfire coming in. Mickey will take that Razor onto the save. Boxy will play the Flow Morphling. So it's time to see it. I've been ranting about this in the qualifiers, ranting about it in the TI qualifiers as well. We finally see it. It's something that Tundra ran at some point here in our groups. And now, Liquid will get to pick it up. It should be an interesting time. I am still very concerned about Nisha. I think this Ember Spirit into Snap can be pretty devastating. Maybe it's a little bit more manageable now with double impact. So with a Sleight of Fist, if Snapfire walks up, which he will be to get full Scatterblast effect, you will get a lot of value from your Sleight of Fist to harass back. I'm keen on seeing how well Thompson can manage that. Overall, the drafts, fairly interesting. It's hard to say which way I'd lean towards here, Mike. I'd say the teamfight potential of Tundra is a little bit more straightforward, but Liquid have this really strong potential as well to just run around. Like, outside of the laning matchup for Nisha, controlling the Ember Spirit doesn't feel that straightforward. You have to kind of land the calling really well or time your stomp on Whitemon, which is easier said than done. Beyond that, you don't have the best disables in the world from Tundra to stop Nisha from just playing his game. So even from a rough laning start, as long as the Ember can kind of sneak around, look for kills, you can still snowball quite nicely in Liquid. You've got good tempo with a Razor on safe lane as well. It doesn't take too long for it to start to really kick into gear, especially as the BKB starts to come in. And Sanj and Yasha. And of course, you've got 33 on the Beastmaster, which has just felt spectacular across every single time we've seen it. It just feels like a hero that's very hard to beat out in lane. And aside of Tundra, they have to deal with that in lane now with Pure. It's not the easiest time for the Terrorblade, especially with the Axe spam. It's just not going to feel too comfy for the Terrorblade early on in the first maybe 2 levels, especially while Metamorphosis is down.
Perhaps level 1 teamfight to come. Already wards being placed in that dire triangle, so Tundra want to have a bit of a heads up if anyone's coming to try and claim these bounty runes. They'll see a ball for now. Kind of intrigued as well, like going back to that mid matchup of Nisha versus Thompson, like this. I wonder how much you even care about the point blank Scatterblast these days anyway, because like, little Shredder just does so much damage with that added base, with the added attack damage, like the 30%. Like I wonder what's more concerning. Like, do you care about the Scatterblast, or do you more worry about that little Shredder?
Yeah, it feels rough either way. I think for Thompson, playing with a little Shredder might be better. Pulls himself further back, prevents easy lines up for the Searing Chains. Maybe a little bit less as well from double impact. Again, if you're not close, it does impact twice on the closest enemy. So that will save Thompson out. No engagement over these runes. Will be a simple 2 for 2 here to start off. We'll take a look early on that mid. Again, Thompson on the Snapfire, up against Nisha on the Ember Spirit. A very classical matchup that started popping out around 2019 into 20. Feels like around that era. And again, we have seen Snapfire pull away. It still feels like it works the same way, even if, as your point raised, even if you don't go for the Scatter Blast. Although Thompson will gun for it level 1. And Nisha, again, knows the ins and outs of the Ember, goes for the double impact. He can have presence every time you walk up to try to melee range Scatter Blast, so you do have that benefit for Nisha. I don't think it scares Thompson off fully enough, though.
No, it certainly doesn't. It's just too much damage already coming out from that Snapfire just with the Scatter Blast alone. We should have a look at the side lanes while we have a chance as well. Of course, top lane, you're going to have 9 class and, of course, Ramses against Mickey and Insania. Seems like this could be a pretty interesting lane for the side of Liquid. Like, you've got that classic Razor along with the Insania Disruptor. Pretty scary kind of laning stage for Tundra up at that off lane. So you do have the spearback plays of Ramses if you do get static linked, but with the glimpse back, again, it could be very, very scary to go into this laning matchup.
And it can be. You're not getting too much early activity out from Insania, not at least until he hits level 2. And he does go for kinetic fence. We didn't really get that discussion over this. But he gets the fence, which can be rather interesting. You get the charges, you can block off some areas, you can make it a little bit awkward with just the chain control you can apply. It's going to be interesting because it does make it feel like Static Storm is a lot more situational in how you entrap people in it. So it's not going to be as straightforward as dropping Static Storm into the kinetic field now. Really have to think about it for the fence.
Look at that, Jonathan. Look at the fences. It does nothing. It was nice. I look forward to seeing if Insania can make this this Facet actually look good. Because I don't think I've seen it ever look good so far. So it'd be interesting if he can make it look actually decent.
Yeah, it just feels like a really bad Fisher, almost, right? Like, it feels like that's the mindset on it. You have 2 charges, doesn't last this long. And again, I think the trade-off with losing that easy Static Storm combination is a very big trade-off. Just becomes a lot easier for you to bail out, even with something like the Ags. Let's see if Insania finds some opportunities. A little bit.
Yeah, bottom lane. And Foxy, a bit of an interesting scenario here. Both creep waves being pulled into the rivers. Seems like 33 is still going to be able to pull his creep wave away, and Pure will do the exact same thing. This has been a pretty decent lane here for Pure. No real contest here for the Terrorblade thus far. I suppose 33 is also having a pretty decent enough time, but he's only got 3 CS in the Beastmaster right now, so maybe not so much. They are pulling the creep wave away to ensure they get a bit more farm going here on 33, but it is off to a little bit of a slower start here in the laning stage of Team Liquid. So I believe, John, are you there? Have we lost you, sir? Looks like we probably have. All right. Well, it's just me once again. Look back at that mid lane as well. Nisha is starting to suffer quite a bit here on the Ember Spirit. See, still finding CS quite nicely, but the problem is, in terms of harass, he's just copying all of it. There's not much Nisha can do. See, he's trying to abuse the Sleight of Fist, but Thompson, of course, every single time he sees Nisha come close, he will just go ahead and abuse that Scatter Blast into the little shredder. Nisha looking for that water rune to try and give himself a little bit of a reset. But this is why John was mentioning the Ember matchup against the Snapfire probably was not going to pan out too favorably for Nisha. But at the very least, for now, he's still keeping on CS parity. Still pretty even when it comes to that mid lane matchup. No kills happening across the board quite yet. All lanes relatively quiet. The top lane, there is going to be a bit of a glimpse back onto 9 class, and now the fence being dropped. 9 class being held back by Insania. Still not dead yet, but will eventually drop. There's Ramses who try to chase down Mickey and find a bit of a trade for himself on this Mars, but never throws the spear out. Just kind of holds back, saves the mana. And Team Liquid, they will get away with first blood on their Disruptor. In fact, glimpse back now from Insania once again. Ramses, he'll be okay. Insania would not drop another fence down. The fence that time around actually worked out. I suppose in the right kind of circumstance, it is very hard to get away and just try to wrap around that fence if you have to. So first blood the way of Liquid. Happy days for them. Bottom lane still looks like it's going pretty poorly for 33. It's Pure's complete free farm so far in the Terrorblade. I suppose that is to be somewhat expected though. Like, you are up against a support Morphling of all things, so the laning presence can't be that great of this hero. And well, you are seeing 33 now just kind of being bullied out of the lane, as Whiteon and Pure can easily just force him away. And of course, Boxy really can't do too much to help quite yet, apart from pull the creep wave. He's going to try and do so now. Whiteon will be there to intervene, and will take a fair bit of damage. There's now mid lane, a big group up around the 6-minute power rune timings. Kisses out, trying to go on to Nisha. They'll miss out on the Ember, but instead they'll find Insania, who does show up at that last second. And power runes should go the way of Tundra. As Thompson, he'll find an amp damage rune up at the top rune spot. No problems here for Tundra thus far. And for Team Liquid, they are desperately just trying to hold on to this mid-tier 1 tower. It seems like Tundra really want to try and apply that pressure with the siege creep timing. They are getting away with a hell of a lot of damage here thanks to Thompson. Liquid, again, desperately trying to slow this push down, but it already feels like the damage has been done. Like, maybe you stop the push, or maybe not even. Nisha dropping low. Thompson, has he gone too far? He is not. He is able to safely walk out of there as Insania trying to be as annoying as possible with these fences. Here comes Boxy. There goes 9 Class going down to the Morphling. Is now Whiteon getting body blocked up. Should also drop, and Tuz. Boxy on the support Morphling. Finding a double kill here in the mid lane. And Team Liquid barely managed to save that mid-tier 1 tower. It survives on just about 52 HP. Well, there you go. It still feels as though the mid damage has been done, though. Like, Thompson's found a bit too much farm, I'd argue. That mid-tier 1 tower is still going to drop. There is no saving it. I say that, Insania has rotated once again to try and ensure that mid-tier 1 tower does not go down. And Thompson and Whiteon, they're actually going to smoke up and run towards the top side of the map. Up through the dire jungle they'll go, but Insania in position to break the smoke of Thompson. May have to die for this, but a nice glimpse back onto Thompson going to allow Insania a way out. And sadly for Thompson, he did not have Mortimer's Kisses off cooldown, so he couldn't really go for the kill from a mile away. A nice smoke break here from Insania. Thompson at the very least does pick up a shield rune from himself, so not all is lost. But props to Liquid, they are still holding onto that mid-tier 1 tower and allowing that kind of TP rotation point for themselves to still exist. So it would have been rather disastrous had that gone down this early. This top lane, a big group up now from Tundra. Mickey, going to be scouted out by Pure. Metamorphosis has been popped, and well, with that, Pure going to have a very easy time taking down Mickey. They'll get onto that top tier 1 tower now, Tundra. Not much in the way of slowing these boys down. And it won't only be the top tier 1. I do believe Tundra should eventually find the mid tier 1 tower now as well. It's basically only a couple hits away. And that'll allow them to just completely open up the map. It's Tundra even going through the twin gates down towards the bottom lane, seeing if they can find 33. 33 is actually taking those stacks away in that dire triangle as we speak, so the timing is somewhat perfect. But Tundra, they won't be able to infiltrate that dire triangle. Not quite yet. So 33 still going to be able to get away with pretty much all the farm he would require from these stacks. Mind you, he's still a pretty far way off the Ag Scepter being built up here on the Beastmaster. But considering he is able to take these stacks without any contest, it shouldn't be too much longer. Meanwhile, top lane, Mickey, going to be scouted, but so will Insania. They'll drop the arena onto the Disruptor, and Insania, he will tank the gank for Mickey. So not the worst situation in the world here for the side of Liquid. So they will protect their position 1 Razor, but they'll lose Insania in the process. I suppose as long as this Razor is farming, they'll be more than happy. Same can be said for 33, who is still working on towards that Aghanim Scepter. Of course, Nisha trying to get that recovery farm going on the Ember Spirit, as well as, well, his mid lane obviously was a pretty atrocious style of lane here for the Ember Spirit. We'll start working on towards that Maelstrom now. Now, Tundra with a bit of a group up in the mid lane. It's like Whiteon will group up with Thompson once again. Pure even going to show up to boot. The Stomp does end up missing here from Whiteon as Nisha copping so much damage. barely able to get out of there. It's now Thompson in trouble, but he will be safe for now. But he does go down eventually. Insania to want to take him out as they've caught out Boxy at the very least. They do catch the Morphling, but a huge pick-off here for Liquid. So they will trade their support for a core Snapfire. Still Tundra, they do at least get that mid-tier 1 tower. Pure will just move in with the Metamorphosis and take that out. But a pretty successful team fight here for the side of Liquid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra, I mean, maybe back to the drawing board for a little bit, you know, but Thompson back to the farm game for himself as Whiteon, bottom side, has been caught out by 33. Raw committed immediately, though there's going to be a nice arena now from Ramses into the kisses of Thompson. 33 is getting annihilated here on the Beastmaster, though he's still trying to fight this one out, almost taking down Ramses. Eventually they will. Thompson in the meantime, he moves in for a double, though he needs a way out now because Mickey has rotated with the static link on the Razor. And Thompson, no way out, I don't think. He'll try to fight back, but there's no fighting. They've got him this time around once again. It looked pretty damn good to start, but that was 3 on Tundra going down for the price of 2 for Liquid. So another nice exchange for this dire side, and that's the second time in the last couple of minutes you've seen this mid-snap fire die, which is certainly pretty bad news because now he's on parity with Nisha's farm. So that advantage you had in the mid lane, it almost feels like it's just gone completely. So you do at least still have the XP advantage, but that's about it. Now bottom lane. Like, never mind that, because 9 class goes down top lane. Nisha able to secure a kill on his own. Bottom lane, they are going to get started on the tier 1 tower push, but they have spotted out Whiteon. Insania able to glimpse him back, and Whiteon set to fall. There's no way out as Boxy with the morph gets into the Elder Titan form. We'll take care of it. 33 should be able to make quite short work of this this bottom tier 1 tower. Now also has the Ags up on the Beastmaster. And so it seems like Team Liquid have hit a decent timing, all things being said and done. Even with that poor landing stage here for 33, he still manages a decent timing for this Ags up, and they are rushing right towards the Roshan pit. Though Tundra, they seem to be well aware that Roshan is indeed happening. Scan is out. That will give enough information over. Team Liquid thinking they're getting away with this, but Tundra, they are slowly but surely making their move over. And there should be a pretty easy team fight as Boxy getting stunned by Roshan as the kisses fly in. 33 in trouble. Roshan is gone. Aegis right in front of the Beastmaster, but the arena will not allow him to pick up the Aegis. Oh, what a tease. What a tease. 33. All he could do was stare at the Aegis. So close yet so far. And Thompson, he'll snatch the Aegis away. Well, of course he does. 8-9 now. There is still a 2k net worth advantage for the side of Liquid, but with that Roshan being lost, it is probably going to be a bit of a down period for Liquid once again. Seems like now Tundra will be the ones to try being aggressive. The Liquid still grouping up down to that bottom lane. Boxy and 33 both going to rotate toward that tier 1 tower, but there is a lot of heroes here from Tundra. Boxy under vision now, narrowly avoids the dead shot of 9 class. They're looking at 33, they want the bigger target. Boxy going to scout out for his Beastmaster though, and in fact Boxy is out of there. He successfully waveforms away, and now Thompson in the middle of nowhere, getting caught out by 33, and Thompson, he'll try to walk his way out, but he loses the Aegis. That's 1 life gone. And he's in the middle of nowhere right now, Thompson. He's forced to fight back, but the static link is out right onto the Snapfire. And it seems though he will be set to fall. As 9 class also follows, and now Ramses, he'll be glimpsed back by Insania. Nisha will find a double on the Ember. And Team Liquid finding a 3-for-0 trade. And that was off the back of the initiation from Tundra. It was underneath their own vision. But Liquid Still managed to make the fight work completely blind. And that is a very concerning sign if you are Tundra. Just kind of dropping like flies here on this bottom side of the map. Is now Liquid suddenly with a 5k net worth advantage. Not looking to slow down too much soon. And I mean, it seems like Tundra, all the net worth now is just on Pure. Everybody else is pretty far behind when it comes to the net worth department. So a lot of pressure on Pure to kind of carry this game for his team now, as well, Liquid have found themselves in a pretty solid lead for this game one. Of course, they will get back to the drawing board and get back to the farming game for now. Team Liquid very confident in their late game ability to carry themselves through this game one. It's like Topson has managed to farm himself up a Maelstrom, now going into the Gleipnir, of course. Nisha looking to do the exact same thing with his own Gleipnir. Pure will reveal himself up at that top lane with the reflection onto the Ember. Even 9 class showing up now on the Muerta, but it amounts to nothing. Yeah, unable to catch Nisha out. Tundra, they're still looking to be the team that applies pressure. Gripping up in the mid-tier 2. I mean, they do have Metamorphosis ready. They do as they do go for a roar out. They have caught themselves Ramsey, so 33 able to find a very quick pickoff, but it may cost him his own life, and it does. It's Tundra trying to move forward. They'll get Insania first. Insania already down. Liquid looking to retreat. Though Pure has dropped quite a bit of HP now, so Nisha looking to try and chip away at the Terrorblade, but Pure successfully able to get out of there, and of course he still holds on to the Sunder. Still going to be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Tundra, it seems like, as Team Liquid. A quick kill from 33, but he did melt pretty much soon after to Topson. Instead, it seems like Liquid, they'll split up again. Back to the farm game for themselves. Though there is a completed Gleipnir up on Nisha now, so you might want to start to move as a unit. Gonna blink up onto 33. Even Boxy's got the Guardian Greaves available on the Morphling. He just needs the Courier to bring it out. Though it does seem like they are waiting for Mickey to have his full BKB completed before they get going. On the other side of things, Pure is now working towards the Skadi of the Terrorblade. Though it won't have quite as much impact as it would have had it been a carry Morphling, of course. But you still want the Skadi up. It's still a pretty important core item here for the TB. It's Topson, top lane, gets caught by 33, and with the drums of Slom out, Topson just melts. It is really that simple. With the drums up, you can pretty much kill anyone by yourself if you are 33 at the moment. Meanwhile, Pure does avoid the chains of Nisha, so he's going to be able to get away. However, I can't say the same for 9 class, who does go into the Pierce the Veil to try and avoid the damage output that was incoming. They'll catch Boxy on the morph. Their Boxy surviving, just barely gets into the strength morphing stage and does survive, as 9 class getting held back by the defensive Insania. Does go down. Another easy pick-off for Liquid. It's kind of the cool thing about this support Morphling. Like, not only are its cooldowns extremely low, but it's obviously pretty hard to kill on top of that. Even that initiation, just the strength morphing in time allows him to just casually walk away from that situation. There's just nothing they can do about it. It's really very unfortunate for Tundra. The net worth graph is kind of getting worse and worse in their favor. Pure still top of the net worth board, but he is the only one really having a decent time on Tundra's end of things. Everyone else struggling quite a lot, as of course Ramses and Topson both falling quite far behind when it comes to the net worth. So Mike's about to have his BKB up soon too on the Razor. It'll be a very, very nice spike because there's not much in the way of dealing with that in the middle of a fight. Especially if he does manage to get the static link off onto Pure's top side. 33. Once again, can take himself a very easy pick off here with the Raw Axe. And there's just no contest for it. He just casually walks out of there now. Nothing to be done. Just classic Beastmaster shenanigans. BKB now up on 33 to boot. So he's going to be feeling even safer to just jump in and initiate for his team every time. And Tundra, they are slowly starting to look a little bit lost here in this game one. Now a 9k advantage for the side of Team Liquid. Group up down at bottom lane. Thompson's going to be spotted here by Insania. Thompson, he'll try to go onto the Morphling, but they will drop the Static Storm onto the Snapfire's head to ensure there's no follow-up here from Thompson. BKB now completed on our Razor. Smoke is out though. Ramsey's getting a nice arena spear out right onto Mickey though. He gets the BKB in time, but the Earth Splitter, it did land Mickey. He's very low, but he'll get the static link off Ramses. Ramses the one in trouble. Ramses is down. Meanwhile, a Roar out. They caught Pure with that. The TB is gone. 33 will take him out as now Thompson. Thompson up drop as well. A full team wipe. Oh, Team Liquid, my goodness. And Mickey not even dying, and 33 just casually ripping them a new one. The Roar just right in the middle of all of them, with the drums of Slom just constantly beating. We'll have a look at the replay of that. Mickey barely survives, but the big initiation from 33 on a Pure, and it's just too much damage. Even if 33 drops there, you just wouldn't care whatsoever, but he manages to barely survive on top, just rubbing salt into the wound of Tundra. And this game, it is getting more and more challenging as time goes on. Now a 16k net worth advantage here for Team Liquid. And for Tundra, I mean, again, it feels like all the eggs are currently in the Pure basket. But even he's fallen quite far behind now, sitting at 4th in the net worth department. Not having the game he would have hoped for in this carry TB. I just don't see this time getting any easier. Again, against this Beastmaster, it's just so hard to avoid that initial raw initiation. And you just saw how fast Pure dies to it once you do land that initial stun. Well, Team Liquid, they'll group up down at bottom lane. Tundra looking at Nisha top lane, but Nisha will be fine to walk away. In fact, he does move back in for the creep wave, but it seems like Nisha's very confident that they just can't actually kill him right now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Roshan has officially begun. Team Liquid, they will be the ones beginning that Roshan. Roshan will roar to give away the that this is actually happening. But Tundra, they're not in position to try and contest this. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Ramses has actually been caught out here by Mickey. The static link just making it so hard for him to get away with the shards out. BKB popped here from Mickey eventually, but he's dropping so darn low, but he still gets out. Mickey barely alive. Nisha rushing in for more. 9 class probably set to fall and does go down. Meanwhile, Roshan was still happening while all that was going on. So Liquid not only wins a team fight, but they were taking Roshan while that fight was happening. It was basically a 3v whatever. Tundra, they are falling apart here. You are seeing Pure desperately trying to get that farm while he still can, but you start to question how much all of it's going to matter. He is now working towards the BKB on the Terrorblade, and that might be the big difference maker, but it's just going to take such a long time to farm that up at this stage of the game. Also, that last team fight, like that shards on Mickey made it really annoying for poor old Ramses to try and get out of his own arena. He could just not escape. constantly being dragged back by our Razor. There's 33 now mid lane. Looking to move in, just jumps in right out with the roar out onto the Snapfire, already finding Thompson. Thompson alive for now as 33 looking for another. Will go back onto the Snapfire. Meanwhile, Boxy in trouble. Boxy does get taken down, but 33 just BKBs and TPs out. So Tundra, this time around, will get away with a Morphling kill as Team Liquid going a little bit too far. We'll hand over a bit of a freebie, but it is still just a support Morphling. Like, this is not a core morph by any stretch. So not really the biggest deal at all here for Team Liquid either. Hello, Jonathan. I've been advised that you're back. Never mind, Jonathan. Apparently they can't hear you, so I'm just going to keep talking until you... Oh, apparently now you can hear you.
Yeah, so I missed a lot, Mike. This is a game I was very excited to watch. Unscheduled power outage, who cares about that? The side of Liquid, again, looking in pretty strong form. How do you feel about this Morphling support, Mikey? You know, I missed out. This is the one thing I want to see.
It actually looks kind of nice. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It actually works. Like, he just rushed Guardian Greaves, but he's been very hard to kill in the middle of these fights, John. And he's very annoying.
That he is. I'm glad to see it's working out. Again, this is something that Tundra has done. They are chasing.
And they got Thompson again. Ouch. It's basically been the 33 show after that laning stage, John. Like 33 had a really, really poor laning stage, but as soon as the drums of Slom were up, he took off. It just hasn't stopped ever since then.
And that's what we tend to see from these Beastmasters. 33 already having the full Shivas up as well. So much output. And again, this is the one thing. The Terribly doesn't have the greatest time up top. Mike, though?
Now, Mike in trouble, but he's actually going to fight back. Ramsey's the one to go down. Meanwhile, mid lane 9 class, not out of it either. Is going to go down. Top lane once again. Pure now getting caught out on the TB. Pure going to be saved by the Glimmer Cape, but 33 still chasing for more. He'll find Whiteon. At least they do get Pure out of there. But this game has become so one-sided. Like, the Team Liquid, it was a pretty awkward laning stage, but right after that laning stage, they really just started to take over.
Yeah, it goes back to a few points, right? Like, sure, the Ember Spirit matchup against the Snapfire is not the best, but down the line, you don't really have the control for it on the side of Tundra. You don't have hard hold. The Gleipnir can save, but you already have, again, that BKB from Nisha coming in clutch. Does make it just so unfeasible for them to try to pin down, get some easy pickoffs. They have to rely on this initiation out from Ramses, smoke out from Liquid, see if they get the flank around. All of these sustained fights as well just heavily favors the Razor. You just static link up this Terrorblade. Pure doesn't have any counteraction to that. Nothing like Lincoln's on hand. No one having any sort of save from that combination. And it's just a challenge right now for Tundra. There is scaling, but... Oh.
They caught top lane. There is an Aegis down. They found 33 with the first life, but can you get him the second time around? They'll land the dead shot. They'll get a silence out. 33 dropping low, gets the roar out in time. Pure in danger. Can he get the Sunder off? It seems like he cannot. He could not find a target. He got the Manta in time, but that's about it as Thompson's going to drop to boot. It's a full team wipe. Team Liquid. They got 33, but what does it matter?
Yeah, it takes him way too long. They couldn't bail out Pure. He couldn't get the Sunder off. He can't sustain through that fight. Mika comes in on the flank, gets a good static link, has the Satanic, doesn't have anything to fear. And they expend everything just to take care of 33. High ground fully opened up for the side of Liquid. And the side of Tundra, without that you will just have to surrender these racks. The side of Liquid not going to force the issue that much further. Probably just wants the reset out once 33 is back up. But Tundra, again, there's so much pressure on Ramses to try to nail this Arena Spear. We saw him try, but the BKB flies on Mike, and there's just no easy way to get setup stuns. It has to be on-point movement from Ramses, and it's such a hard ask considering how far behind you are in this game.
It's a very, very challenging time now for Tundra. I mean, they're not out of the game one yet, but they're 24k behind, and it really has been a story of this Beastmaster. It's the reason why you can't give this hero away. Like, it needs to be banned. It's too much, this damn Beastmaster at the moment. Here we go again. Group up down at the bottom lane. Not going to amount to much yet.
Love this build-up on Boxy as well. He has enough space to get himself a full Octarine. And all of those lowered cooldowns you have from your Facet, plus the Octarine on top. So much more uptime and being disruptive on this morph. And, you know, just stat padding. More HP to play with. Can frontline quite nicely. Tundra. And they've got that Scotty timing on Pure. It's just... It's such a big issue with Mika. Again, he just gets the static link off. You can't do anything about it. You have the spear, only the spear to really save you. Maybe a cookie out, but doesn't drag you far away enough. I guess there's a secondary spike here for Tundra if they manage to ride into, say, level 20 into 25 for Thompson, where Lil Shredder will just rip heroes apart. But that's a long ways off. Thompson is trying to gun for that point with the Daedalus being queued up. Tundra will try to smoke out here. Don't quite have the forward vision to spot Liquid fully out. If they somehow get this initiation from Ramses, find a big kill, and probably take care of Mika first. That does feel like the pertinent target in these prolonged fights. They can find a way back in.
Liquid have read this movement. They know exactly where they are, and the chains are already out, catching a couple into the static storm. 9 class looking to die. 33, who would he catch? Thompson already so darn low. Thompson being chased by Nisha. He's gone. Whiteon to follow. Meanwhile, towards the south, Pure's been caught by a roar. There is no chance of survival here, though he will at least sunder. He'll try to fight back, but there's just nothing. There is nothing to be done. 4 down for Tundra. Only Ramses to survive, and 33's having a look for him on top. He wants the final piece. Look at this, 33. Give the man a break. Spear will not land. Glimpse is out though. He'll give the vision. It's all about sending a message. My boy has the message has been sent.
That it is. Liquid bouncing back quite strong. Looking to be in strong form here in their second series of the day after not really finding much more than draws. Side of Tundra, they had some good draft ideas, just allowing the Beastmaster through, getting baited perhaps just a little bit by this Morphling. Not having the solutions on hand. Razor Pick from Liquid just cleaning up, providing everything they could ask for, clearing out these mid-set racks now on the side of Liquid. Tundra, they've got the kisses ready. They will have Arena one more time on the respawn. Metamorphosis a little bit further off there for Pure. Again, Liquid will just play it safe. 13 to 37. Very elite of Liquid right now. A 30k lead at 34 minutes in. They have a very secure position. Not much to really worry about. Roshan is ready to be taken as well as they spot the amplified damage rune on Nisha. Nisha himself going for the Ags now on the Ember, just to be even harder to pin down. Not that it gets any easier here for the side of Tundra. You are getting additional control out as well for 33. Into the side of Vice, not too far off. Just so many tools you have to be concerned about on Tundra. I do like that Ramses is trying to farm up for his own side of Vice. Get that Blink Hex up into the Spear Arena to get that isolation. That could start to change it up, but again, it's just hard to see that opening. Liquid have just been very on point so far. Full Butterfly out now for Mika as well. It's even right clicks coming in here from Pure. Not going to be consistent whatsoever from the Terrorblade. And Liquid, again, smooth sailing so far. Probably just maybe gone for one more Roshan. Go on to the high ground. One last set of racks. Tundra, they're the ones that need to try to make something happen somehow.
Oh, Roshan's going to get started. I mean, this could be the opening for Tundra. If there's any place to try and fight, it probably would be the Roshan pit. Problem is, do you even know it's happening? And if you do you feel confident enough to make the move in? The answers are probably no, by the looks of it, as Roshan will roar to give them the info they require. But there is no sort of movement out from Tundra. They are just going to use the time to push out some lanes, try to get some farm going, get some wards down, of course, while they can. You do have some pretty insane late game scaling here from Topson, of course, if you can get to that level 25, but that's a long way away. Like, he's almost at level 20. But it's still like, that 25 is where the big difference will be made.
That it is. Plus 70%. And that's, 100% attack damage as it used to be on the 25. With the Daedalus that will be there at that timing is going to be big. It's just way too slow. Try to catch one out. 9 class.
They surely will. Like, oh, it's a nice scraping around from Nisha, locking down a couple. Pure was caught as well. The link out already from Mickey, though Pure will be able to get away. Kisses have been committed here from Topson. Topson actually still not level 20 either. So a bit of an unfortunate circumstance here for Topson, because he would have loved that level 20 talent here to help out with this next fight. It still would have been a lot of damage with that little shredder, even without the level 25 talent, but nonetheless, he does not have the time to get that level 20 going. Mickey, he'll make short work of this tier 3 bottom tower. Meanwhile, Tundra still looking for a way to initiate this fight. It's 33 you want to catch, but 33 is a very hard target to get. They do jump in. Arena is down. They've caught the Beastmaster with the spear up, but there's no follow-up to it. 33 is perfectly fine to pop his BKB and just keep going as the roar is out. Pure got caught with that one. Pure is down. No buyback available, and GG is called. They've seen enough. You saw Ramses. He tries for the jump in onto 33. He understood which target they needed to prioritize, but ultimately, if there's no follow-up, it just won't matter.
Certainly doesn't. The side of Liquid, again, playing strong after what you tell me is a very rough laning start. And again, I think the solutions there for Tundra was very dependent on tempo. Their lanes did go well, but how do you hold down Nisha? How do you stop that Beastmaster from farming? You have to contest those camps. You have to ensure that the flash farm doesn't kick in. Once that Ag's Blink BKB timing comes on, we've seen Beastmasters take over the game, and that's exactly what we saw here. And again, you pick the Terrorblade into the Beastmaster, which in lane is already a little bit awkward perhaps as the game scales on. You do hit some damage spikes, but it's just the sustain of the Beastmaster. He can just hold on for so long with the Drums of Slum. He has good control through the BKB buildup that Pure would want to go for. And it makes it a little bit of a nightmare for Tundra if they're playing from maybe a slightly less than equal position into a very uneven position as well.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I kind of wonder whether it goes back to the drafting phase as well, right? Because like you saw this TB pick up into the Morphling of Liquid. I wonder if they just assumed it was going to be a carry Morphling, and that's why they went for the early Terrorblade pick, because it does, like, TB itself, like, if it's not into the Morphling, it doesn't really feel that great, right? So it's interesting, because I think if you ask Tundra, they probably would have preferred maybe another carry, had they kind of been able to look back in hindsight and you see the Morphling wasn't going to be played as support. I'm not saying that was the issue anyway, because Pure did fine on the TB, Jonathan. That's not my point. My point is maybe you would have liked another position one that could have fought back earlier than say the TB could have, but nonetheless, hindsight is 20/20.
That it is. We'll see if Tundra can adapt in playstyle, maybe a little bit on the draft. I don't think they went too cheeky here. It's a little bit surprising they maybe didn't quite expect the Boxy Morphling to come in again. In these groups so far, it's not something that we've seen Boxy play, but when that Morphling support comes in, it can be highly disruptive as well, and it just ruined this Terrorblade matchup that you would expect to go a little bit better with a Scotty. You might have preferred to maybe go for something like the Lincolns instead, instead of a Scotty. If you had Lincolns to at least protect from Roar or protect from a static link, get yourself out in a better position to take the prolonged fight, that could have been one way to go, but as you said, hindsight 20/20.
Well, Jonathan, we do have to throw to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between Tundra Esports and Team Liquid. We'll see you soon.
At home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong. When you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad. I don't feel sad. I don't get mad. 'Cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you call. We've been here before, so go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, regretting all the texts you're sending. Heard other lines before. I roll my eyes, but I see that you're typing. So go on back to her before you wake up in the morning, 'cause this is just getting boring. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters here for Dota 2. Of course, we are in the middle of a series between Tundra Esports and Team Liquid, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, Team Liquid, pretty dominant game number one from their end of things. Tundra getting taught a lesson, I want to say, from Team Liquid. Anything in particular you'd like to see changed up here from Tundra to give themselves a decent chance at drawing out the series 1-1?
I think they have to respect some of that flex. Again, it's a little bit surprising they straight up picked the Terrorblade, expecting maybe the Morphling to go core and itemizing as such as well. Like, I get the Scotty's really good in Terrorblade, but it felt like you might have wanted something a little bit more defensive, just to ensure Mike, whenever he'd show up, wouldn't just run you down with, say, a static link and chase down. I am curious to see what sort of thing Tundra will bring out next. This is their first loss in the group, so Liquid does hand a major stoppage to Tundra and their momentum early on. Again, this is also very important for Liquid to try to gun for a 2-0. If Liquid get a 2-0, that puts them at 4-2. And that will put Tundra down to a 4-2 score line as well. So that instantly boosts the position of Liquid in these group stages. Again, every single one of these 2-game series does count for a lot. So for Liquid, there's a little bit of pressure to find a 2-0, start to break some of these draws they found in the first day. And for Tundra, of course, if they want to maintain that #1 spot, some corrections in draft, respect for the flex, and again, maybe consider banning out Beastmaster if you're not looking for that on Ramses.
It's very hard, right? Like, 'cause it's like these 33 banouts. It's always a matter of what do you want to ban out against this guy, because he's the heroes he does play. I mean, obviously he's a very versatile player, and it feels like all his signature heroes are pretty busted when it comes to him playing said heroes. So it's very, very hard to know exactly what to ban against the man. I dare say that Beastmaster is one of the most broken off lanes right now, so probably best to just get rid of it because we did pretty much see him just solo the game at some point throughout game number 1 once he had those Ags up. So we shall see as Game 2's draft is now officially underway. Tundra Esports vs Team Liquid Game 2. See what we do prioritize. I imagine Tundra probably will respect Ban Out the Beast this game around. Unless, again, they do give it to Ramses, but let's see if Ramses does want it. Team Liquid, for now, they'll start with a Phoenix ban.
Yeah, and Tundra again starting off with, there you go, the Beastmaster and the Sand King bans coming out here for Tundra, as you should see on the screen in a relatively short time. I do like that respect coming out from Tundra. Liquid doesn't feel like they need to course correct too much, if any at all, on the draft. I think they can afford some of these cheekier picks on Boxy again. He's picked the Lion. We haven't seen that much Lion at all in our own games at the very least, but it's something Boxy just ran in early series today. It could be a consideration as well. Again, I admire the fact that Boxy does go for the Fist of Death. Very enjoyable. He ended up with 5 finger stacks at his level 15. It's a lot of HP.
Whole 5.
You know?
Wow.
Yeah. No, it's really impactful at the 15 spike. I'm telling you. Like, that durability the Lion gets is huge. So I don't expect Liquid to just randomly pull out a Lion. And, you know, they pulled out the support Morphling. So one could hope. One could try to be optimistic.
I support Morphling actually looks like the role that Morphling was intended for, almost, with the way it's being played right now. Now, I didn't realize the ebb cooldown actually, or is it flow? I can't remember. It's flow. I didn't realize the flow cooldown reduction matters when you morph and have the spells of the morph target, but apparently those spells also go down in cooldown. So
it's crazy.
It really does feel like Morphling is actually a support hero now. Like, well and truly a support.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. It's strange as well, because I feel like you're probably never going to see this on pause 1, but even as a pause 1, as a strength carry, it can also kind of work. It's very strange. Again, it's a very strange thing to do, but a strength carry morph is also not the worst thing in the world. I don't think you'll ever see that. It does almost the same thing on support anyhow. That's how you gun for it. And there you go. Liquid just pick up the Morphling first phase once again. And again, it's not necessarily locked in. Mika's played he's played a lot of Morph. Nisha can run it mid if the matchup works. And you can still toss it onto Boxy. It really doesn't show you much in this draft. I'm very curious what Tundra will respond, because again, they've already done this with 9 class. They should have a few ideas how to kind of circumvent that flex. But we'll see. I just feel like it gives you a lot of value in pick 1. Just because, again, you don't reveal anything. There's so many ways your draft could go. And it's a decent enough hero in almost every position you could possibly throw it in.
No, this hero does feel really too much. Like, it feels too much right now. This Morphling, it is a bit too much, I think. Tundra Esports, we'll see how they try to contest with their own first pick. What do you want to prioritize here against this hero? I look forward to seeing the changes being made to Morphling. Like, do you want this hero to be a carry or a support? Valve, we'll find out hopefully very soon.
Honestly, I feel like Flow is in a really good state. I think Ebb needs to be made to be a little bit more interesting, but it basically it's choosing between normal Morphling playstyle and like a more aggressive frontline tank spell spammy guy. They will go with the Enigma pickup first on Tundra. So nice and secure. Doesn't provide that too much value onto the Morphling at very least. Although I suppose Malefice being spammed out on a much lower cooldown could be annoying, but I don't think it's a high priority for a Morphling support. Overall, we have seen a lot of Enigma. We saw Aurora run it earlier today. It can be a little bit hit or miss, at least for Aurora. It felt like it didn't do much, but as long as you're well protected here on Tundra, again, the impact of Black Hole can't be understated. The aura buildup for Enigma does still feel good, and his lane domination is still really strong. I'm curious to see what Tundra will want to pair up this Enigma with to really crush that safe lane of Team Liquid if possible.
Well, final bans to come out, Team Liquid. The reserve time they'll go for this ban out. what the mentality of Tundra is right now, you know, considering this is their first loss of the group stages thus far. They do look a little bit tense, Jonathan, just a little bit. Probably not too concerned. Obviously, Team Liquid looking very relaxed, apart from maybe Boxy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's got to do the maths, figure out what he wants to do with his support morphling, perhaps. Or, you know, just playing the same hero back to back. It's like, oh, I'm sure he does. I honestly feel like, as a support player, I would enjoy it too. I just never tried it, because I'm a line enjoyer. So I always stick to line, but I swear, I'm just insane. I don't know why.
You know, the sad part is, people like you and I, we're not good enough to play Morphling. You know what I mean? It's just, this hero requires a bit too much talent for me, at the very least. You know, even as a support,
Yeah.
I feel like I just can't run it.
Yeah, it requires playing on the bleeding edge to be effective, you know, on support. I think level 1 to 2 is probably the most awkward point for that support morph, even to level 3. So it's basically like having, you know, Nyx before you could delete creeps.
Yeah.
And he can, yeah, no, he doesn't even get like a stun. I mean, you could go for level 1, but don't necessarily prioritize it. It's just a little bit awkward. Do ban out the Tiny now on the side of Team Liquid, and the side of Tundra, of course, clearing out the Gyrocopter into their next picks. Again, relatively open. With a Morphling on hand, it really doesn't show you too much. You might want to start building up with this Enigma pickup. You don't have the Hoodwink to kind of connect with that. You can maybe consider, I mean, there is some flex, I suppose. You could flex the Enigma support if you'd want to as well on Tundra. You have a lot of ways of keeping your own draft open. We'll go back into the Snapfire instead. I can't really fault them. Again, it's flexible enough. You can still run it mid for Thompson, which, again, in lane, it does work out well. They just need better solutions for slippery Spirit Brothers. If that is going to be on the mid, it just felt like they didn't have the hold last game from Tundra. Or you could just run Snapfire Enigma in lane, which is a pretty strong lane as well, especially if you go full bore. With Malefice chase down the distance from Snap into full bore into a cookie, there is a lot of kill potential there once level 2, level 3 starts to be achieved by Tundra, if you will run the support Snapfire.
Well, see what Tundra do with this Snap. Like, last game around, Thompson was dominating the mid lane, it felt like, and then a couple deaths occur, and suddenly the impact just really started to slow down quite a bit. There's your 33 Brewmaster coming out now, a bit of a 33 special. Yeah, you can't ban all the heroes of this man, and oh, you gotta love to see the Brew coming out if you are a Team Liquid fan. Rubik coming out as well from Team Liquid's end of things. So now I wonder, is it a support Morphling we're looking at? You know, or do you want to run the POS 5 Rubik perhaps? You know, keep the POS 4 Morphling going.
I feel like either one kind of works. I think you can still run Rubik Morphlings to support you. It's a little bit awkward, but it is manageable. I see a lot of value in that. Like, say, Morphling turns into Enigma, and you also steal Malefice, double Malefice. Kind of sounds really funny. Of course, you're going to be gunning for the Black Hole for sure, but a lot of value just having a lot of spells on hand for Team Liquid. Tundra, straightforward Dragonite pickup. Could end up being our pure hero or just a Thompson mid, although it's a little bit static for Thompson on mid. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, though. Does leave the draft a little bit open on the side of Tundra. Does give them some good push potential as well, tying into the Eidolons that will eventually come in with a Corrosive Dragon form. I mean, you can't really avoid just giving good spells to the Rubik. You've got Dragon Tail now, and Morphling turning into DK with Dragon Tail with a spam ability of Flow, if that is the direction Liquid will go. That can still be a major nuisance. See how else Tundra ties up this draft. I mean, now, you know, looking at the Enigma into the Rubik, you are probably just going to be going full aura. You're not going to be pressuring yourself to look for these black holes, just because, well, Rubik has... it's a really easy spell to steal, of course. There's a lot of stuns already. It's not the easiest time to rely on that for your team fight. I like the openings from Liquid. We've seen the effect of the Brewmaster. You mentioned it, 33 special, but even in just, you know, how effective it can be, it has felt really strong. Tundra will go into the Marcy, which does put a little bit of an interesting twist here for Tundra. Potential for Marcy support with Snapfire support. You could last pick of support on Tundra, run a Marcy core with DK mid and Enigma off, or even a Marcy off lane. Those are all somewhat viable. I feel like they are gunning more for Marcy support, perhaps. And with a good pause 1 that can really benefit off of sidekick, it can feel rather crazy. I see the SF still in the pool. That's one combination we've seen a lot of, mainly from OG. But Marcy SF is still available if Liquid don't end up banning it in the next 2 bans.
That could be very, very potent. Team Liquid. 20 seconds reserve time left for this 4th pickup. Oh, they do go for the SF on Team Liquid's end of things, so perhaps denying it away from Tundra in case they wanted to run it. So SF for Liquid side of things, and well, that probably will just be a safe lane SF. Still could be the mid SF to come out to boot, so a bit of flexibility here from Team Liquid. And well, for now, they also keep this Morphling card a little bit hidden. Like, you still don't know what this Morph is up to.
Yeah. Still
but
open up to
support.
Yeah, you can still run it safe. You can run SF mid. Tricore doesn't look too bad. Maybe a little bit greedy, but it does feel like your SF lane, at the very least, up against a DK mid, should win out here for Nisha. And again, it's a very smart pickup. Again, if you expect DK mid, SF wins out, you remove the Marcy SF combination, which has been the most straightforward one that we have seen in this group stage at very least. They will ban out the Alchemist from Tundra, which is also interesting. We've seen that be flexed around, mainly by Entity, Kataomi, playing that a couple of times in the play-ins and the groups. And of course, is still viable as a pause 1. Just kind of remove it from the picture along with its Sven. So they are expecting just a Morphling to go probably support at this point, and just taking care of some big cores from Tundra. Liquid, for their part, are expecting just to have a Thompson mid DK. And again, it's very manageable inside of Liquid, taking care of some pure heroes left. What else do you have to play into this? Into a Brewmaster lane. Doesn't feel like you have that many great options left. Lifestealer's kind of faded out. I guess there's an Ursa if you wanted to, but there's a lot of kiting potential here from the side of Team Liquid. I'm not sure if that's the comfiest of times for them to consider for pure. Liquid will have to show their full hand first, so at least Tundra can somewhat adapt this last pick of Liquid.
Oh, the Weaver comes out, so maybe they can't adapt, John, because it's still very, very flexible. Between this Weaver and Morphling, though, I mean, it should be safe to say it's a Weaver carry, but I mean, I say that. You just don't know. You still don't know exactly what the draft is looking like here from Team Liquid's end and who's carrying the game. I suppose it should at least be a mid SF we're looking at. I can almost confidently say that.
So. It has only been picked 2 times. It has a 50% win rate, that Zeus, so not the toppest, but it lanes much better into that Nisha Shadow Fiend. So that is one way to get that done. We will have Boxy and the Morphling once more on flow. I do like this at the very least. Oh, this is interesting. Thompson's actually going for Divine Rampage.
Oh.
Instead of Livewire.
Interesting.
Ah.
I mean, what do you think about that? I have seen a couple people run this. Not in pro games, mind you, in pub games. I suppose the Livewire not going to have too much impact in the mid lane against Nisha. In fact, this game, like, perhaps you could make the argument there's no impact. Like, who's he going to hit? Apart from maybe 33.
That is true. And I suppose in that circumstance, you might as well get the bonus from Divine Rampage. Maybe you get a pick off with it and just kind of snowballs from there. It's an interesting one. Overall, I do feel like Livewire is just flat out better. But as you said, situationally, this does feel like maybe no benefits coming in. 9 class as well, going for the Bodyguard Marcy, which is very interesting on support Marcy. Because you give armor, but you don't give lifesteal. So you don't give those lifesteal bonuses away. You basically just give armor. You do have all of the attack and lifesteal benefits on the Marcy. So it almost feels like a core Marcy kind of goes for the bodyguard nowadays. I'm interested in seeing how much they can get out there for 9 class. Very interesting drafts once again coming in. And for the side of Tundra, this is a very important game to look for a draw. Senior Rubik, says Ramses. Ramses Enigma is insane.
Oh. Well, there you go. I mean, it's saying Rubik makes enough sense. Ramsey's Enigma, I can't say I've seen much of, John.
No, it's really not. I'm sure he's had a lot of Enigma games now, switching on to that offlane for a while. He's had his run. He can do fine. Do not know. No questioning here.
That's okay. Team Liquid, they're waiting on the top side of that the bounty rune of that the mid lane. And 9 class looking to see if he can steal the northern bounty rune. The bottom bounty rune's probably just going to go pretty much the way of Tundra. Not really much in the way of stopping them from taking these. See if Ramses wants to contest her up against Mickey, but it's highly doubtful, and of course he does back.
The battle begins.
So it should be a 2 for 2. Nice even start between both sides. And of course, as per usual, we start with the mid lane, John, where you do see Nisha against Thompson on the Zeus versus the SF. What do you think of this matchup? How does this one go?
It is still Zeus favored, Livewire or not. I think it's actually a little bit more consistent without Livewire, because with Livewire, at minimum, you're doing 2% damage with static field. Without Livewire, you do 2.5 flat every single time. So it's just very consistent application for Thompson. Should be holding out steady up against Nisha. And it's very man-intensive for Nisha to get aggressive in this lane. It can be for Thompson as well, but he's got some safety nets. It's much cheaper to spam out Arc Lightning. And Nisha, though, getting a couple of good denies to set up for himself, but does cop maybe some extra tower hits you wouldn't want to. Rune control is a pretty big factor in this matchup. I'm keen on seeing how much you can afford to rotate on the side of Liquid with your support more in the early levels.
Nisha's might be dead, and he is, I think. Thompson. Oh, he's almost got him, but not quite. Nisha. Yeah, he's alright. That all went back to that range creep that got denied by Thompson, by the way. Nisha stacked the double Shadow Rays to try and burst down the range creep first and get the level 2 timing first, but Thompson ended up denying it, and well, now Nisha is paying for it quite heavily as Thompson just not leaving him alone. Nisha, is he just dead? It looks like he's the Thompson. He gets aggro, but he gets the kill first. And that's why your initial range creeps are very important. That is off the back of one deny from Thompson.
And the faster timing, so it has a lot more play now with level 2 Arc Lightning on top. Still have some chances to look at the other lanes up top. We have been sneaking some peeks onto Ramses on the Enigma with 9 class on that Marcy, up against Mickey on the Weaver, and Insania on that Rubik. And this top lane, it's fairly static. There is some aggression.
Never mind Thompson's not leaving Nisha alone. Just look at the damage output he's already dealt here to the SF. Every time Heavenly Jump's been off cooldown, he just continues to get so aggressive here against Nisha. And, well, Nisha just can't really do much about it apart from hope for the best. Get back towards that T1 tower.
Yeah. Just try to survive. I mean, he doesn't have his bottle in yet either, so he can't afford to deny that one water rune. Thompson still manages to grab the other one. And that is one way to play into the SF. Again, we've seen this matchup multiple times. Zeus does come out on top. And considering that you don't have Livewire, it is consistently 2.5 no matter what range you're at. You just kind of gap close to prevent the raises from stacking up, making it awkward for Nisha to look for that counterplay. Already a very nice start for Thompson overall. I mean, you have some recovery angles for Nisha. His camps aren't blocked. He could try to stack up, flash farm later on. But still, Thompson, especially as he reaches level 6 with the Divine Rampage, there's a lot of potential there with some cheeky spell amp on the Thunder God's Wrath.
You can't underestimate that 15%. It can really start to hurt. Side lanes, so far, pretty even affairs on both sides of things. So like Rams is having a very good time at that top lane. 17-3 on the CS board as the Enigma. Is to be expected though. Enigma obviously just very good at dominating lanes when it comes to the CS department. And Mickey not too far behind. In fact, he's 19 CS and 2 denies himself on the Weaver, so not really falling behind at all. In that bottom lane, a bit slower for Pure, I'd argue, on the DK. Currently 14 and 10. In fact, they're going to make the jump in on the Dragon Knight. Just a little bit of a casual Cinder Brew throw out from 33. But it seems like Pure, for now, is okay. But he is currently being chased by Boxy in 33. It's a huge creep wave, so they can dive the tier 1 tower. Problem is, Pure is just too tanky to take down, but they are going to try and just annoy the living crap out of Pure. In comes more as Mickey now rotating with the swarm out, and Pure is not going to die. He barely survives on just about 20 HP, but Mickey will chase him down. They've got the vision. Pure should not be able to make it out of this one. And he's gone. Pure is down, so is Whiteon.
Takes a lot of effort. That's maybe a little bit more time than Mika would want to spend down here. He does make it worthwhile. It was a bit of a slower lane for 33 overall in terms of finding that CS, trying to shove away Pure. It's a DK matchup. It's just hard to try to get that harassment off. And top is a pretty slow lane. So I like that read from Mika to get some aggression elsewhere. Although Nisha...
And Nisha, mid lane, just cannot deal with Thompson. And with the rotations from the supports of Tundra, they make very, very short work of Nisha. So a very important pickup here for the side of Tundra. And I suppose this is once again the one lane that is kind of struggling here for Liquid is the mid lane. This happened in game 1 as well. Both the side lanes were going decently, but the mid lane was the one where things were falling a little bit behind, and it was purely based off the hero matchups. And it seems like we've got a bit of a similar story where Nisha's got a disadvantageous matchup for himself here against the Zeus, and he's paying for it.
That he is. Not much you can really do at this point now for Nisha. Already digging into that jungle. Forward ward set up by Tundra to constantly punish if Nisha walks back into lane, which he might shortly. They are set up. They've got the regen rune on hand as well for Thompson, and he does have that level 6.
See what he finds. They are starting to fight already. Insania has been caught here on the Rubik, so Insania will very easily go down as Thompson. Sure what that the lightning bolt was about, but doesn't really matter too much. As now Nisha going to be spotted here by Thompson. 9 class has rebound in 2 seconds. Nisha, he needs some help ASAP, and it's not coming. Nisha is just going to fall. No TPs out from Team Liquid.
No, I mean, what do you expect your Morphling support to really do at this point? It doesn't feel like it can really stop that, so they just have to sap that lane of Nisha. And Thompson being very cheeky, maximizing does get the Thunder God's Wrath, not enough.
A close kind of call here for Mickey is survives him at 250 HP. That mid tier 1 tower in the meantime, John Thompson's just taking it out with the siege creep. 7 minutes in, the mid tier 1 tower is now gone. Though again, we did see this in game 1 as well, in fairness to Team Liquid. And they weren't really too bothered by it in game 1 either.
I think it's a different story when you've got the SF. This here, it just feels very tempo-based, especially on mid, especially if you're going for the caster build, right? You want your Kaya, you want your Blink, Yules, BKB, Ags build up. All of that's going to be heavily stalled out now. They're trying on to Pure.
It's queued up quite a few Observer wards in the
yeah, he's had it for a while.
Bottom lane. I mean, Pure's still alive. Whitemon's going to move in for a cookie and does give Pure a bit more of a gap. Insania trying to get within range to land that blood grenade and does actually connect. Pure slowed up just enough, perhaps, to 33, missing the Cinder Brew. And Pure will immediately tip out the Brewmaster. 33 will be able to successfully retreat, but so will Pure. Yeah, going back to Nisha, John, he does unqueue those Observer wards, so it looks like he's calm.
Yeah, I mean, tier 1 tower is gone. He should have a little bit more relief now. At least he's just going to hug his jungle. There are still really aggressive wards here from the side of Tundra. They might not rest, but they are looking to maybe go up top instead. Ramses?
He's got Black Hole available, but he won't want to pop it like this. Not by himself, and he is just going to fall. There was just no help around him for him to even think about popping that Black Hole. And so Liquid, they'll claim themselves a pretty easy pick off here onto Ramses. But they are still just playing a very slow game. Still plenty of time required as Nisha again. Being targeted by 9 class, but he has no rebound target. There's no way to close the gap unless Nisha comes back into the triangle, but he does decide not to. They'll at least find a D ward for their trouble.
At some space, they can't fully contest these stacks either. So you still have that flash farm opportunity for Nisha, but they are aware now on the side of Tundra. So he could look to clean up perhaps with some movement forward. Pure will actually start to make his way there. And should start in the Ancients. So all of that flash farm gone. Pure understands the assignment. Just really needs to hurt that mid as much as possible. It is giving some room now for 33 to just play down bot. Has his urn. Has his level 6. So the split is ready. They've got some responses ready on Liquid if things do start to get hot around the map. Again, game state is in a pretty strong spot for Tundra. Thompson running away with the net worth lead right now. Already has his phylactery up with the arcane boots and null. Going straight for the Ags. So he wants that presence. He wants to be able to just burst down some heroes across the map. Has a lot of output to play with already. Side of Liquid. I mean, it's really Nisha that's hurting the most. Again, this Blink Yules, Yashikaya Ags timing is going to be extremely delayed on the SF. And when SF misses tempo, it doesn't feel good to play that hero from behind. It lines into faster BKB timings from the course if you try to burst down. So your magical burst just kind of disappears. Your HP starts to scale up as well. Your output just doesn't feel great. And just needs so much time. You're going to have to eat some space away from your Weaver. They're rotating bot now.
Yeah, they are. They're going to try for 33. 33 already losing most of his HP. Now the rebound out from 9 class. Landing perfectly onto the Brewmaster. 33 getting annihilated here by 9 class and Thompson. There's no rebuttal to it either. Like Liquid, they're just not in a position yet where they can really hope to fight back against what Tundra is offering. Especially every single time Thompson is around to help his team out. It's just too much damage output at the moment. So Liquid, they'll continue playing the slower game, just trying to get their initial net worth up. It's really only Mickey that's having a decent time here in the Weaver. Everyone else having a pretty bad time when it comes to the farm department of Liquid. We'll see if Tundra can keep up this momentum. Because again, they kind of had a similar story going for Game 1.
I think this draft is a lot more forgiving from Tundra. They don't have too much to worry about in terms of annoying play comebacks from Nisha until this Blink Yules or Blink Yashikaya is up. Even then, you're probably looking for either a BKB on top of that or just a full Ags for Nisha, which, again, is just several miles off here in terms of just waiting for that farm. 33 is still and slowly inching towards the full Spirit Vessel. He's going to try to play off the back of that, but a little bit of a chase onto Insania.
Yeah, 9 class. Let me spot it. Swarm is out from Mickey, but 9 class able to rebound out just fine. Tundra, they are starting to group up top though. Thompson getting caught, tries to get to the higher ground, but he's been caught out. Thompson's down. Oh, he tried to get on top of the cliff with the heavenly jump, but he was just a little bit short. They had the TP cancel, and that's a lot of gold to Boxy. I mean, at the very least, at least you only give the Morphling all that gold, but that's still going to allow him to get that pipe up a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and the pipe will destroy that presence of Thompson. It's going to have to start relying on pretty much the output of Pure, heck, even some of the output out from Whiteon with the Shredder, and 9 class if you can get up on the Unleash. This pipe is going to be a good way of slowing down this game that Tundra is trying to play. Liquid, and they're not too far behind. The laning phase, pretty awful, but 2k behind considering all these kills. Not the worst circumstance, although.
Black Hole committed, they've got 33, and they are not messing around. Ramses does not want to risk the Brewmaster Primal Split coming out. They will just lock down 33. And this is kind of the name of the game, it seems like, for Tundra. Is just ensure that this 33 man does not have a good time. Because when he does, he tends to pop off every single time.
And he does, but again, a slower ramp up here for the Brewmaster. Still waiting for that full Spirit Vessel. Wondering if a Radiance is even something he can still consider with how slow his own game is going. They are slowly getting that siege done on bot. There is enough time for the TPs to come in, but the tower should just be set to fall. They will find it. Ramses gets himself a freebie. A lot of room out for Pure to keep farming up. He does have his Midas into the full Armlet and Blink. So wanting to maybe play a little bit more tempo once that initial farm is done. And 9 class, he's getting a lot of leeway into this BKB. Is spotted out by the Eidolons. He could try.
Might give it a crack. 9 class still being chased down here by 33. Nice rebound away thanks to Ramses being around. They'll get the tier 1 bottom tower. 9 class still not out of the woods yet. Mickey not giving up though. A nice TP attempt from 9 class is going to work out. Very, very close call. Mickey not realizing how close he was to securing that kill, but ultimately will not be able to find it. Tundra, they will continue to hold on to this 3k net worth advantage. And even a scan out on Mickey now. As he comes through the twin gates, they'll scan out 2 of them. But Tundra, assuming it's all 5, they do just get out of it. They do not want to fight.
They don't want to start bleeding that fort back onto Tundra, onto Liquid here. As, again, they've gotten a lot of room back up for Nisha. All things considered, after, again, that sort of start, only being 900 gold behind, maybe 1.7 gold behind Thompson is actually not that bad. He's got some stacks going for himself. He already has his Blink going into that Kaya Yasha. And his timings are still being met. We're not seeing fast BKB rushes on the side of Tundra. So his presence is still going to be felt on Nisha once that combination is ready to go. We'll have to be cautious. They will go for the smoke play out on Tundra though. Again, no black hole, but even just a Blink Malefice can set up nicely here. The issue is finding a target. No forward vision for Tundra outside of the triangle area. They do at least see Insania playing the lane, but that's not the target you want to gun for here.
Oh, mid lane, they want 33. They've got Black Hole in 15, but they won't need it. If 33 gets caught out like this, he is just so quickly taken down. Have we even seen a primal split from 33 this game? It feels like every single fight, they just blow him up. Not even a fight. Top lane, Mickey, Insania, they might want to back out of here because Pure is chasing them down. They'll find Insania, but they won't quite be able to catch up in Mickey, so the Weaver will be fine. Insania will not, however. Insania is dead.
Not the biggest kill you'd want off the back of that, but a little bit of a bonus after that movement onto 33.
Nisha?
Just no splits. Nisha.
They've got Black Hole up, but they don't have Blink off cooldown for Ramses. So he couldn't quite close the gap to go for the immediate Black Hole, and it seems like Nisha will be able to survive this.
Yeah, it's so important for Nisha not to bleed out gold now. Again, he's recovered nicely. He's only about 400 behind Ramses, not that far behind Thompson, just about 1,000. He has managed to work his way back into a game. Already has the Kaya, just needs a Yasha, and then you can start to think about the Blink Requiem plays. Again, no fast BKBs just yet on the side of Tundra. Armlet out for Pure with that Blink. Is going for the BKB now. But no protection until that's up.
John, so I'll take over once again. It seems like for now at Tundra, they'll hold on to a 2k advantage, but it's still a very close game between these two teams. Team Liquid, of course, they have been on kind of on the back burner for quite a while now, but they're getting there. Mickey's got the Gleipnir completed up now on the Weaver. They really aren't too far behind. Like one good team fight, and Liquid will suddenly take over this game. And there's your 4-man smoke up. They want to go for that fight right here and now. It's very important for 33 to be able to get that primal split off before the fight even begins. And here we go, they'll start. They have found Pure on the Dragon Knight. 9 class though with a very nice rebound, gonna buy him a little bit of time. Pure still gonna drop though, as 9 class, he does at least take down Insania, but it's a great trade so far for Team Liquid. It's 33, almost dropping with the Brewlings. In fact, he does drop. They'll find all of them. Black Hole in the meantime, Ramses, he'll find Nisha. The solo pick off here for Ramses. Oh my, I mean, Liquid, they really wanted a good team fight to go their way, but it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Tundra once again. At least you do kill off Pure, but what does it matter if you lose 3?
Yeah, it's a rough go for the side of Liquid. Again, they find a decent enough target in Pure, but the spread out nature of that fight just gives a lot of opportunities for Tundra. Can't underestimate just how much output 9 Class has in terms of turning it around when he does have that unleash and just catching Nisha off guard. And this is the hero you don't want to be bleeding out on whatsoever. Does lose a little bit of that tempo. Oh!
Yeah, he's been caught out again, though he does have his teammates around him, but he has no primal split to commit here, so 33 just has to get out, but there's no getting out of that one. He will die. No, Thompson being chased by Mickey. In danger. The Thompson turning around. Mickey, he'll barely survive. The time lapse is there. Nisha with the Requiem buying him a bit of time. Now the side of Tundra. They need to get out of there. It seems like Boxy, he'll move in and take down 9 Class. Meanwhile, Whiteon will die to Mickey. This Pure will barely get his way out of the Dragon Knight. Surviving on roughly 100 HP. But that might have been the fight Liquid have been waiting for. It's only a 1k advantage now the way of the Radiant, and it feels like Tundra, they suddenly feel a lot weaker.
That they do, and that's them taking these fights without the big tools they need to really find success, right? Like Black Hole was expended earlier. They know they have an opening on Liquid. Pure, again, still without the BKB to protect. A lot of that damage output from Liquid still very relevant here. Nisha finally finding an angle for a good Requiem out. Doesn't manage to get that damage going for the side of Liquid. And Tundra have to be a little bit cautious. Again, without Black Hole, your AoE control is kind of stymied. You're kind of relying really on the cookie and the rebound, not the most reliable in the world. Get that jump in. Again, you've reached critical mass now in Nisha. Yashakaya up. Net worth now for our SF is basically at parity. Again, just 1,000 gold behind. Considering how rough that laning start was, it's really not much at this point. This 1k lead of Thunder, negligible. And Liquid, they're slowly forming up the tools. Boxy, full pipe, not too far off, is flying out in the courier. That'll eat into a ton of the damage that Thompson's been doing. Takes away that burst potential.
Pure, he's being watched right now here, Johnny. There's an amp damage rune available on Nisha. If they are able to find a way to make a play, but it seems like they will not. Boxy's trying to sneak by to get a wisdom rune at the 21-minute mark. He might actually get away with it too. And he does, and Pure eventually might find him and does with the Dragon Tail, but Boxy does have the waveform towards the north, although he gets stuck in the tree line, sadly, so Boxy, he's gonna die. But he gets the wisdom rune, so he'll be more than okay with it. Yep. Meanwhile, top side, 9 Class will go down. So trade happening here with these supports.
A much more meaningful trade for Liquid, I think, considering Nisha again can kill for himself, does manage to get the usage of the Yashakaya, a decent enough reveal, not the biggest target. Just gets instant activity out of that. Accelerates this BKB timing as well for Nisha to feel more comfy in jumping in for his team. Side of Tundra is starting to feel like they're losing some steam. Pure with his BKB still about 800 gold off. Should start to provide a little bit more once that's up. You also have Ramses trying to rush his own BKB up here. But again, with the threat of a stolen Black Hole, there's a lot of play potential for Liquid, even with the BKB that will eventually come out here for Ramses. 14-10, slight net worth lead coming out for Liquid. As 33 trying to rush into the Ags, was playing poke a little bit, but Ramses, of course, not going to commit just yet. No backup for that play. It's a lot more topsy-turvy here, for sure. Tundra, it felt like they just lost all of that steam. Again, just giving some opportunities out to Liquid. Liquid being very smart with their farming patterns, managing to hit that good stride. BKB, again, for Nisha, it's so damn close. The flash farm of the SF cannot be underestimated. These camps just do not take too long for Nisha to clear out. And Tundra is taking a little bit of a back seat. Again, maybe once some of these BKB start to line up, even 9 Class getting some room to farm his BKB up, things can start to change. It'll instantly remove this threat of Nisha at the least. And allow some angles here out for Tundra.
Now, Torment is going to be taken by Liquid. Tundra's still sitting back. BKB's being built up. They'll just wait those out first. Group up again here from Tundra. Bottom lane, they give for a smoke up. 4-man smoke. Make it a 5-man. 9 Class is going to join his team. 33 is the closest target, and Pure is going to run right into him. Stun is out. They've already got the Brewmaster locked down. 33 trying for the Primal Split, could not get it off in time. Another great start here for Tundra. Sadly, there's nobody else to take down, but they already got the start they would have loved.
Just remove that split. Although,
Boxy, he's going to move in. Stun out on Thompson. He'll morph into the Marcy, but Boxy's in a lot of danger here, and Boxy's just dead.
Huh.
No, wishful thinking. Insania now also being caught out here on the Rubik, and he's gone. I mean, I guess the idea from Boxy is to, you know, just morph into 9 Class and rebound back out, and you try to be a little bit cheeky, but, you know, it does cost him.
That it does. It's pretty costly to just feed those kills away. You do manage to bait out the BKB of Pure. So that is the 9-second charge gone. Maybe expecting Nisha to look for an angle back in with a blink. Does not quite fully commit. And that does provide an opportunity for the tier 2 to fall. Map opening up fully now for the side of Tundra. Have a lot more leeway in getting around the map. And you get that BKB on 9 Class. So again, this triple BKB timing is lined up. You already have one on Ramses. Can look for some black hole plays as long as they can take care of Insania first. You have the Octarine ready to go on Thompson. So much more uptime for the Nimbus and the Thunder God's Rat. Roshan is going to be a top side if either side will want to go. Liquid can still contest. Again, they still have this pipe on Boxy. And it feels like he didn't manage to pop out, but they'll go with a smoke out now.
Through the top lane they'll go. 9 Class will break the smoke, so Boxy's going to casually jump in, but the BKB was there. 9 Class just in the nick of time, catching out Boxy with his pants down, so Boxy will go down first. The rest of Liquid immediately trying to rush out of there. Not happy with the way this fight started. They'll try to get everyone out together. The chase is on from Tundra, though they're smoked up as 5. 33, maybe they want to get caught again. There's your ulti from Thompson, giving the vision over. They'll land a stun onto 33. He does have the Primal Split, and they will throw the kisses out. But nothing will really come out of it. They'll let the Brewmaster run. They'll accept the Morphling kill as is. And instead, they're going to try for the Roshan attempt for Tundra.
Yeah, still a very secure position for Tundra. Only expended pretty much 9 classes spells. You still have the Black Hole already on Ramsey, so contestation does come in here from the side of Liquid. It doesn't take too long with the output you do have on hand. With the minus armor that Lil Shredder will provide, Roshan not going to take that long. Liquid, no option to kind of fight in. They are still getting room to keep this farm game going. Again, Nisha with his BKB still set to go. Going into the Ags next in the SF. You've got BKB being formed up by Mika before he starts to go for the damage in the Daedalus. Already has a shard, so it's a very simple matter of farming up now on the Weaver. But dealing with the 2 lives on Pure can be a bit of a challenge. Mind you, DK is a little bit awkward with Aegis, especially if he's in Elder Dragon form on the first life and dies. Not going to do as much on the secondary, but I guess the Worm's Rat does kind of compensate for that. Slow siege onto the tier 2 up top. Liquid not keen on taking that. Instead, Tundra actually going for a smoke across the map.
The bottom lane, Nisha was spotted. Thompson trying to lock him down, already removing half his HP pool. Mickey is going to join in on the Weaver. 9 Class going to jump in onto Nisha. Nisha pops the Requiem, though 9 Class had the BKB going. Black Hole, Ramses, he called Nisha's SF again. They'll take him out. Nisha is down. So is Insania. At least they do find 9 Class, but now 33 trying to move in. Does have the Primal Split to use, but he's been stunned up again by the Malefice of Ramses. 33 still trying to back his way out. Should be okay to do so. I say that the Ramses right behind him now, forcing out the Primal Split usage. And so 33 will successfully be able to get out, but Primal Split now on cooldown for 2 minutes. We'll see if Tundra can really get anything out of this. Like, already a nice fight as is. Maybe you can find a tier 2 tower if you're lucky.
Yeah, and there's only 1 tower left for Liquid outside of their high ground, and it is the bot tier 2. Still have a lot of time that Aegis as well. 3.5 minutes left for Pure. Inside of Liquid, just so rough. They're not able to start these fights on their terms. It's always Tundra running in, Tundra looking for the plays. Liquid, their initiation's just really awkward. Like, the best thing you've got is maybe Blink BKB Requiem from Nisha. Maybe you can get a good split off from the back of that, but options are just so limited. And as long as you catch Insania out in that Rubik, and you can see the frustration. But if he's in that black hole, you don't have to worry about it being stolen for Ramses. Just makes the game a lot easier as well. Just because, again, there's a lack of straightforward initiation right now on the side of Liquid. It's just not as easy as jumping in with Dragon Tail and jumping in with a Marcy. Very low commitment initiation from the side of Tundra.
Oh, Pure's in. They're going to find 33 already. Ramses is out with the Malefice to boot. 33, he's got no way to primal split out of this one. He is just in huge trouble. He will drop it now. The Requiem Nisha gonna find Ramses as a trade. 33 will buy back Pure. In the meantime, trying to BKB TP out, does not make it. He is down the first time with the Aegis. Can he get up the second? We probably can, because 9 class is the one being chased up here by Boxy. They'll lock down 9 class and they'll take down the Marcy. 9 class actually handing the tip over to Boxy in the meantime, as we are going to get a 3-for-1 trade. Of course, it did cost 33, the buyback on the Brewmaster, but I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
You get some punishment, you take away the Aegis. I don't think you're too unhappy on Tundra, though, considering, again, buyback forced out, next row still a ways off, 4.5 minutes until the respawn timer really reveals itself. So if you catch 33 out one more time, you do open up the high ground in a much bigger way. Really good positioning from Nisha to get that full Requiem off, and now he's got the Ags. So the SF, with that Requiem, with the Fear duration, is going to be massive if you don't manage to pop these BKBs on time on the side of Tundra. Going to have to be very aware of their positioning. They are ready to go once more, though. Ramses does have his black hole ready. Doesn't quite have the BKB, so it's not as safe of a bet. Is only Mika showing around. Liquid just using the space to keep that farm game going. Again, this Weaver with a BKB protection. Still a fresh BKB as well for Mika. Into the Daedalus. That's when the Weaver starts to really get out of hand. The damage output can be ridiculous with his Shard and the Sakuchi. So you will have to respect that. But at the very least, the Daedalus, the full Daedalus, is still a ways off here.
That it is. Top lane, Pure. Gonna catch out Insania again. That'll be the Rubik going down. Insania certainly not having a very good time at all here at this game too. Tundra, they'll be happy with that. They'll go right back through the twin gates, back towards the bottom lane. Mikke's farming that area right now on the Weaver. This could be very, very dangerous for him if they do at all realize he's around, but he does actually Sakuchi back towards the triangle. So it seems like the Weaver will be okay. It just feels like he requires so much more farm. It's not like they're lacking damage, but just a matter of keeping your allies alive, I think is what I'm trying to say here, John. Like, trying to keep them alive long enough to get their spells off is proving to be the big issue, as Mickey could get caught. Lincoln's broken by 9 class, but you're right to back off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But their map is out of their hands right now on Liquid. Tundra, again, in complete control. A little bit of isolation and annoyance onto Thompson with a primal companion. Not enough to really follow through. Smoke on smoke here. This could be a big one. Again, Black Hole's still ready.
Nisha, he'll break the smoke. Jump is there, though. He'll blink away, avoiding the stun out from Pure. Meanwhile, who are they actually aiming? It looks like Mickey forced the BKB in time-lapse in the middle of all this, so he'll get away. But already a very awkward kind of fight for Liquid. They'll lose the BKB time-lapse for Mickey. Mickey's going to show at the bottom lane as well, pushing out the creep wave, so they know the Weaver's around this area. But it's going to be very hard to catch it. And Tundra obviously would love to try for high ground right now, knowing that BKB is not available. And of course, that is going to make the Weaver very susceptible to just dying instantaneously. So they are going to give it a crack. Through the bottom lane they'll go. T3 tower now under siege.
Going nice and slow with just the Eidolons, not fully committing. Maybe looking for a response and overextension elsewhere first. And they still have their BKB set to go. They still have that black hole ready on Ramses. The threat is there. not going to overcommit. Roshan in a minute. That's going to be the next big objective both teams will set their eyes on. Have some space for Nisha to, again, just farm up the map, working up top, going into the side of Vice on this SF. Get that control going with a blink in. And just connect with the Requiem's a lot easier here. You are starting to, again, just lose the space for Liquid. It's a little bit more awkward for them to get out. Heck, they're going to lose their Tormentor here as well. With Pure just getting to town on by himself. Nice free shard for Thompson to have. Lightning Hands ready to go. Along with a refresh.
Mickey. Double Nimbus.
Holy.
Mickey, the black hole will lock him down. Thompson not allowing the escape. Well, that double Nimbus from Thompson, very, very cheeky. Just the constant stuns to lock him down long enough. That's a huge kill. That's 70 seconds without your Eve.
That is massive. And again, that 70 seconds could be an early Grosh as well. They
33. Dropping low. Nisha pops the Requiem. Pure being forced away now with the fear out, but the kisses are incoming from Whiteon to try and help out. Here comes Thompson to try and help to boot. It looks like Pure, who actually survived through this. Pure does not die. The armlet toggles just allow him to survive, as now Insania and Boxy are both gone. Oh my goodness. Pure just refusing to die.
God. Pops the BKB, gets the toggles at the perfect time. That was the angle they were looking for on Liquid. They managed to nail the Ag's Requiem without the BKB flying on instantly from Pure, but not enough burst damage. But not without Mike. They can't just jump this DK and hope that they've got enough just with the magic. Going straight for the tier 4s. Tundra are not messing around. They want that win.
You can't quite blame them here, John. Tier 4 tower is already gone. Buybacks incoming from Liquid, but they still need 5 seconds for their Weavers. The jump is there already onto the SF. Nisha being caught out, and Nisha is gone along with Boxy. They'll call the GG. They've seen enough. And that is going to mean a 1-1 draw here between Tundra and Team Liquid.
Yeah. Again, a little bit rough in game 1. Game 2, lanes come out just as strong as they were, but they don't have those issues scaling on, right? You're not worrying about Nisha on a very mobile hero that can be highly disruptive. You're not worrying about a big spike from 33 outside of his disruptiveness in these team fights as that Brewmaster. And you just had a lot more play here for the side of Tundra. I love the corrections in the draft. The fact that they managed to go into the Marcy pick without the SF, still make it work very nicely. Just combining with the DK here for Pure, and tying in with a very strong lane with Ramses. I mean, the presence of 9 class was just shattering. Like, he comes in, he got his good BKB timing that you'd really want to see on your Marcy, and the early activity is just nuts. Thompson as well, on that Zeus, going for the Divine Rampage, just because he knows he's going to be playing further out. He wants that little bit more minimum instead of the variability of the live war. Did make a lot of difference, and his laning. His decision to constantly jump onto Nisha to prevent this SF from snowballing. Like, we did see Nisha recover, but that initial timing for the blink Yashikai was just so slow. Like, he could not look for those early burst plays that a lot of SFs do gun for.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough. It was certainly a very, very hard game number 2, but props to Tundra for making this draft look very strong. And yeah, I mean, it's certainly 9 class in this Marcy was an absolute menace to try and deal with, as you constantly see him throughout these highlights, just always making perfect jumps in. And it is the thing with Marcy, right? Like, as a support, this hero just, you know, in the right hands, it always seems to pop off. And well, 9 class was the right hands this game around, as we are continuing to see the domination that was Tundra here in this game number 2. And there was a couple of nice moments here for Team Liquid, but I mean, for Tundra, props to them again. I feel like the way they were targeting 33 every single fight, just never allowing the Primal Split to come out, it really just made it impossible for them to ever get a good fight going. And you know, as well as that, Insania never even had a chance to think about stealing Black Hole, because it was hardly ever used anyway. Ramsey's very, very good with the way he was using his abilities. And I mean, game 1, obviously Liquid, they pull off the victory. Game 2, Tundra would not have him.
Yeah. Again, clean up the draft. They execute very nicely here on the side of Tundra. And the coordination is just so on point as well. Like, I love the teamwork coming in. The fact that there was a little bit of microplay with the Eidolons to get those initial jumps in the laning phase to slow down Mike, to kind of get that aggression onto Insania was really nice to see. And for Liquid, I can't fault them for going back into these ideas, right? For going back to the Morphling pause. For this time around, with a Brewmaster, it just didn't feel like there was much pressure. They had to drag in Mika early on for that rotation to work out, and even those kills took a long time to find. So I don't think there was enough pressure coming out there for 33 and for Boxy to really feel comfy with a very stable lane for Pure. Just the nature of the DK, right? You keep building up. And overall, again, with this result, Tundra are going to be feeling a lot better coming in. They did take their first loss, as we will take a look at our MVP, of course, this time around. Our MVP is going to be Thompson. And he did fantastic work in the Zeus. He crushed Nisha on the mid. So aggressive, heavily jumping forward every single time. His itemization as well, I think, really stands out. Rushing the Ags after the Phylactery into the Octarine refresh. Just understanding what his team needs, what is necessary of him to find that success in this match.
Yeah, there's absolute domination here from Thompson. And that mid lane matchup, even just the laning stage, was very, very hard to contest here for poor old Nisha. Thompson just kind of establishing his dominance in that mid matchup, and certainly deserves the MVP of this game, number 2. With that, Jonathan, I mean, they do end up 1-1 in a draw, so not really the worst case scenario for Team Liquid. You know, at the very least, you do at least get the draw, and you do force Tundra to kind of receive their first loss in a game. Not a series per se, but at least a single game. Still something to kind of walk away with and kind of hold your head up high. You know, a little bit of an achievement here for Team Liquid. And it kind of keeps the whole 50-50 thing going here between Tundra and Liquid as well. Just both of them getting 1 point each, which does go back to the 50-50 statistic. You really just can't pick a winner between these two teams.
Matt, you can't. It is a little bit tougher for Liquid. Again, if they got a full 2-0, I believe that would push them to 4-2 at the end and Tundra down to 4-2. So it immediately catapults them within the top, considering that standing. Now, they're still going to be stuck in the middle of the pack. These 2 game series, again, stand for so much. You don't get do-overs. You have to find your wins. And there are only so many days of groups. So we'll have to see if Liquid can start to find some cleaner wins elsewhere, whether or not Tundra can get back into that streak as well, maintain their position on number 1. Can take a look at their standings now as well to understand some of these results coming out. Again, Tundra taking 1 loss, 5-1 now. Side of Liquid ending up in the middle of the pack, 3-3. Not sure if we've seen the results from the other series just yet, but it does look like we do. Bisco is going 2-4, Entity going 4-2. Again, if you did manage to theoretically find that 2-0, Liquid would be at the same scoreline as Entity, as Tundra, but they'll have to look for that 2-0 victory elsewhere for another day.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I mean, still a nice position to be in, considering where they were just earlier. I think Team Liquid just slowly moving their way up here throughout Group B. And, well, the groups are coming to an interesting kind of result. I saw OG at the top of that Group A, which, you know, not something I would have quite expected so far, but again, props to them. They're making it look, they're also looking fantastic, tied up with Team Spirit for Group A. Very exciting results thus far in the 2 days we've had for the group stage, Jonathan. Very exciting, and of course, fantastic Dota thus far as well.
Yeah, it's been going. You mentioned OG. Blacklist is up there as well, Mike. 3-3. You know, the Filipino squad showing up. Same scoreline as Game and Gladiators, you know. Aurora kind of struggling a bit from that series we saw earlier today, so gonna need to recover elsewhere. But Southeast Asia, at least, doing middlingly well. I think people expected Group A to be a little bit more dominant from off the strong team. Spirit, Falcons being a little bit shakier. Game and Gladiators, you know, still in the middle of the road as well. Anything can happen. I think with that subversion of expectations, I mean, Group A is going to be a very interesting one to watch out for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you bring up the SCA teams, John. I see Aurora in 7th place, sadly. So that's rather interesting. Though I suppose, in fairness, they are tied with Falcons at the moment. So you could kind of argue that that's a bit of a plus, I guess. Happy days on parity with them. We do have an interview, by the way, Jonathan. Happy days. I believe we have Mr. Whiteon himself, the Ignition God, is here to have a chat with us, Jonathan. Very, very excited to see what he has to say. Mr. Whiteon, congratulations on your Game 2 victory. So how the hell are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. so finally we can win against Team Liquid. I think we have like bad result against Team Liquid until now, but yeah, finally we got some win.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Talk to me about game one, Whiteon. What do you guys think went wrong in that game one for Tundra?
I think game one it's like a little bit like kinda draft. Like we don't really have cats and we don't have an answer for the Ember, so they're just gonna keep splitting us. But also we still can play the draft with like maybe we can just like take some objective, like maybe we can play S5, take some objective, something like that. But we didn't do both, so yeah, that's what happened.
Fair enough. Go on, John.
All right, Whiteon. One question I had on mind, I asked you in the lobby, it's been a while. What's up with the hair? I mean, it looks great, but is there a reason why you're growing it out? Is it haircuts in Europe a bit costly, or is it your style now?
I mean, I haven't go back to my country 3 months, so yeah, this is I didn't really trust like haircut in outside my country, so just like growing my hair.
Fair enough. It is looking great for you. I'm sure the Indonesians will cut your hair for you. Some of your friends will cut your hair for you if you wish. I am curious. One last thing from me. We're used to seeing you back in your days, in your other teams. You always had food on hand. What's been the food to go to for you over in Riyadh? I'm very curious what the Whiteon food is.
I mean, right now I'm not like really eating so much because I'm kinda like diet a bit. Yes, I'm getting fat. Maybe right now I'm just like eating some fruit for snacks and yeah, just like normal food, not like a lot.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Very
Fair
responsible of you, Whiteon. Thank you so much for talking to us as always, and we'll hopefully speak to you again very, very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was the lovely Whiteon, of course, Jonathan. I mean, Jesus Christ, you could ask some more serious questions. My goodness, Jonathan, we're talking. Well, you never ask Whiteon about Dota 2 questions. It's always food-related or hair-related. And props to you, Jonathan. You were pretty accurate with your theory about Whiteon's hair. Mind you, he did say it wasn't a money issue; it was a trust issue.
Yeah, it's a trust issue, which is fair. So, what we can't trust ourselves is our schedule for tomorrow coming into the groups again. As it further develops, I'm pretty sure we can trust the schedule, Mike. The schedule's there. It's set. It's reliable. It's going to happen tomorrow. And we can take a look here again. We are starting off with Team Spirit into Heroic. Extreme Gaming versus Weibo Gaming. That one had to crank the brain for that one, up against Tundra Esports, and LGD up against Team Spirit as well, all on this stream. So you will catch all the Team Spirit action here, up against some fantastic teams, of course. And man, what a good time. Like, tomorrow's matches look extra exciting as well. Like, every single day, it feels like all these matches on both groups are so important and so evenly matched. Such great quality Dota in the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, Mike.
I can't wait to see it, Jonathan. The Dota has been fantastic. Obviously, with the new patch and the meta evolving, it is all very exciting to see. Of course, that is it for the B stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I do believe the other streams are still going, so go ahead and check those out if you were interested in some more Dota 2 action. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you all again tomorrow for some more Dota 2. We'll see you then.
It doesn't matter when nobody
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone, AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.